All right, everybody, welcome to the International Cybersecurity Championship of 2023. My name is Eric Belardo. I am the Executive Director and founder of Raices Cyber. We're the Hispanic Association in Cybersecurity. And today I'll be serving as your streamcaster. So let's get ready to start this show. I would like to bring in the teams that are competing for the International Cybersecurity Challenge of the World. Let's welcome Team Africa and the World. Woo! Bring them. Look at those players. Look at them. Now, coming to you live, Team Canada. There you go, Team Canada. And now, bringing you the team from Latin America, Los Latinos, Hispano, come on in. Come on. Come on, Latinos, make some noise. Now, welcoming the Team Asia. Come on. All right. Now, welcoming last year's International Cybersecurity Challenge winners, Team Europe. Let's see if they're going to take it this year. I don't think so, but you know. All right, come on. Now welcoming the team from down under, Oceania. Let's go. Come on, let's make some noise for them. All right. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. The home team, Team USA, come on in. Come on, USA. Team USA. All right. As the teams get settled in, I would like to ask everybody to please stand up. Please stand up for the national anthem. right, everybody, have a seat. So again, welcome again to the International Cybersecurity Championship of 2023. We have assembled 7 teams representing over 80 countries in the world, competing live here at the Hilton La Jolla Torrey Pines. And with that, we're pleased to bring in Mr. John Check from Raytheon to kick off our keynote speech for today. John?
Snuck up on you on this side.
Hey, there you go, John. So, okay. So, John, tell me about you. Tell me what you do.
So I lead Raytheon's Cyber Protection Solutions team. So we defend U.S. government, commercial, and international customers.
Wonderful, wonderful. And who do you have the pleasure of introducing here today?
Rodney Petersen, my good friend.
Okay. All right.
So,
take it away.
Like I mentioned, we also at Raytheon, we're really proud to be a founding sponsor of the U.S. Cyber Team. I want to thank Jess Gulick and her team really for helping put this on. It's a huge event. I love the energy. Couldn't be more excited to be here. I met Rodney Petersen, I'd say 5 years ago. We were at a conference, and we were on the same panel around workforce development and cybersecurity. So I'm up there thinking I'm doing a great job, thinking of all these great new ideas, and little did I know his ground that Rodney had already tread, but he was very generous and very, he's an educator at heart, and he was really helping me learn my way, helping me think that what can I do to really help drive the cybersecurity journey for people. So I really appreciate that about Rodney. He's been in his current role at the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education for almost 9 years, and I really admire the work he does there. That's a thing, I don't know if Rodney knows this, we share 2 things in common. One is neither of us has a cyber or comp sci degree, and we both have a passion for really building that next generation workforce that's going to help protect our family, friends, and way of life. One of the things I'm sure back then, even then, Rodney was thinking about an event like this to where people can apply the learnings they've done in cybersecurity to really help grow their skills and experience as close to life scenarios as possible. So with that, I think the one thing I want to make sure, I know that Team Europe yesterday contributed to the penalty box Uno cards, I believe, for people to play while they're there. So I wanted to contribute something else for this. I want to contribute rock, paper, scissors. So I'm going to get Rodney here to help participate in this first one. So this is how it works. Everybody doesn't know. I'm happy to take any comer on from any country in the world. So Rodney, 1, 2, 3. And easily, I'd learn something new from Rodney every day, right? I was a rock and he was paper. So he's always one step ahead of me. And with that, I want to welcome everyone to the International Cybersecurity Competition Game Day with Rodney Petersen.
All right. Huh? Water?
Well, thanks so much, John. And I think the analogy there is that industry is the rock behind what we're trying to do, both in the United States and around the world, to secure cyberspace. Sometimes the government is the paper, the bureaucracy behind the scenes that makes things happen. But I really do want to welcome you here today, both on behalf of NIST as well as the United States federal government, and extend my personal welcome to you here both in San Diego as well as the International Cybersecurity Competition and Conference. I want to first congratulate all the athletes who are competing in this year's games. I know that this week is the culmination of a year or more of hard work and dedication. Let's give a big round of applause again to all of our athletes in the room.
When he finishes talking, I'm going to go, Roman, are you ready?
Secondly, I want to thank the coaches, all the coaches who have mentored, trained, and supported the athletes. You are inspiring and motivating the next generation of cybersecurity professionals, and I was pleased to see that recognition yesterday, but please again, especially our athletes, join us in thanking your coaches and mentors. And finally, I also want to recognize and thank all the financial and in-kind sponsors who have made this conference and the competition possible. While NICE and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, are proud to be founding partners of the U.S. Cyber Games, we know that our grant award is just a small portion of what it takes to prepare athletes for this event and throughout the year. I I also want to thank John, who was just up here, John Check from Raytheon, especially in light of yesterday's conference comments about some of the challenges and the need for more financial support in your countries and for your teams and your competitions. Raytheon is one of the founding partners of the U.S. Cyber Games Season 2, along with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, and it really shows how both government and industry and academia can work together to support the games. And I know there are other sponsors in the rooms today, and I want to acknowledge you. Again, to our athletes in the room or anybody else who might be watching online, you're participating in cybersecurity competitions because you already have a taste of what it takes to work in cybersecurity. And your brothers, sisters, cousins, friends, classmates are probably unaware of the variety of careers and opportunities that cybersecurity has to offer. So I challenge you today to continue to serve as ambassadors to help convince new generations of young people to discover and explore a career in cybersecurity. Now, cybersecurity careers are not just available or possible for the youth or young adults. We need to ensure that everyone with aptitude, attitude, ability, or interest in cybersecurity are presented with the opportunities to reskill or upskill into the profession. Whether it is participating at a training boot camp, returning to college or university, or participating in a registered apprenticeship program, there are a variety of different learning pathways for working adults to enter the rewarding field of cybersecurity as well. Again, I expect that many of you who are competing and participating in this competition have acquired and are building technical skills that will lead to a career in the protection and defense of organizations. Roles such as cybersecurity analysts, threat and vulnerability analysts, penetration testers, incident responders, and others are critically important to enterprises. This is what the NIST cybersecurity framework refers to as detect and protect. But in the world of workforce, this is what we also think is cyberspace defense. That is why in the United States, we are growing a number of centers of academic excellence in cyberspace defense. And as exciting as this category of work can be, I often refer to this as the more reactive side of cybersecurity, where we're constantly working to address risk and technology that result from vulnerabilities in products or services. So similarly, information technology or operational technology staff of organizations are operating and implementing the technologies both developed in-house and provided by commercial providers. And these individuals range from network administrators, system administrators, technical support staff, and they play a critical role in implementing, integrating, and securing networks and systems as well. And while their primary function may not be cybersecurity, we are increasingly reliant on technology professionals to mitigate the risk of insecure products or services. That leads me to the point that it is often overlooked and increasingly important to think about the roles in cybersecurity where people discover, develop, and design products and solutions. This is where the more proactive cybersecurity can occur. In the United States, there's increasing attention to building products that are secure by design that also include privacy protections. While secure product development is not novel or new, in fact, security professionals have been calling for that for years, there's increasing pressure from consumers of commercial products, as well as organizations like the United States federal government, to create incentives, as well as to enact legislation to make sure that security is built in before products go to the market. That means we will require a new cadre of software developers, product builders, architects who have learned cybersecurity and privacy principles and put them into action in companies who are part of the supply chain to enterprise customers. We can expect that supply chain cybersecurity will require professionals in both the supplier side as the consumer side to meet this growing process need. Now, as John said, neither he or I come from technical backgrounds, and many of your friends and family members may not as well. And if you're not drawn to a technical role, there are many other leadership, management, or functional roles that focus more on process and legal issues. Ultimately, the cybersecurity of enterprises is reliant on effective risk management, and there are a range of roles in the fields of governance, risk, and compliance to be filled. Ultimately, C-level executives and boards of directors are responsible for governance of the enterprise, which includes the assignment of roles and responsibilities and the provisioning of resources. There are also roles for legal advisors, policy developers, compliance officers, auditors, risk managers, and many others. Similarly, we need professionals whose focus is on the development of people. Those who assume cybersecurity roles in organizations, as well as the employees in the organizations, need to learn and practice safe online behaviors. The individuals who serve as teachers and faculty in our academic institutions, as well as instructors for training programs, are also part of the in-demand cybersecurity workforce. Those who design curriculum or develop credential programs such as degrees, certifications, certificates, and more are needed as part of this ecosystem. So employees, students, and consumers need to be regularly reminded and informed of their role in keeping networks, computers, and data safe, secure, and private. So we need individuals who would develop and implement cybersecurity awareness and behavior change programs. And then finally, in the context of all the roles in cybersecurity that exist, we do not live in a perfect world where all products are secure by design and technologies are implemented in a way that maximizes security and minimizes risk. In fact, our greatest vulnerability in cyberspace are people, or the humans, whether it be threats that come from bad actors and nation states, or social engineering of employees or consumers that lead to data compromise, loss, fraud, identity theft, or business disruption. That is why we need individuals who, as the NIST cybersecurity framework talk about respond and recover, who work in law enforcement, who can help organizations. And those responsibilities range from the incident response to conducting digital forensic, cybercrime investigation, and prosecution. For individuals with curiosity and skills in problem solving, this may be a very attractive and rewarding set of roles to pursue. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention there are other roles that are typically not performed by private sector organizations or companies, but are reserved to governments. These offensive cybersecurity roles are appropriately restricted by law and can include functions such as intelligence as well as cyberspace operations. So each of the categories of work in cybersecurity that I just described are contained in the NIST Workforce Framework for Cybersecurity, or NIST framework. In case you're not familiar with the NIST framework, it provides a common taxonomy for describing cybersecurity work. It is used by employers to assess their workforce as well as develop their workforce with the necessary knowledge and skills. It's also used by education and training providers, including those who run competitions, to make sure that learners like yourself get the knowledge and skills and the competencies that they need. And for many of you who are either students or maybe seeking a job or maybe employed already, it can be used to help advance your career, both identifying the right path as well as developing your skills over time. So I want to close with just a few reflections from what I heard yesterday. First, you are all amazing. You are all absolutely amazing. And the fact that you're at the championship and rose to the top of the talent in your country and a region is an indication of your skills and determination. Second, a nod to our team Europe here. I loved your motto, let's amaze our brains. There have been a lot of comparisons of cybersecurity to team sports, and all the analogies are well placed. However, a soccer player or a marathon runner is preparing their body for physical fitness and endurance. And while there will be a need for endurance the next 2 days, you have been exercising and training your brains for the mental fitness that is necessary to win the International Cybersecurity Championship. And finally, while you represent 7 teams from multiple countries and continents, we are one community, the cybersecurity community. And as Jessica Gulick mentioned yesterday, today and tomorrow you're competitors, but on Friday and beyond, you're colleagues working towards a common goal, and that is our common mission to defend cyberspace. And although we may speak different languages, use different currencies, and come from different cultural backgrounds, we do share one thing in common, and that is our need to raise up the next generation of individuals and professionals who will secure cyberspace and build a more secure technology to make cyberspace safer for all. So I want to thank you for your participation, your hard work, wish you good luck in the competition, and most importantly, wish you the best luck in your careers in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rodney. That was inspirational, and I thank you very much for everything you do for the next generation of cyber defenders. Am I audible? Okay, sorry. So thank you very much. So at this point in time, we are going to get ready to start the International Cybersecurity Challenge in 2023. Okay, here we go. Roman, are we ready to start? Come on, Roman, are we ready to start? All right. Teams, are we ready to start? Crew, are we ready to start? All right, you just go like this. All right. All right. Let's get ready to lock down this. Huh? Oh, wait a second. Where are the coaches? Are the coaches ready to start? Is the jury ready to start? All right. And are platforms ready? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think I need to bring the energy more in here. Okay, here you go. Well, wait, DJ, are you ready to start? All right, that's good. All right. All right. Okay, let's lock down this spot.
All right, competitors, one last deep breath, everyone, to relax. Secondly, have fun. Let the games begin.
So, as we get started with the competition, I have a very special announcement. Unfortunately, Team Africa was able to only travel with 3 competitors. Yesterday, as all the teams from around the world got together, they decided and agreed with the juries and the coaches and the teams to volunteer personnel from their teams that were in alternate or volunteer status to join Team Africa. So that's why we have Team Africa and rest of world. They have joined in an international partnership to allow their players to play with Team Africa. And now they have a full team to compete in the international cybersecurity competition. So that was a wonderful piece. And that's one of the things that brings this community together, the cybersecurity community coming together to solve problems all around the world. Okay? That was an international collaboration. Wonderful. So at this point in time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, let you see everything that's going on here, and we'll be right back with you. Okay. So I'm going to...
this point, I just have these going through to the stream and not to the house. And they're locked on, so they'll be on, and I have them. It's muted now.
All right. Nope, not on the program. Interview.
Where am I looking?
This is live.
Where should I be looking though?
Camera's up there. See? All right, we're getting ready to get back here on.
There we go. We're coming back.
And live. Huh?
We're good. Yeah, we're ready.
We're ready. Go. So, test.
Are we starting with this?
Hello, hello, and welcome back to our stream at the International Cybersecurity Competition and Championship here in beautiful San Diego, California. Joining me at the desk right now is Brad. Brad is our cyber sports director. So, Brad, introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. Thanks, Eric. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Brad Wolfenden. I'm the director of cyber sports here at Cat's Eye PlayCyber. And in my role, my main responsibility is to oversee the US Cyber Games program. So 15 of our best and brightest are over there battling it out for day one of the IC3.
Wonderful, wonderful. And tell us a little bit more about the games and what are they doing right now?
Yeah, so today is all about what's called a Jeopardy-style CTF. And typically when I explain a Jeopardy-style CTF, I liken it to the traditional Jeopardy game, right? So we have categories, various categories. Today there's crypto, forensics, reverse engineering, pwn, web, and a miscellaneous category. There's also some hardware challenges. And within each category, there are problems to be solved. Some of these problems might take a half an hour. Some of them might take several hours. Lots of collaboration, lots of expertise on the technical side as these young athletes figure out flags and solve these challenges.
So tell us about the Team USA. What's the makeup of the team? Where are they from? You know, kind of in general, where in the United States are they from?
It's a great question. So all of our athletes are 15 to 25 years old. In order to be eligible to compete on behalf of Team USA here at the IC3, they have to fit that age range, 15 to 25 years old. They also have to be U.S. citizens or naturalized citizens. And the athletes are pretty well spread out. I will say there's a couple of students, young athletes that are students at Dakota State University, several from up and down the East Coast, Mid-Atlantic region, but the representation is strong from across those 50 states.
Wonderful, wonderful. So give us a preview of, today is the CTF Jeopardy style. What's going to happen tomorrow?
So tomorrow is a completely different format of competition, and tomorrow's competition is oftentimes called attack defense or red versus blue or a live fire exercise, and essentially in that scenario, teams will have a set of infrastructure that they're responsible for defending, as well as simultaneously they will be attacking a carbon copy of that infrastructure that is being run and managed by opposing teams. So they're looking for vulnerabilities in their own systems, patching those. They're also launching attacks using custom tools, et cetera, to bring down the network services on that network, et cetera, for the other teams.
Wonderful. And tell us about the awards. What is it that they get for winning this?
Well, hopefully quite a bit of pride.
Oh, yes.
So this is the second ever international games. Last year, Team USA traveled to Athens, Greece. Team Europe played host to the first ever ICC, the International Cybersecurity Challenge. And Team USA took third place last year. Team Europe took first. Team Asia was in second place. So we're excited to see the leaderboard on Friday. In terms of what they all get, aside from the national pride, quite a bit of recognition. There's trophies, there's medals, there's all kinds of other fun stuff. And my favorite part of this whole thing is just seeing the community that gets built.
Yes.
All of the networking that happens between the countries, amongst the athletes, with the coaches, all of our sponsors, our partners, the platforms, etc. Everyone's here with the same kind of mission, right? It's a workforce development initiative at the end of the day.
And it was incredibly exciting to see all the athletes from all over the world outside here, this room, and they were all collaborating yesterday and talking, and there were people from different parts of the world collaborating with the same language of cybersecurity.
The same language of
cybersecurity. Well, Brad, thank you very much. We'll be seeing you and we'll be interviewing you periodically during the day. So thank you for joining us at the desk here.
Thanks for having me, Eric. It's a pleasure. Go Team USA.
Go Team USA. Thank you. All right, folks. So now I would like to bring to the desk Mr. Pete Hay, who is working with me behind the scenes, working with all the folks out there in the platforms. Mr. Pete coming down from the platform space, and he's going to talk to us a little more about the rules of the game. What is it that we're doing here? So welcome, Pete. Here's your microphone. Thank you very much. And
see you.
Tell us about you first.
Oh, well.
Who are you?
Well, I'm a full-time nerd.
There you go.
So,
Aren't we all?
In addition to getting paid to do this, which is really lucky, because like a lot of the people here, I was looking for a way to be a nerd and not get in trouble.
Yep.
And, a piece of advice that was given to me as a young man by a grandfather of mine was, it doesn't matter how pretty you are, you're too pretty for prison. And so CTFs were a great place for me to spend my weekends. So, yeah. So I grew up as a computer nerd, joined the Navy, and so naturally went into nuclear chemistry and took a very traditional career path into cyber when I was given no choice about where I was going next school, and it was perfect for me.
And that brings up a point that we always talk to other people that want to join the field of cybersecurity. There is no one right way to get into cyber.
No, absolutely.
If you look at the people that are out there and all our peers, some people started as teachers, some people started as IT help desk, some people start as a nuclear, sub guy, subsurface people, and those bubbleheads, right? Bubbleheads, something
sure.
like that. Yeah,
We'll go by that.
Okay, and bringing people from different areas into the field of cyber. So there's no one right way.
One of the best analysts I ever worked with had her degree in forestry, and so you can see that natural career progression. I don't know. But what I've always said is analysis is analysis. And if you understand the rules of a system and how it functions, and you can put together the pieces, parts of it from what you know, you can make reasonable assumptions about what's left. It's like a Sudoku. It's just more complicated.
Yeah, correct.
So let's talk about the rules of this competition. Yeah. So we have, our teams are looking at, we really want to think about the strategy that the teams are employing. So we have a number of different categories for them to compete in, like binary exploitation.
So let's define these categories.
Sure.
So binary exploitation, what does that mean for our viewers that don't understand the terminology?
There is a binary, an executable binary, that is going to do a thing. And what we want to do is make it do something else, or make it do something unexpected, or to take over control of it. That's the most normal meaning when we talk about binary exploitation. Now, when we talk about challenges relating to binary exploitation, it may be access some encrypted memory that binary has that you're not supposed to have access to. It might be have that binary spawn a process to do a thing. It may be borrowing permissions from it or what have you.
Yep.
And then the next category we would talk about would be reverse engineering. Interestingly, these two categories are very closely related. It's actually part of my background as well. So reverse engineering is, again, looking at binaries, both dynamically and statically analyzing them to gather information about them. What does it do? How does it do it? What does it have access to? What are those privileges? One of the things that I find really interesting about this competition is with those two categories related to each other, they're heavily related to each other, which means that we're now dealing with what most of these competitions are, which is a manpower tasking and planning challenge for the leadership of the teams, which is, well, we've got this overlapping skill set for binary exploitation and reverse engineering. How are we going to task our team with going out and addressing these challenges and make sure that we're getting as many points as we possibly can, as efficiently as we can, considering we have a skill set that overlaps in multiple categories. Another category is forensics.
Oh, and that is how I started my career in
Is it?
cyber. Yeah, I was a forensics investigator. So what are the challenges that they're going to be facing in forensics?
So with forensics, it can be a little bit different. And when we talk about forensics, you come from an investigator background.
I come from a data forensics.
Okay.
So a computer disk forensics background, where it's looking at what is in allocated space, unallocated space, slack space, looking at fragments, at hidden data, so that we can pull out, things that might have been deleted or might have been there in the past, so that we can build a case. How does that skill set happen here?
So that skill set, the same sort of thing. They might be given an image of a disk, or they might be given, by the way, another discipline when we talk about forensics is memory forensics, right?
Forensics.
And so instead of just getting a file system image where they might be looking for the evidence of something, like you said, in slack space, one of my favorite is hiding things inside the registry hive, which we think of as in memory, but we know it gets written to disk when the system shuts down. Looking for changes, because we can see this was present on disk, but what's in memory is different. That might be a combination of disk and memory forensic challenge. So, I mean, really, the sky is the limit. Yeah. But, again, when we start talking memory forensics, you're talking about very similar skill sets to what you'd be looking at in binary exploitation and even in
reverse.
In dynamic reverse engineering. Yeah, exactly. So, a lot of overlap in the Venn diagrams of just those three challenges.
And one of the things for our audience is these challenges are almost identical to what you would face if you were working in cybersecurity at one of these capacities. So you are doing the exact same things that you would be doing as a professional out in the field.
No, you're exactly right. And that's really what drew me to CTFs. Well, I say that. It wasn't exclusively that. I had a bunch of really fun friends to hang out with, and it gave us something to do on the weekends as well. But
the nerds are a fun bunch, you
yeah,
know?
You'll be shocked. My social calendar wasn't so full those days.
Yeah.
But it was a great opportunity to not just do something fun. As great a time as it might be to sit down and play some Halo with the boys, even more fun was to sit down and do some reverse engineering with those same boys, and learn and develop and grow my skills, and maybe someday sit next to you during a live stream of a competition.
Me?
Yeah.
No. I'm glad to be sitting here next to you. So what else? So as they find these challenges and they get the points, what happens then? They are building up their points from different things. How is the team assembled, if you will?
So actually, they have a really interesting dynamic to this particular challenge. So one of the things that happens is you have both active competitors and you have substitutes. And the coaches are allowed to choose who on their total roster, maybe like basketball, right? 18 people, not all of them can be on the floor at the same time. Not all of them can actually be eligible to go on the floor at the same time. So those are the types of decisions the coaches are making. And what they're doing is they're looking at those challenges categories, because they don't know what the individual challenges will be, but they know the categories with enough advanced time. So now they're going to try and put the best team on the floor. That's a sports ball reference.
On the field. Yeah.
Exactly.
They're putting the best team on the field.
They're putting the best team out there based on the skills that they know their team has, the challenges they have, how they're going to work together, and how they think they're going to be most effective in putting as many points on the board as possible.
Wonderful. Okay, so tell me, for the game here, and what we're going to see today is we have a special category called First Blood.
Yes.
First Blood. Tell me about First Blood.
Okay, First Blood is a really important ability to differentiate who. It's basically a way to reward efficient, effective work for the teams. So, which team is it that got that flag first? Who landed the first exploit? Who found the hidden flag? Whatever it might be, and normally that's bragging rights. But here, This is a competition, and so we need a way to differentiate. Because if you look at the way the score is allocated, a flag, every time, if you take the first flag, it's worth 500 points. And then every time a team successfully captures it after that, it declines in the number of points. Because presumably, if everybody's gotten it, it must be an easier challenge. So it's kind of an automatic leveling of the playing field based on
First Blood gets higher points, and
correct.
then everybody else that solves it gets lower in the points, but they still get the points.
But even more fascinatingly, the 500 points don't stay 500 points forever. So if another team comes in and captures it, that 500 points declines, but the 25 points for First Blood stay forever.
Okay, perfectly.
So here's the really interesting theme. Back to the strategy. If I'm not the coaches, because they're out, they're off in coach prison over there, and they're not allowed out. But it's a technical term, right?
Yeah, coach prison. Let's see. Let's see if we have him. No, we don't have him on stream right now.
But the team leads are now looking at the individual scores in the categories saying, wait, this one hasn't had a First Blood. It's worth 500 points right now, and plus that additional 25. So maybe I'm going to allocate some resources off of what they're working on onto something new for that chance to score First Blood.
So here's what we're going to do now.
Okay.
Here's what we're going to do now, and I'm hoping that my team is ready over here. Because of all the opening ceremonies that we've done and the talking, we have not been able to keep up with the game. So now we're going to recap what's going on in the game. At this time, after, an hour and some change that we've been working on this, we've had a lot of First Bloods. And what we're going to do, Pete and I are going to recap each one. What you're going to hear is us telling you which team got the First Blood and the challenge name where they got it. So if we're ready, let's start with Team Canada. Got the First Blood for Ellipsis.
So that challenge is actually in the cryptography challenge category, and that's a category we haven't even spoken about yet. So do you want to talk about it now?
Let's talk about that category.
Okay, so cryptography is largely when you're going to be dealing with encryption. And one of the things that you see commonly in these types of challenges are varying levels of encryption. Maybe you need to go find a key and apply it. Maybe you need to decode, and I know some people out there who are crypto purists will say encoding is an encryption.
Yes, no.
But you know what? If it makes it really hard to read, that's good enough for me. And so you might need to decode a key, identify this as the key, identify repeating patterns.
Correct.
Maybe you're looking to, maybe you have to reverse engineer the key from what is observed in a blob of text or something like that. So that's the sort of thing that would commonly be in a cryptography type challenge.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's go to the next First Blood that happened. Team Oceania got First Blood for my pet mouse, Jeff.
I was wondering where he was.
That's the other First Blood. Okay, so tell us, who is my pet? What is this?
So my pet mouse Jeff is actually in the binary exploitation category, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And so just like we talked about, they were presented with some kind of binary and they were able to gain control over it, find that flag, and score those points for that challenge.
Okay, wonderful. Our next First Blood that happened around 9/11, Team USA got First Blood for ICU2.
And all right, First Blood to Team USA. ICU2, that's in that forensics category that we were talking about. I know that's near and dear to your heart.
Oh, yes.
And so it's always exciting to see that First Blood come up in that category that we like so much.
Oh, definitely. All right. And then, not to fret, Team Canada got First Blood points in Conspiracy. Team Canada.
And Conspiracy is also in the forensics category. And I think if you take a look, that just moved Team Canada into first place in that forensics category.
Wonderful.
So congratulations to them there.
Yeah, Team Canada was at that point, because we're still going back.
We got to run through time, right?
So here you go. Now, Team Africa and the world got points for Nom Nom. Yes,
I think that's another one of those binary exploitation challenges. And I think if you take a look, that will actually push Team Africa into first place in the binary exploitation category as well.
They are there. Okay, so now the next one. Team Europe got first blood for the environmentalist category.
And the environmentalist is a challenge in the web exploitation category, which is another.
I like that.
Oh, that is
Yeah,
pretty cool.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was nice.
Okay, and that's in what category?
So web exploitation.
Okay, let's go, because that was my second career.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, so.
So web exploitation, well, maybe I should let you explain it. So
Yes, sir. Go
web
ahead.
exploitation is the idea of a server out there providing some kind of information, normally web information. And then we're going to try and do a thing to it. Is that bypass a protection to access files that we shouldn't have access to?
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see like reflected cross-site scripting attacks necessary, or
Those dreaded OWASP top 10s.
That's right,
Okay?
yeah, the open web application
Open web
security,
application
yeah.
security. So let's look at those. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, let's see. We're bringing us here. The next one. Team Canada got first blood points for dumpster fire.
Which is, I think we can agree.
All right.
I think we can agree that's appropriately a forensics challenge.
That's a forensics challenge, but that's a cybersecurity term. Dumpster
Right.
fire. Okay? Yeah.
It's sometimes Thursday around my house. Yeah. But the really important thing here is that just moved Team Canada into first place at that point in time.
Yeah, definitely. So let's move on to Team Asia. Got first blood points for Hashbreaker.
Hashbreaker, obviously in the
In
cryptography
challenge. Yes. All right, there's the sound for that. Okay. Oh, look at that. Team USA got first blood points for URL Sanitize.
Surprisingly, URL Sanitizer is in the binary exploitation category.
So it's not in the web exploitation?
It's not in the web exploitation.
Oh, wait.
Presumably,
Okay.
this would be a binary that would do URL
Okay.
sanitization. My guess, it's going to be doing something to provide it unexpected
Okay.
input to gain execution outside of the expected parameters.
Okay, and here's another one. Team Europe got first blood points for C2 defaults. C2.
All right. Command and control.
Command and control.
Yeah. Is that a forensics challenge? I think that one is a forensics challenge
I
as
think
well.
it might be. Let me check.
Another
yes,
thing that
it is a forensics challenge.
Another thing we didn't talk about forensics is there's an entire additional discipline of network
forensics.
And I bet that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, definitely.
So they're probably digging through PCAPs trying to identify command and control traffic for an adversary there.
So here we go, another one. Team Oceania got first blood points for Tasker. Okay, and Tasker being a binary exploitation, right?
I think that one's reverse
Sorry,
engineering.
reverse engineering.
And I think that might be our first RE challenge that we've seen first blood for. So that's
Yeah,
very exciting.
That's
well
very
done.
exciting. Very exciting. And
I think we have one from Team Asia there.
Team Asia.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we got Team Asia. First blood points for Twist and Shout. And Twist and Shout is a
Binary exploitation challenge.
cryptography.
Oh, excuse me, I misread.
Cryptography. Yeah, it's down here. Okay.
Cryptography challenge. You're absolutely right.
So a lot of things are happening right now. We're just catching you up. So just all these first bloods have happened. Team Oceania just got first blood points for Circuit Cop. Let's put them there. We're almost to the top.
And that's our first hardware challenge, which is another exciting category.
Okay, let's talk about that.
So this is a physical hardware engineering challenge.
So what do they have to do?
Well, they have physical devices. We can see them right over there that have been handed out to their teams, at which point they will do. You actually get to solder and.
Well, let's see. Do we have one of the hardware challenges? Yeah. Do we have one of the hardware pieces so we can show it on stream? One of the hardware challenges? Let's bring it over. Okay.
So this is much more physical. It's very popular in competitions, kind of similar to some of the lockpicking challenges you'll see out there. And a big part of the reason is you get to break things in an acceptable manner. So here we have circuit boards where they're going to be testing leads and attaching jumpers and doing other things that, if I'm completely honest, I'm not very good at. So a physical hardware challenge is great for the electrical engineers, people with that kind of background who work in cybersecurity. And I can say from personal experience, I took a class on this, and we were finding hard-coded passwords on the physical boards of common devices. So a lot can be really done with hardware exploitation.
Yeah, and that's a lot of fun to do.
It really is.
Okay, so now we have Team Oceania again for Octopus Trampoline Party. And that one is a cryptography challenge.
As I think we all suspected.
Yeah. Okay. And that brings us up to now. So when we break in next, those are going to be the first bloods of each category as they get solved in real time. Now, if we can please put on the stream our current scoreboard, please. And in first place at this moment,
Team Oceania.
On second place,
Team Europe.
Third place,
Team Asia.
Fourth place,
Team USA.
Fifth place,
Team Canada.
Sixth place,
Team Latin America.
and seventh place.
Team Africa and the world.
But we are just beginning here. Oh, wait. And as we speak, another first blood. Team USA just got first blood in the guessing game. So that is what type of challenge?
That one is a binary exploitation challenge, and I think that moves Team USA into first place in the binary exploitation category as well. So well done there.
So
I think that actually shows the importance of diversity, because we see in your challenges, because Team USA first place in the binary exploitation category, but it's only one of 7, so they're in fourth place right now, even though they're doing very well in that particular category.
And like Bradley said in our last segment, there's various awards. It's not just the one that came in with the full points, but there are going to be awards for the best in each category.
Absolutely.
So that's very important there. So Pete, you're going to be coming in here every time something's going on. You're going to be hitting me over the head and saying, hey, this is just happening. So he's going to be with us all stream here today and tomorrow. And he'll be up here with all the platform folks that are monitoring all the comings and goings. So Pete, thank you very much for joining us at the desk, and we'll see you soon. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So next up, we've got Mr. Roman. Let's see if he's ready. Roman. And we're live here, so bear with us, but here you go. Introducing Mr. Roman. Roman, tell us who you are.
So, here.
Use your microphone.
Yeah, so my name is Roman. I'm the co-founder of a company called MetaCTF. The company started back in 2014 when I was in high school. Never meant to be a company, it was just a side project. And we started running CTF competitions for our friends, at our high school, then at university, at a conference. And since then, it kind of has grown into a business. And so we've organized over 200 CTFs, and this is, just the next CTF we're organizing. We're really excited. I mean, I think this is the toughest CTF that we had to organize, just because of the difficulty of the content. But we're really excited.
Yeah, and truth be told, I have used MetaCTF not only as a participant, but we've organized together some CTFs for Raices, Cyber, and different other organizations. Tell me, what makes your platform such a I call it a leader in the industry? Okay.
Yeah, so we focus on the quality of the content. We definitely want to make sure that the challenges have some kind of learning aspect to them. Often you see a lot of CTFs where where all you're given is some kind of link or some kind of file with no context, And essentially, your solution becomes just trying 100 different things until you stumble upon the right solution, and it can get discouraging at some point.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And
Yeah.
our CTFs, work really well for beginners, but even for professionals, we try to make sure that as you solve these challenges, you kind of have an idea of what direction you're supposed to be going in, and so your goal becomes now to do some research, learn about the topic, and then try and figure out what it is that you need to do in order to be able to solve the challenge.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, and so tell us more about what's going on back here. What's your role during the competition? Yep. And kind of give us a bird's eye view of what's going on.
Yeah, so this is day one of a 2-day competition. Today is the Jeopardy-style CTF portion. Did you already give an overview of what Jeopardy-style CTFs are?
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
Sounds good. So this is a pretty standard Jeopardy-style CTF. Some nuances that are unique to this competition is that we use dynamic scoring. So all of the challenges start out with the same point value, starting with 500 points. And depending on how many teams solve each challenge, they get the point value decreases. We're starting out with 35 challenges in 6 different categories, plus a hardware category. The categories are web exploitation, binary exploitation, cryptography, forensics, reverse engineering, miscellaneous, and hardware.
Because you are here on stage, help me understand, and Team Europe just got first blood for Serial Uploader.
Yep.
Okay?
I love the sound effects.
I love the sound, yes. You have to be here to get the full effect. So tell us a little bit about that challenge, Serial Uploader. It's a web exploitation one.
Yeah, so, I don't remember from the top of my head, but it looks like a web exploitation challenge. And, okay, I think, I don't want to reveal the solution, but I think they have to upload a file, and, as the challenge says.
So it's a web page that has a file upload, and they have to exploit that by putting something in there.
Yes. So the idea behind these challenges is that they simulate some kind of, especially the web challenges, is that they simulate some kind of real website, or they have some kind of real functionality, something that you would find elsewhere, in the wild on the web. And the idea is that these vulnerabilities are common, and we're trying to make sure that people are aware of them. And so the vulnerability in this challenge is relatively well known.
That happens every time you go to a website and you have that upload a picture or upload a check or upload anything like that in any page. That can be exploited to malicious purposes. So this challenge is using that to gain access or something.
And there are some peculiarities about the language that this challenge is written in. Because depending on the language, depending on the tool, a programmer might be very familiar with Python, but for example, when they start writing in Go, they might not realize that the same thing that they've done in Python now creates vulnerable code. And so this is the kind of idea, because the code might look secure. You might not be able to find any issues, but if you know the nuances of a specific language, you might be able to identify the vulnerabilities.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for joining us here on the stage, and you will be running the competition, the CTF competition. For any of you that are interested in MetaCTF, website is MetaCTF.com. So thank you very much, Roman, and go get them, all right? Thank you. And right now, we are going to go on a small break. We're going to let the teams go ahead and continue to work. We're going to leave you with the scoreboard right now, and we'll be right back on the stream. All right, folks, we are back on stream here and in the International Cybersecurity Competition, coming to you live from San Diego. Oh, let me try again. I'm good? I'm good. All right, so let me do that again. That's what happens when we're going live here. Okay, this is Eric Belardo coming to you live from San Diego at the International Cybersecurity Competition. We are here in the coaches area. This is where we keep all our coaches penned in. Okay, so here is, let's introduce our coaches here. This is Team Latin America, Team USA, Team Africa, Oceania, Canada, oh, Asia. Oh, you guys are sitting together. All right. So I am going to pick on one of the team captains here.
Hi.
Over here. Okay, so introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Johannes. I'm a coach for Team Europe, and we're here to essentially defend our throne.
Defend the throne.
Yeah.
So tell us about the journey of bringing the team here from the different parts, and tell us where in Europe are the team members from?
So we're actually scattered across all of Europe. We're from 14 countries, and what we did was we gave our best efforts to build a strong, coherent team. We had a lot of trainings, we had a lot of boot camps, and our goal was to have the best cohesion in our team.
Wonderful.
Because we saw this is the most valuable. Yeah.
All right,
All right.
sounds wonderful. So thank you very much. How's the competition going so far?
Honestly, we're really happy with the competition. The organizers are great, and we're really looking forward to seeing the progress as it develops. We're really happy for Team Europe, and we're really proud of them as well.
Well, we're really happy to have you guys here. And, you know, there's a lot of people gunning for you guys. You know, they have to dethrone the Team Europe, right? Is that correct? Other coaches, other teams? Yeah, we're trying to dethrone. Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah, come at us.
All right,
We'll
sounds
take
good. Thank you. So now let's go and check out Team Canada and what are they doing over here? Okay. Team Canada. Let's see. Here you go. So tell us a little bit about the journey. Tell us about the journey of Team Canada coming here. Where's the team, and how do you feel about the competition right now?
Feeling awesome. We just got started. Got off to a great start. Slipped a bit. We'll be coming back soon. Don't worry about that. Journey's been, you know, we start right across the country, get people from every region, and then go to the regionals and the nationals, and then practice, and then coming to here. So it's a journey, but everybody's having fun.
All right. You having fun already?
I'm having fun.
All right.
That's what
Is
matters.
the team having fun?
We are not allowed to talk to the team,
Oh,
Eric.
that's
We don't know.
right.
We don't know.
Because that's why we keep them back here. So thank you very much, Team Canada. Now let's come over here to Team USA. Okay. And here is our coach. So Ken, tell us about you. Tell us about how the competition is going.
Competition is going great. You can tell with the major shifts on the scoreboard, there's definitely some strategy in play here. I suspect some teams are also holding flags, but it's interesting to see how each team is taking a different approach.
So tell us about the journey of the team. You know, the building of the team and where we are right now with the team and the program here in the U.S.
Yeah, good. So, I mean, we have a pretty formalized program because of season 1. We ironed out a bunch of kinks. Season 2, we improved. Season 3 is going to even be better. But we started with an open last year, over 700 participants. We narrowed that down to a combine. And then from the combine, we invite them through a draft. And that whole process, there's interviews, there's technical challenges, there's assignments they have to do, there's training with industry where we bring in experts to train with them. Like I said, we do the draft. Then we have multiple scrimmages. We have great sponsors like MasterCard and Raytheon and CISA and NIST where they help us throughout the season. So very, very good very good pipeline we have, and then we also have our development pipeline that will feed our next season as well. So, yeah, long journey, lots of long hours, and stoked to be here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. So let's go Team USA. All right. So here is our Team Africa. Team Africa, and as we know, because of some challenges that we had with the team and the sponsorships, and this is why it's important for companies that are out there to support our cyber athletes. So as they were able to bring in only 3 of their athletes, the whole international teams got together and said, we will donate, I love that, we will give our team members that are on a different status, like volunteers or backups, so that we can round out the Team Africa. And you know what? It worked. It was international cooperation at its tops. So, introduce yourself, please.
Okay. My name is Messi Chitauro. I'm from Namibia, from the Namibia University of Science and Technology. I'm a senior lecturer in Cybersecurity department.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So tell us about the journey to get here for Team Africa this last year.
Okay, so after the competition in Greece, we went back to the committee and we asked them to bring best students from their local competitions, or some countries don't have as yet in Africa, but the majority do have some kind of CTF challenge of some sort, and they gave us students, 1 or 2, depending on the capability or the size of the competition. Like South Africa gave us 5 because they have big cyber competitions there. And then from there we had training, and then we had 2 rounds of selection where we give the students assessments, and then from there we try to select at least 1 from the representative countries, and then if there's space, then we get more from the different countries.
Wonderful,
yes.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you very much, and good luck to Team Africa.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we have Team Latin America. ¿A quién quieren que vamos a hacer el interview? Okay. Okay. So, do you want to do it in English or in Spanish?
Whatever you want.
Okay. So, tell us about the journey of the Latin American team here. Okay. Tell us about yourself as well.
Okay. Well, I'm Josue. I'm the assistant coach with Leonardo. I'm from Peru. He's from Brazil. We had some experience in CTF because we play with some teams in the past, and I'm really we are excited helping with the guys in our team in this competition. In our journey, we did some training about exploiting and reversing web, and I think that our team is really exciting. They want to make a good performance in this competition. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much. Good luck, and let's go Team Latin America. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna, like I said, our friends from down under, Team Oceania. So tell us a little bit about you.
Hi, I'm Professor Ryan Cole from the University of Queensland, Australia.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So tell us about the journey of building this team.
So we ran a qualification round. We advertised to 17 nations across the Pacific, and about more than 100 applied for the qualifications. They were put through 2 rounds of qualifications, and there's like the points and also how they score in each category actually allows us to pick the best team on a meritocratic basis.
So which countries are represented in Team Oceania?
So in the end, we have about 11 from Australia and 6 from New Zealand. Yeah, and then unfortunately one of the Australians can't make it for our competition, so We're now down to 10 Aussies and 6 Kiwis.
The team from down under, as I said.
Yes, that's right.
And how's the competition so far for you guys?
Oh, it's been great. I think made a lot of new friends. Everyone's having fun. I think the team's trying their best. So you can see the scores going up and down, but I think our strategy is coming into place. Yeah.
Right, wonderful. Well, thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. So the last team here, I think I found everybody. Yes. So this is Team Asia right here. Team Asia. All right. So tell us about you.
Yeah, I'm Ganbayar from Mongolia.
Mongolia.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's first year for being a part of Team Asia.
Okay, and tell me, what was the journey for you guys coming in here? And then also, this is very interesting because Team Asia, I think, has the most amount of countries put together.
Yeah, probably after Europe, I guess, because we are built from 10 countries. Yeah, 10 countries. Yeah, and then Europe, on the other hand, I think 14 countries.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we had our own CTF competition in February. And then we selected our 15 players with 2 substitutes out of 400 players. So they're really strong. And then you remember that last year we got the second place. But
I know.
Yeah, we won for the attack and defense, but we lost for the Jeopardy. So today is the revenge time. I think we are, exactly.
So right now, Europe
exactly
is leading Asia second, Oceania is third, Canada fourth, USA fifth, Latin America sixth, and Africa seventh. So you guys are, doing it.
Yesterday I said that we're going to show how resilient we are because it's in our blood. Yeah.
And that's what I said to you guys. You need a motto, and resilience is your motto.
Resilience,
So thank you very much, and good luck. All right, take it. So now I'm going to take you down so you can see the current space here. And what you're seeing here is all the different teams and all the things that they're doing. These are the student athletes that are working through all of this and working very hard on all these challenges. And they will be here for 9 hours straight, competing and working through all these challenges. Okay? And then here, as you guys have seen, these are all the folks running the competition. The MetaCTF team and the Cyber Challenge team for tomorrow will be here. So as we walk this way, we're going to come to our jury pool, the people that run the competition. So, all right. Here we go. And this is our jury pool. Let me get one of the jury members to talk to us. All right. Michael, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi. This way. All right. Hi, I'm Michael Harpin. I'm the U.S. representative on the jury.
Okay, and how is the jury composed for the International Cyber Championship?
We have one representative of the jury from each of the teams. So one from each region, Team Canada, Team Europe, et cetera, et cetera. We all deliberate on any issue that's brought to us by any of the teams or the organizers of the event.
Wonderful. Now, how long have you been with the team with the international cyber competition?
So I've been on the advisory board for the U.S. Cyber team, not since the beginning, but pretty close.
Yeah.
And so I've seen the hard work that's gone into it from Cat's Eye and PlayCyber and all the great work that they've done and all the work they put in on putting on this event.
Yes.
So I went to the first ICC last year in Athens, hosted by NIST, which was super exciting. Just even better than we could have imagined, honestly. The camaraderie, the ability for these individuals on the teams to meet different players from around the world face to face was super exciting. Just a lot of energy taken out of that, and then to see it ramp up into what we are doing this year. Again, the energy and the momentum coming from what we did last year and this year, really carrying on, and can't wait to see how that progresses.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for being part of this jury, because together with all the juries. So I'm going to go. Where are you from? Africa. Japan. So that's some of our jury members. We're missing 2 members.
We're
right?
missing our Canadian representative and Team Oceania.
But these are the people that are making the rulings to make everything, to make this game as fair as possible for everywhere around the world. And they don't do anything without them all being in unison. That's international cooperation at its best. We will be right back with you. We'll meet you back at the broadcast desk. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Trying to fill the dead time.
Makes me wonder if binary exploitation is largely dynamic, and a lot of their RE stuff is static, and that's where you're seeing like a skill breakout there. Or if it's like easy to figure out hard items. Where do you want?
Okay.
Where do you want me?
Just stand right next to me. No, don't stand next to me.
Hang on, I got a stool.
Or yeah.
I'll put it.
Let's look at the composition. I'm Rory. Okay, Nick, stand. This is your streaming crew. I like the composition. Stand like that. Okay, now I'll be like this. Okay, like this. Okay. Okay, guys, are we ready? Are we ready? Okay.
They'll handle it.
Cool. This is where I'll be
All
talking.
right, folks, and we are back on stream. Thank you for being here with us at the Torrey Pines Hilton for the International Cybersecurity Champion 2023. I'm Eric Belardo, your MC for the event, and here with us is our streaming crew. So let me introduce you to these new faces. Let's start with Int. Int, tell us about you.
My name is Int80. I'm the rapper in a group called Dual Core. I hack computers and make rap music about it.
All right, welcome. And Nick?
Hey everyone, I'm IPSEC, also known as Nick, or I guess I'm actually also known as IPSEC, but I do a lot of Hack the Box videos, just general CTF stuff, and yeah, if you don't know me, just check out like ipsec.rocks.
All right, and what do you do for a living? What's your other than streaming?
I make challenges over at Hack the Box and just do consulting as well.
Wonderful. All right. And tell us a little bit more about Dual Core.
We are an international hip-hop duo. We love technology and hacking, and we combined our passions, and we get to share them with the rest of the world.
All right. And I think you are going to be singing tomorrow for us, right?
Rapping, there is a distinction. Singing requires talent. Rapping does not.
I can't do either, so that's okay. But give me a good karaoke machine, and I'm good. I'm there. All right? So as we're talking here, the competition continues. We're going to do a quick wrap-up of all the First Bloods that have happened. So I'm going to let these guys take over those operations, and I'll be right back with you. Go ahead, guys.
Actually, just really quick, for folks who are just joining the stream, we want to introduce Pete as well.
Sure, yeah, I'm Pete Hay, and if you've been here for a little while, you've had the joy of seeing me and Eric talk. But yeah, I've got a background like these guys working in cybersecurity, and I've had the joy of participating. This is now my second year at IC3.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Welcome back.
Yeah,
welcome.
And fine. You guys know me. I'm Eric Belardo. I've been in the field of cybersecurity for 33 years, so I'm the gray hair of the bunch. So, all right. So let's get back to the competition. Let's go with our First Bloods that have happened.
We had a First Blood around 9:54. Team Oceania got it on Sailing Smoothly Requires Finesse, and that was a web exploitation challenge.
Let's talk about web exploitation.
Well, so much has changed over the web. I remember being astounded by request forgery, like client-side request forgery. Now you've got server-side request forgery and deserialization bugs, and so we don't know what the challenges are, so we can't speak specifically to the details of smooth sailing, but it is fascinating how development of web technologies has also progressed the techniques used in exploitation.
And I think the really interesting thing about these web exploitation challenges is you're now reaching outside, with binary exploitation and reverse engineering, it's on your machine. You have a binary, you're exploiting it. You have a binary, you're analyzing it. But with web exploitation, you have so little control over that remote machine. So there's a smaller attack surface, fewer variables you can mutate to get results. Sometimes you have to write your own fuzzers and do things like that. So there's it's a very different discipline even within the same realm. So it's exciting to see.
And I think web exploitation may be one of the most popular ones amongst the teams that have solved it. And I think that's primarily just web exploitations in every CTF. Every CTF doesn't have reverse engineering, binary exploitation, forensics.
Crypto,
Well,
yeah.
It's also one of the most fun ones to do, at least for me. All right.
Allegedly.
All right. All right, let's go to the next one.
And the next one would be Team Europe getting First Blood on Sniff It, which is a hardware category.
Oh.
And this one put them in first place for hardware.
All right, Team Europe in the hardware category, leading the charge there.
And IPSEC, going off of your remark about how web applications are very common for CTF challenges, I find hardware challenges to be very unique. I don't see many CTFs that have hardware challenges. So when I heard that they had a hardware portion to the CTF, I was very excited to see how this would develop over the course of the game.
I agree completely. Hardware. We talked about this earlier. I confessed to just how bad I am at hardware hacking. But I think you're exactly right. It's one of those things. And we talked about how the coaches have the ability to select who from their total roster is going to be in this competition right now. And it's not everyone. They keep reserves back. And so I imagine as they looked at those skill sets, they wanted to make sure they had the right people in place to do that hardware hacking as they came into the competition.
Yeah.
I think the way around that is to just be really good at everything, like IPSEC.
I am actually not good at hardware, but it's funny. When I was looking at the web exploitation, which I think is one of my more favorite ones, I have no idea what the challenge is when it's Sailing Smoothly Requires Finesse. Like, that name didn't mean anything to me. I have no idea that could be anything in web exploitation. But the hardware was Sniff It. So, I'm imagining they're just sniffing some bus. And I'm curious if they have actual hardware components that they're doing this with. Is it all virtual? How is that all set up on the back end?
So we do actually have real hardware components, and if we ask, I think they can bring them back up on the stage so you can take a look. But yeah, they have real hardware. The guys are sitting right over there, handing them out to the teams, and then the teams are doing actual physical access to the devices.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Let's see what else we've got for First Bloods. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, for the hardware challenges, are these devices custom made specifically for IC3?
They really are, yeah. We'll see. We'll get somebody to bring them over in just a minute, but
Very
we'll take
cool.
a look at those. Yeah.
And then after that one, Team Canada got first blood for tic-tac-toe, which is a reverse engineering challenge.
Ooh. I like it. So reversing, old passion of mine. I started out interested in reversing because I wanted to crack software, and I thought it was fascinating that you could literally just go in and change a program that somebody else made and have it behave differently.
Yeah, and it's been interesting because we haven't seen as many challenges captured in the reverse engineering category as we've seen in binary exploitation. And Eric and I were talking about how there's a significant overlap in the skills necessary to do that. But I'm wondering if we're seeing more static analysis being necessary for that RE side, whereas it's more dynamic analysis and the binary exploitation.
Yeah, I imagine reverse engineering would be like trying to beat some type of bot that plays tic-tac-toe, and you have to either manipulate your box, so you do multiple plays at once because you can't beat AI in tic-tac-toe, or you like change their thing. So the bot thinks it put it in the top right, but you put it in the middle, and then you score.
Oh, that could be. Yeah. And I'm wondering also, with the deficiency of scoring currently in reversing, maybe teams are taking a strategy where they're focusing on their strengths first, or maybe there are anti-reversing techniques inside of the challenges themselves. I see a lot of folks now, like decompilers have advanced so much over the years. I see a lot of reversing analyses that just go to straight decompilation. And maybe if you are, you learn to reverse by decompiling things and you have less experience working through disassembly or setting breakpoints and debugging, if you have these anti-reversing techniques that tamper with decompilation, maybe that could hinder scoring and reversing.
It's a really good point, because if you think about how dynamic a binary can be, unless you have the right tooling necessary to grab, registers in memory at a certain time, you may be missing what you need. Like you said, setting the right breakpoints or using tools like Flypaper to grab it out as it goes live.
Yeah, it was probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I think it was GeoHot, the person that now does Comma, but he was famous for like the PlayStation stuff as well. But I think he beat like entire colleges at Seesaw with, I think it was called Kira that he made, which was a timeless debugger, so he could just run programs and then look at the registers at points and times. He was like, I think one of the first ones to do that, at least in the CTF realm, and it just destroyed the challenge.
Yeah, and shout out to GeoHot, fellow Pony Award winner as well.
So let's keep going. Let's see what else we have we have a number of first blood. So what's next?
So Team Asia got first blood on a cryptography challenge called Use the Force.
Wow. That one, with seeing the word force in the title, makes me think brute forcing, maybe a small key space or something like that. But then again, I don't really know much about cryptography. It's math. It's difficult for me.
I'm also bad at math, but I would tend to agree with you. That looks like a brute force challenge to me.
And then after that, Team USA got first blood for Savage Pictures, which is a binary exploitation. And it says binary exploitation, so I'm assuming it's not what my first thought was with Savage Pictures, which is steganography.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, again, we don't really know any of the details on any of the challenges, so all speculation on our part here. But I really enjoy binary exploitation. I think it's fun to start with this kind of black box, if you will, dig through it, figure out where the gaps are, and then how to exploit those gaps.
I think binary exploitation is always fascinating. I've heard it for like the last decade that people say binary exploitation is going to be gone because of all these defensive measures that get put in, like patch guard and all those things, and then people just find ways around them.
Well, they keep letting people do things, and I think that's probably where the breakdown is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're FreeBSD, they say why bother putting ASLR in anyway. So.
All right, we're going to take a quick break right now, and we will be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right, come back to the stream in 10 minutes. Set your timers.
I'm going to interview somebody over there, and then once I finish with that, we'll go back to this, and then we'll come back to you guys. Cool. All right.
And you have yours, okay.
And I've got mine. Okay, perfect. Okay. pronounce your name correctly?
Giannis.
Johannes. Okay. So tell us, do we stand on the marks?
Yep. You can stand, put your toes in those T's. There you go.
Yeah, we're good.
Ah.
I'm just gonna go like this.
Okay. Yeah.
And you're talking to him.
Yeah. I'm not gonna look at the camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, the big question here is introducing yourself, who you are, and then we'll go to. You were the organizer for the Greece. Tell us about the Greece last year, and then the last question will be, how has this grown? How has it changed, and what do you think of it? Okay?
Perfect. Yeah.
Finish that. Live? Okay. All right, and welcome back to the International Cybersecurity Championship here in San Diego, California. Joining me is Johannes. Johannes, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Yannis Agrafiotis. I work for the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, also known as ENISA, and I'm responsible for the International Cybersecurity Challenge on behalf of ENISA. We were also the organizers of the first ICC last year in Athens.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I was not able to go. I wanted to go to Greece, but hey, you know, they didn't take me that time. I hope they take me this time. But how was Greece last year? Tell us about it.
It was a fantastic experience because it was the first time we ever tried to organize international challenge. We have a lot of experience at ENISA organizing European challenges, but it was the first time that we actually had to fly 64 countries into Athens. We had a fantastic event. We had 7 teams there. We had pretty much the similar setup the one that you have here, and I think everyone had a fantastic time. They had at least the opportunity to network together for the first time. We also saw a lot of capacity building in different countries and regions, because for certain countries it was the first time that they organized a cybersecurity challenge. So ICC was the triggering mechanism to create capacity in these CTFs, and it was a real pleasure to actually have teams from everywhere in the world joining us in Athens.
And how did the ICC Games in Athens kind of change or increase that capacity in the European Union?
That's an excellent question. So before ICC, you will see that in the European Challenge, you would have 27 countries joining. They will have their national teams, and they have 10 members per team. What you would observe before ICC is that every single country will go to the event, they will sit together, there will be a nice-knit community, they will talk only to each other, they will not interact with their peers, and that was it. They would go, they will hack, they will leave.
Yeah. Right.
After ICC, you could see that the culture and the atmosphere changed completely, because we had trained people for over a period of a year from all the countries across Europe, so they became friends. And that meant that, you go to the ACSC, you meet your friend from France, if you're Greek, or from Belgium, you start talking, you introduce them to your friends, and then all of a sudden, you have like a community that actually bonds together. And this is made a huge difference in the ECSC, to the point where we have coaches now in Team Europe from Italy, for example, or from Portugal, and they were almost caught giving advice to other countries during ACSC. And then they were saying, what am I doing? It's not Team Europe here. Yes, I need to stop this.
But the common language of cybersecurity, and we see it here with all these teams, it's not just Europe, it's not just US, it's the rest of world. It's all of the world.
Exactly.
And yesterday, you and I were talking about it, how we looked over and there were kids from Japan talking to kids from France or Netherlands, and kids from the US talking. I mean, it was great to see that over here. I was just super impressed with it.
It is amazing. Let me tell you, when we first started like 3-4 years ago, it was during COVID, and we could only do online meetings. Yeah. And we started talking, and we realized very early on that we even have difficulties in terminology. So we would talk about Jeopardy. The US would think, Jeopardy? What is it?
That's a game on TV.
You mean CTF? What do you mean CTF? CTF is, CTF. And they were saying attack and defense. What do you mean by attack and defense? Probably red versus blue. So we even had difficulties in terminology. But coming together, spending time together in these online meetings, doing these events, it has helped to actually shape a global culture now for, I think, these type of CTFs. And I think this is a huge step forward. It has helped us to adjust our trainings as well, to become better. I think we have helped other teams as well to understand what are the challenges in cybersecurity. We are also providing free platforms and free challenges to all the teams around the world. So I think, we're making the right steps towards a common, secure, let's say, culture in cyberspace.
So tell me, for you personally and for ENISA, the connectivity between now the different national organization. I know that the connection between ENISA and CISA is very strong, but how have these games helped connect?
Massively. We have improved our international presence as ENISA massively, because we always had a very good collaboration with CISA, but now all of a sudden you have people from Japan, from Singapore, from India, from Australia, and they're not just interested in CTFs. As ENISA, we do exercises, we do trainings, and then we've been having requests for other stuff as well. So it really has helped to actually bond with other international institutions. And what I see is we started from a small number of countries like 3-4 years ago during COVID. We never imagined that we would actually be able to get everyone in Athens, let alone have a second event here in the US, which has been like a massive success.
87 countries.
From 64 in Athens to get to 87, and then we're still improving. And the beauty is that there was only the European challenge like a few years ago. Now, all of a sudden, you see Team Asia, they have organized an Asian cybersecurity challenge where they have like 10, 12 countries. They have a very similar format. You have the Latin American team. Again, they pick their players through a regional challenge. I think also Team Africa, they plan to do exactly the same next year.
Team Africa, I just interviewed them. They're doing the regionals.
Exactly. So this, if you have a regional CTF, it will create interest and will actually shift the focus to national CTFs. Because how do you get to the regional team? You need to actually excel in your national CTF. How do you get to your national CTF? You just register to a local CTF. So all of a sudden, okay, the focus is only on it's usually at the ICC, but in order to get there, you need to actually pay attention to all the steps behind.
And it's becoming very similar to the Olympics.
Definitely.
How do you qualify to be to the Olympics? And this right here, and I say it all the time, this is the Olympics of cybersecurity. The International Cybersecurity Challenge is our Olympics, and it's because of people like you.
Actually, it is because of people like not only the players, the volunteers. So I work for ENISA, I'm getting paid to do this, but if you see the people who actually support Team US, Oceania, Asia, Europe, they are doing it on their free time. They're volunteers, they've spent hours and hours and hours trying to raise sponsorships, try to create the platforms for the teams, try to create the challenges, try to identify other people who have the same passion and interest in CTFs. And I think all the efforts are from the volunteers that we have in ICC.
Well, I want to thank you very much for all your efforts, and thank you very much for being here.
It's a
You're
pleasure.
wonderful.
It is
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be right back to the scoreboard. Okay. Thank you, brother. Huh? What's that? Where? There's a... Am I live? All right, everybody. We are back on the stream here. One of the things that we wanted to tell you is, as part of the cyber games and what we do, what the rules are, there is a each team has 2 coaches meetings where the team can request the ability to speak to their coaches during the competition. That has to be monitored. See behind me on that camera, it is being monitored by a watchdog or a referee that's making sure that, you know, the coaches are giving that coaching advice for them. That coaches meeting can last up to 8 minutes, and they have 2 coaches for each event. So once we finish with that, we'll talk to the coaches here, and we'll find out what is it that they were looking for? What are the things that they're working? And it's really good that they're able to reach out to their mentors. One of the things that we do in cybersecurity as a whole is mentorship. So being able to be in a high-stakes competition, being able to ask for that help, that's very, very valuable in the field of cybersecurity. So while they're doing their challenge, we're going to take you back to the scoreboard, and as soon as we have, we'll bring you back here. That's one of the things you're going to do. Actually, no, I'm doing that. I'll do those kind of. All right, and we're back here with Mario,
Hey.
one of the coaches of the European team. So you just used your first coaches challenge.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so how? First, tell us if you can tell us anything. What was the team kind of asking? Very generic, because we don't want to give anything out there. But what was the coaches challenge for?
Yeah, so we were considering like substitution, but we don't think it's still time to do that.
Okay.
We discussed it a little bit. There is still time in the game. So for now, we are keeping. I mean, the team is doing good. So for now, I think it's okay.
It's very good. All right, so tell me, as a cybersecurity professional, how important are these? How close to mentoring are these type of coaches challenges, and why is it important in your eyes?
Oh, but I mean, it's they're very good. They can take decision on their own. Maybe sometimes they need some validation on the decision, or we have some opinion that something that they may be missing that we want to share with them. So that's why we have the meeting, so that we also have a closer overview of what they're doing, because I mean, we have the data, but it's only data.
It's
you
data,
don't know
yes.
the feeling of the
That
of the
personal
competition.
interconnection, that's
Yeah, so
important, yeah.
That's something that it helps you understanding how it's going and the decision that eventually you may take or not.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you, Mario. I'll let you get back to doing that. So we'll be right back with you guys in a minute. Thank you. Okay.
We spotted them easy, but these are new. They look human. Sweat, bad breath, everything. That Terminator is out there.
And we're back with our next guest, IPSEC. IPSEC, you recently posted on Facebook.com that your favorite hacking platform is Hack the Box. Why would you write something so brave, yet so true?
Mainly because all my Facebook followers don't have any clue about cyber. My cyber personality is just Twitter and LinkedIn. And if I posted on Twitter, then it would start a flame war. But if I do it on Facebook with just my real life friends that I know in person, they would just think I'm a nerd.
Which we all are. All right, so since our last update, we've had some more first blood, so should we catch up with those?
Let's do.
Yeah. Team Oceania got first blood for Blue Lock, which is a hardware challenge.
Oh, nice. And we actually have the hardware challenge.
We do.
We don't know if this is Blue Lock, but it's kind of what it looks like. You probably can't see it that well on stream, but I see a USB-C and then just random chips. There's two buttons on it.
Yeah, they're zooming in for us right here. So I think the really important thing is that this is designed to be, like all things here, a valuable learning experience as well as a challenge. So what the hardware team was telling me is that these are indicative of the types of devices and components that one would find in a larger piece of hardware. And the idea being that, in software you might find a bug that is accidentally leaking information, or an assumption was made by a programmer. In hardware, the assumption might be, yes, this is wrapped in plastic and no one is crazy enough to saw it open and attach leads to components, and then they'll have access to a bus or memory leaking or what have you. So I think it's a really interesting learning experience about the world of cyber and how it is that those vulnerabilities creep into the world we live in.
And it's also crazy how advanced just the hardware hacking scene is. We talked a little bit before about like web exploitation. That's mainly CTFs. A lot of the hardware exploitation actually comes from just hacking video game consoles and putting like mod chips in and doing all of that. And I think that's also kind of where CTF hacking stemmed from as well, just hacking games. We just could evolve in a way where we could do it virtually through web exploitation, make our own. It's very hard to make your own hardware. Even in this CTF, they brought the hardware here because that's just something you can't virtualize.
Yeah, and I wonder if the teams traveled with equipment to be able to perform the hardware CTF challenge, right? Did they bring, like a JTagulator or a bus pirate or some other kind of equipment with them?
That's a great point. I don't know the answer to that.
Every time I play Hack Fortress, I have a USB 3.0 floppy drive reader.
Wow. And have you ever had to use it?
Not since I got it. There was a challenge, and they just gave us a floppy disk and read it. And this was 5 years ago. No one could read it. So I bought a floppy disk drive, and I've just been waiting for my moment to shine.
It's just sitting in your Hacker Go bag ever since. Yeah.
And then after that first blood, we have Team USA getting it on Make It Yourself, which is a reverse engineering challenge.
Ooh, nice.
We're starting to see some heating up of that reverse engineering category. That's good to see.
I wonder if it's just like a lot of obscure make files in Make It Yourself.
It might very well be, though. It makes a lot of sense.
Terrible. If that's the case, I feel bad for anybody playing that challenge.
Team Europe got first blood for Web's Amazing Firewall, which is a web exploitation challenge. Something tells me there may be mod security or something in that.
Yeah, I mean, the first letter of each word comes out to WAF, right? So yeah, probably some kind of WAF bypass challenge, speculating. Have you all seen any cool WAF bypasses recently?
Well, there's the Big Five, wasn't it? Not too long ago. It was a while back, but...
I thought that was just like a bug in their software. I was thinking things more like Cloudflare and that kind of stuff for WAF bypass.
It's actually happened somewhat recently. I was doing an SQL injection on a website, web exploitation, and they had... it was all AWS and had their load balancer, which also has a WAF built in. Yep. And it's the first time I've ever double URL encoded to bypass something.
Wow. So it's more than a CTF challenge. It's a real life exploitation technique. Nice.
It was just one of those things I can't get past this WAF. I know it's SQL injectable. I'm just going to try doing Shift U twice in Burp Suite. Oh, hey, it worked.
Yep. Very cool.
Then after that first blood, we have Team Europe getting it for Multiverse Jail on a reverse engineering challenge.
Oh, wow. Huh. Multiverse Jail. That sounds like an interesting one.
Yeah, I don't know much about this one, but again, it's always good to see reverse engineering get the love. I think a couple of us have backgrounds in there, and I think you were mentioning getting your start in video games. I'd love to see who first saw a hex editor and for what video game they were, what was causing their interest in a hex editor.
Yeah, my first use of a hex editor actually was a piece of malware that stole passwords and sent it back to somebody. And so I just made an email address with the same length, used the hex editor to replace the recipient email address with my email address, and then started redistributing the malware and collecting passwords.
I think my first hex editor, which I guess hex viewer, was Ethereal, which now is known as Wireshark. That was my first experience in anything hex.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I think embarrassingly mine was cheating at Red Alert, playing in terms of modifying the memory so that I had more resources than friends.
Mine was just sniffing what an old game from Sierra called The Realm was sending over.
Very cool.
And then we have Team Asia getting first blood on Virtuoso, which is a cryptography challenge.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I always have a lot of respect for folks that can solve the crypto challenges. And Virtuoso, I wonder, what comes to mind for y'all when you think of a title like that in a cryptography category?
For Virtuoso, I wonder if you're looking at, because you often get the combination of music and crypto, because there's a lot of math in both. And I've seen a number of CTF challenges that follow that model, so I wonder what it was. Actually, one of the interesting things that the MetaCTF guys were showing me is they actually have CyberChef baked right into the platform.
Whoa.
So you were asking about tools that they bring along, and I thought it was really neat that the CTF was bringing along something so ubiquitous as CyberChef to make it available right there. So as you're doing those encoding and crypto challenges, you've got the ability to bake in the transforms you need.
Once CyberChef came out, my Python skills went way down.
I think that's pretty much universal.
Yeah. There's a meme about the IC3 event, and there's a bingo card, and one of the squares on the bingo card is CyberChef Magic Solves the Challenge.
The next first blood was Team Oceania getting MQT Trone, which was a hardware challenge.
Oh, nice. Yeah, MQTT, obviously used in automation for hardware stuff.
Yep. And again, it's nice to see, we saw reverse engineering lagging a little bit. We've had a bunch of first bloods there, hardware as well, and we're catching back up on those. That's great.
After that, Team Europe got first blood in in-store music, which is a miscellaneous challenge.
Oh, cool. Yeah. What's it called? Catch-all. It's anything could be in miscellaneous. I feel like those are the challenges when I used to make CTS. Those are the challenges where maybe there's multiple disciplines involved, and so it doesn't strictly fall into one particular category like web app. Maybe you get a shell through a web app, but then also you have to local privesc, and so it'd be binary exploitation plus web app. So I put that in a miscellaneous category.
I really like those ones that are client server, so you have to binary exploit the client binary, and then you're doing some kind of injection to the server as well. I think those are great. I also think there's a strong tradition in CTFs that you have nerd lore fall under those miscellaneous challenges, and I personally love them, even though I know some people think that they're soft questions, but I think they're a lot of fun.
And then Team Asia getting first blood for gene editing, which was another binary exploitation challenge.
Wow. Binary exploitation. Cool. Yeah. I wonder what... I would love to get a survey from the players as to their preferred reverse engineering tool, their preferred disassembler. Is Ghidra number one? Is IDA number one? Is Binja number one? Or something else? I know that Radare is another suite of reversing tools. So a lot of options out there these days.
It's an excellent point. I think I worked with the gene editing back in the day. No?
Their name was Gene and their last name was editing?
Gene editing, yeah.
And that wraps it up for the first bloods. Over on the scoreboard, we have Team Oceania winning right now in first place.
Woo! With 5,230 points, 5230.
And if we just take a look, they have, now remember, the first bloods are going to give you 25 additional points. And they have accumulated 175 points and we already covered that I'm bad at math, but I think that's 7.
Yes.
I think that's 7 first bloods. And and remember that as the scores climb, as the number of scorers in each challenge climb, the value of each point declines. So for capturing a flag, the value of the flag declines as more and more teams capture them. So those first blood points are going to matter a great deal. Do you want to break down a little bit what it looks like for this first place team, what their scores look like in the different categories?
Yeah, so with Team Oceania, they have, on cryptography, they've solved 6 out of 7 challenges, and they have 3 unique solvers for that. So I imagine once they get that last one, they may going into another category like, let's go reverse engineering, where they only have 1 out of 7. With binary exploitation, they've solved 2 out of 7. Web exploitation, 3 out of 7. Forensics, 3 out of 5. They haven't touched the miscellaneous category yet, and they've solved half of the hardware challenges, which means they have 4.
You know, this is a really excellent time to mention something that just happened. You mentioned cryptography and how they're nearly done with that. Team Asia actually did something for the first time that we just saw. They took a timeout, which allowed their coach to come in and talk to the team. And coming out of that conversation, they decided to substitute one of their bench players into the game. And I think, if I were looking at my team and I had people on my team that are, these are my crypto kings, I don't know, the
players, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crypto champs.
Yeah, and so you might very well say, okay, well now maybe I want to rotate in someone who has more generalized skill to address those miscellaneous challenges. Or how would you approach it, especially with some of the unique scoring and what we have going on, how would you approach strategizing that way?
I would probably, if I was in this, be focusing on reverse engineering. Just from eyeballing it, it looks like that's one of the least touched categories. And how the scoring works is everyone gets the same number of points for the flags. The flag points decrement the more times people solve them, but it decrements for everyone. So if I solve the flag, I got 500 points, and then Intadi solves it, then I lost 100 points because now that flag's worth less. So at the end of the day, the first blood is what really matters. And if reverse engineering, if only 2 out of 7 of those have been solved, you may want to bring in your sub who may be really good at it and try to get those first bloods. Because at the end of the day, that's going to be the difference maker.
It has a very significant impact on what your overall ability to score points. By the way, I didn't mention this earlier, but if every team were to capture every single flag for a particular challenge, the final value would be 100 points. So it essentially decrements from 500 to 100 based on the number of teams who have that particular flag. It gives a really nice wrinkle to what your strategy looks like. What about you? Would you, if you're looking at this, we see that miscellaneous is pretty wide open, crypto's starting to close up. What would you be doing to restructure your team?
I'm very chaotic, and so I would just let them run free. Do what feels right.
Fair enough. All right, let's go back to who are we going to take a look at? Who's in second place now?
Team Europe, currently in second with 4,777 points.
And where are they sitting? Let's see. Now, this is really interesting. They're first place in the category of binary exploitation. They're third in binary, third in reverse engineering. Do you scroll a little? And they're first place in web exploitation and miscellaneous, and then they're second in a bunch of categories. So I think to your point, bringing in people who are experts, capturing those first bloods, and continuing to hold on to that position in those various categories seems to be strong for Oceania, for Team Asia, and
Team Europe as well.
Team Europe, who are in those top 3 places.
And I'm not positive about this, but I think they are also the only ones to solve a miscellaneous challenge.
Wow.
Excellent point.
So just solving one miscellaneous challenge puts you in first place for miscellaneous.
That's true. And do remember, there are awards for other categories. So the awards aren't simply for first, second, third place. They have awards for the different categories, who performs well in those. And another thing that's worth mentioning is we have that escape room from CISA. And have you guys had a chance to run it yet?
Is it the ICS stuff?
That's correct.
Yeah, I haven't run it, but I popped my head in there last night. It
Okay.
looks super cool. It's run by Idaho National Labs, or from folks from Idaho National Labs, INL.
So it's worth mentioning that as the day is progressing, members of those teams are actually leaving and going and running the escape room, and again, also potentially accruing points for that.
Yeah, so much variety here. I love it. I think it's fascinating.
All right. So I think what we're going to do is go back over to the scoreboard and take a short break right now. Thanks so much.
Yeah, check back soon.
All right, and welcome back to the International Cybersecurity Competition and Championship here in San Diego. Joining me is Jessica Gulick, the commissioner of the U.S. Cyber Team and the International Cyber, and Tomas Maldonado, the NFL CISO. So welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourselves.
Thank you, Eric. So, commissioner of the U.S. Cyber Team, but host today. So I have really two roles, and really looking forward to it. Been quite a few years in cybersecurity, but my passion and my mission is all about cyber as a sport. So today is a huge step forward on that.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you, Tomas?
So I'm the CISO for the National Football League. I've been doing cybersecurity for over 25. I feel old.
Yeah.
I'm getting old there. Been doing it for quite a while, I'll say. I started off in financial services with about 17 years there. Went over to chemical manufacturing. Now I'm in sports, media, and entertainment. So it's pretty exciting to not only be at the NFL, but it's also exciting to be here at this esports cyber security event.
Yeah, definitely. Well, don't feel too bad. I've been in cyber for 33 years, so you know.
I just realized we're both in sports and entertainment.
That is
I'm
true.
just in cyber and he's in football.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But okay, so talk to us about how cyber is becoming more of a sport or an e-sport. And, you know, how does media and entertainment and cybersecurity start merging together into a cohesive? So, what do you think?
I'd love to start. So the esport marketplace has really unlocked cybersecurity for us, and the reason is because they've really opened up to the fans out there the power and value and entertainment value of shoulder surfing, as you will, watching something somebody else does to learn from it or to experience it with them. And we've taken that and the infrastructure and the marketplace that esports has already opened up for us, and we're just bringing cyber games. So whether it's an esport arena where we take cybersecurity games, or if it's an academic institution that has an esports club, trying to partner with them so that we can show various generations the power of games as a sport. And it really is an us versus them, as you can see today at the International Championship. But it's a lot of fun, and there's some value for the fans in terms of education and just pure fun if you're a techie.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and look, I think for the way to think about this growing sport, if you will, it's a good way to not only bridge the gap between very technical aspects of what we do in cybersecurity, but also have that sort of gamification side to it, which is what attracts a lot of young people, if you will. If you think about that pipeline of talent to get into the cyber field, it starts to bridge the gap between the folks that are really focused on gaming and now focus on the skill set of hacking, if you will, and using that combination to get them not only interested in cybersecurity as a sport, but also interested in cybersecurity as a career path, right? So I see this as a really growing field. It's definitely growing in the sense that we've got a lot of people behind us sort of trying to play capture the flag or attack and defend, but also just thinking about the potential of opportunities for these young individuals to really start to see themselves as career professionals in cybersecurity. So I think we're just really scratching the surface here.
So let's talk about the fandom, okay? Because this is very important. And I was talking to Johannes from NIST in our previous segment. And he said one of the challenges that they had when we started the ICC was the difference, the communication, the terminology. And it's really hard for some of our fans to understand what binary exploitation or web exploitation or hardware challenges are. So how do we explain to our fandom what these amazing athletes are doing? And I know that, when you take, say, for instance, American football into Europe or Asia, it's hard to understand the rules, the terminology, 10 more yards, any of this stuff. How do we capture the lessons learned from the sports and bring them into cyber so that we can explain to our fans better what's happening?
Yeah, I think like any sport, right, it's very important for people to understand the rules of play so that way you understand how do you win? How do you lose? And what's in between if there is an in between, right? So thinking about the sport, obviously I'm with the NFL. Thinking about the NFL and how we enter into different markets from a sporting standpoint, it's all about trying to educate people as to the rules of engagement or the rules of the game, so that way they can not only understand it as a potential athlete, but also understand it as a fan, right? Being able to watch a game and fully be interactive, if you will, in that setting by understanding the plays that are happening and the plays that are being called, I think is a plus. So when we think about what we're doing here, is how do we bridge the gap between someone who is a parent, maybe of an athlete, and wanting them, helping them understand, well, how does my son or daughter or other become successful at this particular game or this sport, and then how do you start to bring in other people that are not necessarily completely attached to technology, let alone cybersecurity, which might be a very mysterious term for some people. If we could demystify that, right? Take the opportunity to demystify it in the sense of like, these are the rules of engagement. This is how you can watch it as a spectator. This is what you're seeing while the athletes are actually competing. It'll really help them understand and be more appreciative of the fact of these guys and girls who are really doing some intense activities, right? Hardware hacking, cyber hacking, having to work together collectively as a team, right? It'll really help them appreciate the level of skill and talent that's required, but it'll also help them appreciate the fact that they now understand it and they don't actually need to be the girls and guys that are sitting over here doing all that stuff. They can sit in the stands and watch it and still appreciate the fact that, oh, I know how they scored a point.
I know.
Right? So,
and so talk to us a little bit about something that Tomas brought up, the teamwork piece. Because while this is a team sport, cybersecurity, not only in here, but in our daily lives when, Tomas as a chief information security officer, me as a business unit security officer, we have to have a team and we have to work as a team in our daily lives. But how does that translate to the games? Tell us a little more.
It's really important. Back in the days when I was managing cybersecurity teams myself, it was brought to my attention by some pen testers that were working for us. They're like, hey, Jess, come watch us do it. And over the 24-hour period where they were pen testing an organization, I was able to see that they were taking a best athlete approach, right? And so what they would literally do is they set up their computers, and then they're like, okay, who can do this one activity best? And then they got up off their seat and they changed. And the reason is because you only get one opportunity to really hack into a computer before it resets. And so they want to take advantage of the holes that are left in the network settings, and they don't want to have to reset it. And so it was then I was like, wow, this is like a heist. It's kind of, and when you look at a really high-performing team, and you did a wonderful panel today on the conference about high-performing teams, they have different skill sets. And we actually did a market study before all of this, and we were interviewing a whole bunch of players that had played some of the best cyber games out there, Cyber Patriot in high school, CCDC, NCL, the National Cyber League, Packet Wars, and Pico, CTF. And we asked them, we said, how do you form teams, And they're like, it depends on the competition, but I've got to have somebody, and they would talk about a skill set like crypto and forensics, somebody deep in there. But then they also need people that can help out, kind of like a runner, if you will, somebody who can fit in with a few different things, or take it from somebody to take instructions and follow through, or a leader who can really organize the team. And they have to constantly communicate, just like in volleyball, right?
And similar to in football. I mean, you've got your specialty players on the field. And that's one of the things that we see when we see in this area here. You've got your specialty players. You got your offense. You've got your defense. You've got your special teams here. Talk to us about how that kind of meshes with the cybersecurity world.
Well, it's also, taking it a step further, right? Our adversaries, if we really think about it from a business standpoint, our adversaries are not focused on like, hey, you can do just X. They're focused on getting the best talent who can do the best types of attacks so that they can then essentially launch their attacks on companies for any number of threats, of attacks, right? Whether it's IP theft, whether it's disruption or the like, so everything in between. So I think the key components, we talked about on the panel around diversity, and just alluded to it, right? Having the skill sets that apply for several different situations will, one, not only make these athletes very successful and the teams that they've been formulated very successful, but if you take that a step further into doing the defense side for a regular company, you can't just have one size fits all type of an athlete. You have to have athletes who are very technical. Now I'm talking about my team as athletes. When I get back, my team is going to say, "Hey, Tomas, you called us athletes."
Athletes, yeah.
But you can't. You have to think about your team's skill set and ensure that you're diversified that skill set enough so that any one particular person can either pick up the slack of others if they don't have that knowledge, or they can recover in other avenues where they might not be so skilled in, if you will.
Well, you know how every time I speak, I say that diverse teams are better because people think differently and they bring that different perspective. And it's not that homogeneous effort there. So nobody else thinks the same way. So bringing that to these games. And one of the things that I always say in these interviews here today is you look out there and the common language on 87 countries is cybersecurity. So that diversity that we bring not only because of these games, but bring it to the market. So these people are going to become the cyber defenders of the future.
They are.
Okay? Final words?
Wow, just pulled it right there.
Yeah.
No, I just want to thank our sponsors and volunteers. We have, if you're seeing in the background, quite a few volunteers walking around as watchdogs and helping run this event.
Yep.
And one last thing, just want to do a call out to behind us. We have a broadcast desk, and the streamers are watching. That's how we're really trying to articulate to the audience. Bring folks like Eric and Tomas and to 80 and IPSEC and have them talk about what they're seeing in the room and what the challenges are, I think is an important part of our sport in terms of bringing in the fandom. And so
definitely.
a big appreciation for everybody who helped make this happen.
Thank you. Tomas?
Look, we're developing the next people that are going to take my job, which I'm completely looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
So I am absolutely not worried about that at all. I think there's a really good opportunity here, and we're just really scratching the surface, and I'm really happy to be a part of this, working with Jessica and obviously working with you all, to really make sure that people can gravitate more towards this particular industry, which, quite honestly, when I first started hacking, I thought of it as a sport, right, as well. Yeah. So I think this is not only a sport that can start you off to a successful cybersecurity career, but it can even propel you into becoming a CISO, hopefully, if that's your path.
Exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much to our guests here on screen. Stay tuned with us for more exciting adventures here in the International Cybersecurity Games. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. All right, we're off. Thank you, thank you.
Check. Cool. Yeet. Well.
I'll give in immediately. Oh, we're live.
All right, Pete. You're here of your own free will and your own volition. We're
Yep. We good?
I think we're live now.
I think so. So we have 2 first bloods to go through.
All right. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell us when to go.
All right.
How many false starts can we do?
I don't know, but if you could see those false starts on stream, just like 30 seconds ago, I said we had 2 first bloods, but when I said that, we had another one, so now we have 3.
Why are you changing the future? This is quantum IPSEC.
So, at 11:31, Team Asia got a first blood for Secure Flag Storage, which is a web exploitation challenge.
Ooh, nice. And hearing secure and storage in a web exploitation context makes me think something like object storage, like secure simple storage, AWS S3, or something comparable. So I wonder if they built a challenge that's similar to an object store kind of setup.
That's exactly what I would suspect was happening right there.
And then the next one we have is Team Europe getting first blood on Guitar Shop, which is a web exploitation as well.
Wow. I need a Burp Pro license or something, I guess, because everybody's out hacking me on web stuff here.
You know, I don't know if you noticed, but those were a solid 21 seconds apart. So
Wow.
Yeah, I think that the competition is definitely heating up. I think the teams have got their sea legs under them. They know kind of how they're approaching this, and you can really see the teamwork starting to pay off.
I'm curious what Guitar Shop is. I'm guessing maybe like an Instacart challenge, some online shop to buy guitars, but it could be completely different.
You know, there was, I don't know if you remember before, I'm going to date myself, but you know, before we had Amazon offering us everything at the tip of our fingers, there were Yahoo stores. And you remember those content type hidden fields that would have the value. So you'd actually be submitting a bid based on the price. They were designed to auto accept, but it was hidden inside the HTML. And if you had early version predecessors to Burp Suite, you could modify what you were submitting, and they would accept this bid for a lower price that you might have put in there. I've heard that was a very bad thing to do.
Oh, wow. That's some like old view source hacks right
exactly,
there.
Yeah.
I will say, when I think about guitars have strings, right? And strings are sequences of characters, so maybe there's some kind of string manipulation vulnerability or injection or something like that. Format strings, maybe? I don't know.
There's a lot to work with in there.
Yeah. Too many layers.
And then at 11:54, so this is about 20 minutes after that first blood, Team USA did Tiptoe Through the Traces, which is reverse engineering.
Awesome. Yeah. And so tracing being as you monitor the execution flow of a program. And so I wonder if maybe you start with a file that's like a trace output, or maybe you need to be able to trace through a binary in order to find this flag. What would you think maybe?
That's what it sounds like to me. Like we were talking about, what are the states of memory, of registers at given times, and trying to find, those crucial components for what you need for whatever the challenge might be.
It is interesting. While we were talking, because that put Team USA in first place for the reverse engineering category, but 3 minutes later, Team Canada also solved that and then reclaimed their first place spot.
Oh, wow. So the scoring strategy strikes again.
Yeah. That makes me wonder, was someone sitting on a flag? Because that's so soon after one team scores. Were they actually sitting on a first blood, or is it just 2 players working at the same time and just getting it?
Yeah, I would think it's counterproductive to sit on a first blood, because you're going to guarantee that extra 25 points on the first blood.
It does raise the question of strategy, though. I agree with you that the first bloods, I can't think of a strategic reason to sit on a first blood, but I can think that maybe once you had, if you were especially like that, you were very close, maybe you would sit on that flag, hold it back, and you would leave other teams uncertain of what their actual position is. Let's take a look at whoever our leader on the leaderboard is and dive in a little bit into what their score breakdown looks like, because I think there's some interesting aspects to the scoring of the game. For instance, when you get a first blood, we know you're getting the 500 points. We know you're getting the 25 points. But when I say we know you're getting the 500 points, they don't stay, do they?
Right. It can then become 350 or lower.
Right. So every time a different team scores on that flag, you're going to see a decrease. But when you score on a flag that's already been captured, you're not just scoring your 350 or even 150 points. You're scoring your points, but you're also decreasing the scores across the board. So conceivably, you could knock down another team by 600 points. Collectively, the other teams by 600 points collectively by landing a score. So let's take a look at the breakout on this a little bit.
Yeah. So on Team Europe, the first place person on their team has submitted a total of 6 flags, and they currently have 1,248 points for their team.
Wow.
But here's the really interesting aspect of that. They have 3 flags in one category, but only 400 points. So it might seem like, oh, well, that wasn't so productive. But the reality is, when we think about 3 flags, 6 opposing teams, potentially up to 100 points each, they could have knocked down their opposition by 1,800 points on those 3 questions. So I think it's a really interesting scoring strategy. Now, I've just gotten the high sign, so we're going to go back to the scoreboard and take a look, and we'll come back and break out these teams a little bit more for you in just a minute.
Cheers.
All right. Are we all having fun out there? We'll be back in 1 hour. So stay tuned for more exciting adventures here at the International Cybersecurity Championship. See you soon.
See you.
Hack the planet.
I'll go talk to him. Then I can just be the voice of God.
There's more to travel than just getting there. Like more flights at more times, more points for more rewards, more ways to stay connected, More food you love. Careful, it's hot. More live TV, more fun for the kids. More tissues, please. You know, for the rom-coms. More destinations, from A to B all the way to Z. Night-night. No matter why you're flying, there's more to travel.
I need more. All right. Live TV. Welcome back to the International Cybersecurity Championship 2023 here in San Diego. The athletes have been hard at work since 9 o'clock this morning. They're going to be continuing working until 6 o'clock today, 9 hours of competition. They are working right now. I am going to throw this back to the broadcast booth so they can give you a recap of everything that's been going on the last hour. So let's take it back to the broadcast booth.
Thanks, Eric. Good to be back. IPSEC, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and we have quite a bit of activity on the scoreboard now over lunch.
What?
It looks like hackers may not eat.
Oh no, the rumors are confirmed.
Team Europe also could have a case of the Mondays. They have got first blood on that, which is a miscellaneous, and I believe they're the only team to solve miscellaneous challenges and solve both of them.
Wow. So just dominating that category. And I think you said both of them, so they've completed that category.
Yes.
Wow. Impressive. Kudos to Team Europe.
And then Team Oceania got Power Trace Pursuit, which is another hardware challenge.
Oh, wow. So Team Oceania just really, I mean, they're at the top of the scoreboard. I was going to say, just really running it up.
Yeah, we've got to be getting close to hardware getting at least first blood in all of those challenges. I think we're getting very close to that. So that's exciting for Oceania.
I believe they just have one left. It could have changed since I last looked. And after that, they have first blood on Tetrid Universe, which is a hardware challenge.
Wow, okay. So Team Oceania, I hope, offering some hardware training after this event. I would love to learn more about their hardware hacking skills.
Yeah, they have Glowing Mind Teaser, which is yet another hardware challenge they got first blood on.
I wonder, have they substituted anyone in, or are these like the same players that the original roster started with?
You know, it's an excellent point because Team Europe did do a substitution over lunch and brought in another player who maybe they're a hardware ringer. I'm not sure. That's an excellent question. Yeah, so that's they may very well have, and it looks like whatever it is they decided to do, it's working.
Seems to be working. It's not broke, don't fix it.
And does that catch us up with live on those other
On the first bloods. Okay, so just a quick run through of the scoreboard. In first place right now, Team Oceania with 6,698 points. Coming up second place, Team Asia, 6,219 points. Third place, Team Europe, 6,127. Team Canada in fourth place, 3,405. In fifth place, Team USA, 2,173. Team Latin America in sixth place, 1,403. And Team Africa and the world, 1,191 points. Just checking really quickly, is the scoring different for other teams outside of the U.S. since they all use the metric system? I'm kidding. No, all the same points.
I think they have an exchange rate advantage.
So to go on a little more about those scores, Oceania and it's actually Asia now. Asia and Europe are neck and neck.
Oh,
Asia
wow.
has 6,200 points. Europe has 6,100 points. The
Yeah.
winner right now is Oceania with 6,600. They also have 10 bloods.
Oh, yeah, 10 first bloods to Oceania, and I think does Team Europe have 9 first bloods?
Europe has 9, yes.
Wow, okay. So, and again, each of those first bloods are worth 25 points that you keep. As challenges get solved by other teams, their point value decreases for each team that has solved it, but the first blood points of 25 each are static. So you retain those points even after another first blood happens.
Yeah, it's interesting that Team Asia, let me just refresh this to make sure it's correct. It is. They only have 6 first bloods, but they're in second place. So they have some high-value flags, but as other teams submit those flags, their points are going to go down.
Hey guys, I just got to break in here. We just had another coaches meeting that's happening over here. Team, if we could pan over here to see the team meeting that's happening right now. Here. Okay.
We go.
This way. Yeah. So there is a coaches team meeting happening right now. This is the time when the team, and this is the Latin American team, talking to their coaches about some strategy. And we're gonna talk to the coaches after this to find out what's happening and what's going on with them. But I just wanted everybody to know that is their first team meeting of the day. So with that, let's come back to the broadcast booth and give you guys an update. When they finish, I will break back in. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks for the update, Eric.
Which team was that?
Team Latin America, currently having the coaches meeting. Eric mentioned discussing strategy, free, unsolicited strategy advice to all teams. I would recommend getting all the flags.
And hacking all the things.
And hacking all the things, yes, of course. All right, so let's dig into the teams and their compositions from points. Where are like the teams specializing? Where are they showing their strengths?
So Oceania has 6 out of 7 crypto flags, so they're just missing 1.
Oh, wow.
With forensics, they have 4 out of 5. Again, just missing 1.
Wow, okay.
When we go over to Europe, as we mentioned before, they have 2 out of 2 on miscellaneous.
So I actually spoke with the people running the exercise, and they're showing that there are several, that while they are still unsolved, only about 10 or so unsolved challenges remain. So we're getting closer and closer. As you were panning through, I noticed that cryptography was 6 out of 7 for a number of the teams. So it looks like maybe there's one harder crypto challenge that's eluding them. We also saw the same thing with binary exploitation and forensics. Now forensics only has 5, so 4 out of 5, which is worth mentioning that we have a total of 35 CTF flags and then 8 hardware challenges for 43 total challenges. So,
oh, wow.
If we take a quick pan through, do you want to pan through the teams and give us kind of their overall count of flags against the 43?
I don't have all the teams up right now, but Asia is at 25 out of 43. Oceania, 26 out of 43. Europe, 25 out of 43. USA has 11. And let's see, which teams did we not get?
Latin America has 10 flags out of 43. And Africa has 9 flags out of 43. So kind of a spread there for sure, but honestly, like not that big of a range. And there's still some space to go. So there's still some runway with a few hours remaining in the day.
And we're going to pan it back over
to our main man, Eric, live on the scene at the sparkly suit.
All right. So we have the coaches from the Latin American team. They just finished their coaches challenge communication with them. So can you tell us a little more about, how does these coaches meetings work for you guys and for the team? Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, first, our first question was how they feeling, if they need something. Of course, we had a bit a strategy about the CTF. So that meeting. That was in that purpose, to talk about that and to start with that strategy.
Okay, and it's so good that you guys are taking care of your players, of your athletes, making sure that they're ready, that they have everything that they need, and supporting them. How intense or how hard it is for them right now that they've been on these challenges now for 4 or 5 hours, okay? What do you have to do to keep your athletes going?
We are very tired, and talking with her about substitute change any player or we strategists, but it's a hard competition in. We think a lot of things to do, but with coach don't. It's very hard.
No problem, no problem. Thank you, coaches. I'll let you be with that. So that was the Latin American team coaches. We'll take it back to the broadcast booth right now. Thank you.
All right, and we are back after an interview with Team Latin America. I forget how many countries are represented in Team Latin America, but it's a good bulk. I was impressed, and shout out to Brazilian folks. Just special place in my heart.
So there are 3 challenges that have been completely solved.
Whoa.
So URL sanitizer, binary exploitation, has been solved by every team.
Wow, okay. It's funny, with that title, I would have thought that would be like a web challenge.
It's a good point. And so let's remember, what does that do to the points of this? That's going to drive the total points for any flag for that web exploitation challenge down to 100 points. And we actually saw that on the scoreboard not a while ago. Right before we came back on the air, we were talking about the fact that we'd seen Team Oceania cross that 7,000 point threshold. But if we look now, they're down to 6,639 points. They're not losing points. They haven't done anything wrong. They're not taking hits. But what's happening is those points are being distributed out as more and more of those challenges are completed by multiple teams. By the way, it's worth mentioning, I don't know if you're aware, but do you know that teams can actually spend points on things during this competition?
I did not know that. What are some things you could get for spending points?
Well, we've heard Eric talk about the number of coach interventions that you get. You get 2 per day. And we've now seen multiple teams use that. Other teams have used that to do substitutions. Well, if you run out of your coach meetings, you can spend points on that. I believe the number's 25, but I wouldn't quote me on that because we already covered I'm bad at math. So you can spend points to take an additional timeout, to get some coach input, to do some strategizing, I think is the technical term.
Yes.
And then from there, you could make the decision to do a substitution. And I can't recall if you can spend points to do a substitution, but it seems like the sort of thing one might be interested in doing.
It doesn't sound like a lot, 25 points, but that is the number of points a first blood is. So if it comes down to 2 teams completely solving it, then 25 points is going to mean a world of a difference.
Yeah, and I wonder, are there opportunities to spend points on other things later? Like, could I spend points to get points from another team? No, just kidding.
I'd like to just spend points and blank out everyone's monitor, change the keyboard style to Dvorak.
Yeah, make everybody Dvorak settings.
So actually, we experimented with some of those things last year, where we had we did what we called Wheel of Misfortune, and you could spend points to force another team to go spin the wheel, and it might cause them to force a substitute, or to have, my personal favorite was wear mittens for a certain period of time. And if you think that you're good typing with 2 fingers, try doing it with mittens. So yeah, there are opportunities to do that in these competitions, but we wanted to keep this one a little more serious.
I hope the team brought a mouse with mittens, because that won't work in the touchpad.
But it was a left-handed configuration on the mouse, and they were only right-handed. So yeah, you mentioned that URL sanitizer was one of the challenges that had been completed by all teams. Are there any other challenges that all teams have completed?
Well, it's a little bit of a conspiracy about that, but there is a conspiracy challenge in forensics that has been solved by every team.
Oh, nice. I think it would be fascinating. We have an open question right now as to whether we can discuss the details of these completely solved challenges, but if we can, it'd be fascinating to get some more technical detail around the background of the challenge and the path to solution, or a potential path to solution.
And the last one that has been completely solved is ICU2, which is a forensic challenge.
Oh, nice. Okay. Cool. Is there an ICU3?
You know, it actually makes me think about, I know it's forensic, but it makes me think of ICQ, which was common in chat years ago.
Yeah.
So I do wonder,
Yeah.
but it makes me wonder if maybe this is a network forensics challenge. So I think these are things that we'd like to learn more about and get into a little bit more of the detail on.
Yeah, I can't wait until we have the debrief and learn that we have just been wildly inaccurate in our speculation of all challenges. Like the CTF authors are listening to us talk and being like, no, not even close. But yeah, and 43 challenges, by the way, I think bears mentioning that is no small undertaking. Across a number of categories, you've got to build challenges in a way that they have a logical work through, right? They can't just be a guessing game. There has to be some path, and you have to be creative and inventive, at least in some bulk of the challenges, right? If you're making all base 64 decode challenges, everybody will solve them all. If you're making things that nobody's ever seen before, nobody will solve them. So finding a balance in challenge authoring is a very unique art in itself.
I'm glad you bring that up, because there is a real art to building challenges. And there's another thing. This is designed to be a teaching experience, a growing experience. And there's a temptation when it comes to designing challenges to make it challenging, or to make it, I don't want to say cutesy, but I'm struggling with a better term, but making it too fun or too silly. And we do want this to be an experience for these participants to build their skill set that they can bring into the workforce and they can develop for what they're going to do tomorrow.
IPSEC, what are some of your considerations as you build boxes for Hack the Box?
The main ones is trying to make it not what people call CTF-y and still make it realistic. There's a lot of gimmicks you have to do, like when you make boxes. A big one is I'm really lazy sometimes. I don't want to deploy and configure mod security, so I'll just manually blacklist a few characters, right? Take out a comma from an SQL injection, and then it becomes very hard to do unions because people become dependent on that. But it is possible. If you ask ChatGPT will actually say it's not, but you can do it. It sounds like another team got a first blood, but there's one thing I wanted to mention. A couple hours ago, Team Oceania first blooded Webb's Amazing Firewall.
Ah, yes.
But since then, where is it? Team Asia solved that just a little bit ago, and that means Team Asia has solved every web exploitation challenge.
Whoa, congratulations, Team Asia, on clearing out the web category.
I think it was the only other category that's been cleared out by a team is, I think, miscellaneous. I want to say it was Team Europe.
Team Europe, yep, 2 out of 2. But the web category had 7 challenges, if I'm not mistaken?
It was 7 or 8. 7?
Cool. Yeah, so wow, look at that. I mean, we're category completed.
All right, well, we're going to take that back to the scoreboard and take a short break here. And we're really looking forward to seeing what happens next. We'll see you all in a little bit.
Party on, party people.
All right, and welcome back to the International Cybersecurity Challenge. Here on the side, we've been interviewing a lot of cybersecurity leaders that are supporting these competitions. And today we have Antonio Skurlock. T, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Okay. Can you tell our audience about yourself, please?
I'm currently serving as a Deputy Chief Learning Officer at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and I'm here in San Diego, pretty geeked out and excited out about what's going on in this room.
All right. So what do you think? What's your first impressions of what's been going on in the last 2 days here?
Well, actually, watching the players interface and engage with one another, just seeing how gamification and how Catchy and PlayCyber and others have come together to make this normal, to make this something that we can understand and we can engage in and conversate about, and actually get folks truly excited about it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm especially excited about that diversity in this room. Of all the teams on all the different countries, we have 87 countries participating here today. Tell me about, the importance of having a diverse team, and not just diverse colors, or anything like that, but nationalities and people to this field of cybersecurity.
Well, I find it interesting that you bring that up. And actually something happened, and I'm probably sure you're aware of it, over the course of the last couple of days. The team from Africa was a little bit short, and some folks volunteered to participate on their team in the Capture the Flag event. And I thought it was awesome that we had that volunteerism going on and that desire to participate, the teamwork, and also the welcoming of those extra minds and skill sets. But what really stood out to me was they changed the name of their team to Africa in the World. That is what I'm talking about. That's what happens when diverse mindsets, skill sets, and people from all over get together. It's awesome.
It's amazing. And to see the teams, because I was in the room where it happened, Hamilton reference, okay? But I was in there and I could see all the teams collaborating and saying, I've got 2 people that I can do that. I got 1 person that do that. That was amazing. And it was all in the spirit of this international cooperation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And honestly, that is what I like about these team members. Having met them for the first time, most of them at the last year's competition in Greece, awesome.
Yeah.
But this sportsmanship, this camaraderie, is not solely for the team I'm on, if you will. It's for everybody who's planning to participate. Awesome. Totally excited.
Amazing, amazing. So as you're seeing this, and I know you've been with them since the beginning of this, how do you see the progression of these games and how we've gone from then to now?
I've always said that the true benefit to the cyber games, beyond the gamification, the digital certificates and certification and the training and the engagement, is that we are imbuing our young folk with the idea of what it means to engage on the national stage at early times in their lives. Something that, you don't get to plan for, and usually it's extra, but this is just par for the course. It's part of what they're doing and how they're playing, and that's exciting.
Yeah, there we go. More points happening on the board. You see, this is live. This is live. So I asked one of your counterparts from the NIST, Johannes, I asked him, how did this personally help you in your career connect with kind of your peers on the other, like NIST and Japanese and Singapore and all the other cybersecurity agencies? How has that been for you?
Well, so, partnership is one thing that CISA literally lives by. We literally believe in reaching one, teaching one, and expanding beyond. If we can enhance, enrich, and make any other aspect of the ecosystem in cyber stronger, then we've literally boosted up the entirety of the ecosystem. So the fact that these international players, the folks that are involved in cybersecurity, whether they be federal partners, state partners, private sector partners, we're all enriched by this. Nonprofits. And we're all enhanced by this, right? And then you look across this room, look, we're spreading competition, joy, excitement. We all get to get our geek on and make it look good.
That's right.
And, for me, personally and professionally exciting.
Yeah.
I'm stoked by this, and I hope it continues to blossom and does nothing but grow exponentially.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. T, thank you very much for being here. Any final words?
Appreciate it, Eric. And it's hot in here.
It is very hot in here.
But San Diego is lovely.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, and we'll go to a quick break. All right.
All right, man. That was
awesome. That was good.
Can't see the table anyways. Here we go.
And we're back with Pete and IPSEC. My name is Int80. I'm the rapper in a group called Dual Core. I hack computers, make rap music about it. Go pirate our music while you're listening. So, IPSEC, what is going on right now in the competition?
So we have Team Europe getting first blood on Vault, which is a reverse engineering challenge.
Woo! And how many RE challenges has Team Europe solved at this point?
Team Europe has solved a total of 3 reverse engineering challenges.
All right, so there's a total of 7, right? So they're about halfway.
Yep, and if you remember the scoreboard, Oceania used to have 6,700 points. With that first blood, and I guess another flag, Oceania now only has 6,200 points, or 6,300 if you round up. But Europe has taken the lead, and they're at 6,700.
Wow.
Both Europe and Oceania have 10 bloods, and Europe has 28 flags. Oceania still has 26 flags.
Wow, so really close game, and we're really seeing that scoring mechanic of the point distribution coming into play more and more.
Yeah, it's crazy that they have the same number of first bloods, too.
Yeah, just the 2 flags different.
Yeah, I think that's what's making the real difference. And, obviously with having fewer total flags, Oceania being in first place, they must be holding some flags that are as yet untouched by the other teams, or relatively so. So I think it does show you the interesting mechanics, like you mentioned, and how impactful, being in sole possession of a flag can be to your overall score. I mean, really think about the delta. If we think about the 3 challenges we mentioned earlier, conspiracy and some of the others, those are only now worth 100 points towards your total, plus a potential first blood. So a total point increase for your team of maybe 125, whereas something you hold solely is 525 points. It's a huge delta, as we hear more celebration
More bells.
from Team Europe behind us.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on there, where we're going to see some really drastic changes in the scoreboard as flags continue to be solved and those point values become more and more evenly distributed.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting. During the last talk, we said that Asia completed the web exploitation track. They said they completed all 7, but they only got first blood on 1 of those out of the 7. Europe has completed 6 out of 7. Maybe they just got the last one, but they have 4 first bloods in the web category.
Oh, wow. So yeah, an extra 100 points there, even as the challenges come down to be 100 points if everybody solves them. Were any of the web challenges all the way solved? I remember we talked about conspiracy was a forensics one, URL sanitizer was a binary exploitation, but I can't remember the third one.
There were no web. I think it was forensics.
Okay, cool.
Europe just got first blood as we were talking on Bobby Bake Time.
Whoa, congratulations.
Another reverse engineering challenge.
Woo! All right. So, man, they're really stepping on the gas. This is awesome to see. The scoreboard just shifted as I went to go give an update. So we've noticed that it seems like we're getting more and more into the reverse engineering category now.
So we've noticed that Team USA has taken a coach's timeout. They're gathering together to discuss strategy and what's going to happen next. Since it's after lunch, we're pretty sure they're not discussing that. That's important. That's already been handled. But no, it's you're seeing the importance of sitting down, deciding what the strategy is, how you're going to approach these different challenges, especially now that we have a lot fewer first bloods. I mean, if you think about it, there were only 10 completely unsolved challenges last time we spoke, and since then we've had, what, 3, 4?
3.
Yeah, several first bloods. So there may only be another 150 points or so out there in first blood score. So it could be really crucial.
Yeah, great highlight. That runway, shortening rapidly as more and more of these challenges are solved for the first time. And so I wish we could jump into the coaches' meetings and get a feel for what's being discussed. Is it strategy? Are they we need more memes in the Discord? What's going on in there?
I don't know. We may be doing that just now. Let's pan over to
Eric is live. It looks like, or coming live. And we go this way.
Yeah, you're good.
And this way.
There we go.
There it is.
Had another coaches meeting here, and I'm with the coaches from the U.S. team. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm the head coach, Ken Jenkins, and CTF coach, Jacob Elliott.
Okay. So you guys used your, first coaches meeting. How are the players doing?
They're doing great. They're doing exactly the way we thought they would.
Okay.
There's a bit of cat and mouse going on here, so but we wanted to verify.
A lot of strategery,
yeah.
Like they say, a lot of strategery.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And how important in the strategy of the game, of the International Cyber Games, are these coaches meetings?
Ours was validation of our initial strategy.
Okay.
It really was. The data we can pull off the dashboard up there, or the scoreboard, there's other data that we have access to. So we Team USA, create our own dashboard to look at trends across the teams, and based on those trends, we try to see if we're validating our strategy, because we don't have real-time interaction with them.
Yep.
So you can quickly tell, hey, this team's got. They're number 2 in first bloods. They're number 3 in first bloods. And then you could look and say, well, if they have those many first bloods, they probably should have submitted more flags or less flags. And you just...
Yeah, it's the cat and mouse game.
Yeah, so
that's right.
We're looking at that.
Which is wonderful, because the game has that strategy. It's not just go hack something, go do this challenge. There's strategy behind it. So let me ask the CTF coach, how do you think the team is doing with the CTF?
I think they're doing really well. Like, from what we've gathered, obviously just in a brief conversation with the captains of the team, it sounds like they are, they're focused. They know exactly what they've been preparing for this whole year, and everyone is divided up into their subgroups that have specialties. And so, there are some folks that we're looking at when we're looking at the data over there and saying, like, all these things that other teams have have solved. We're saying, I know that person who's focused on that category. I know that they're strong in that category, and that they've likely, solved or will solve very quickly that challenge. And so it gives us some assurance of, what they're doing from a distance and what we can gather from.
So let me ask you this question: how are the athletes doing with their physical and emotional? Are you already thinking of maybe a substitution or?
There's a potential for a substitution. Yeah, there's a potential for a substitution, but we're not ready to talk about that yet.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Those were the coaches from the U.S. team, U.S. Cyber team. So, all right, back to the broadcast booth. Thank you, gentlemen. Have fun.
Oh, check. Cool. I think we're back. And we were talking about some of the challenges that have been solved already by all teams, but I did notice a couple of updates in the live feed. So, sorry, I'll just jump in.
Yeah.
So, Ellipses, which was a cryptography challenge, has been solved by Team USA. It looks like Team Africa in the world completed the tic-tac-toe reverse engineering challenge shortly before that. And then recently, Environmentalist, which is a web challenge, was also solved by Team USA.
And when Team USA solved Environmentalist, now that is the first web exploitation challenge that has been solved by all the teams.
Whoa, awesome. All right, so now we're up to 4 challenges that have been solved by all teams?
Well, as we're talking again, my pet mouse, Jeff, another web exploitation, got solved by USA, and now it's been solved by all the teams.
So I got a question for you, chums. It seems like Team USA has just somewhat miraculously, right after their coaches meeting, solved a huge number of challenges back to back to back to back. I see 3 right now.
Yeah.
And that closes out that challenge for all teams at that point. Do you think it was possible they actually had already solved those and were sitting on those flags?
Anything's possible at IC3. But yeah, that is, it's a strategy in CTF, right, of sitting on your flags, not necessarily submitting the answers at a particular time, fuzzing the scoreboard out a little bit through your timing of your submissions. I certainly have fond memories of playing in a CTF against another team. We sat on flags. We just kind of stayed close on the scoreboard. And with about 30 minutes left, we dumped all of our remaining flags, and our score went up so far that the other team just quit playing. And so I totally get that as a tactic.
Yeah, and during the break, we did get some information about URL Sanitize, which was solved by all the players. It was a binary exploitation challenge, and was actually relatively complex. And, well, it's probably not complex to today's standard. It was a binary exploitation. It was a buffer overflow, but it wasn't just a overwrite EAP or RIP for like a regular one that I'm used to, right? It had a ROP gadget involved. There was a lot of just bad characters involved that you couldn't use in this exploit. And I remember, I think 5 years ago, anything ROP was considered really tough.
Yeah, the tooling that's available now for finding ROP gadgets and being able to construct a chain, I won't say it makes it easy, but it makes it easier than having to handcraft artisanal ROP gadgets on your own and chains on your own.
I notice we're being very blasé about throwing around this ROP term, but why don't you explain a little bit about return-oriented programming and what the intent is and how it's effective when it comes to stack buffer overflows?
Sure. IPSEC, do you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, so generally when I mentioned first, I just overwrote EIP. Back in the old days, or if you're FreeBSD now, you didn't have ASLR, which is address-based layout randomization. So you knew exactly where everything was going to be in the memory. And you don't have that. With ASLR now, it becomes much tougher to do that. However, a ROP gadget is using a memory space within the program, and you can generally leak a single address in that program and rebuild this chain. It doesn't, think of it like you're stacking pizza boxes or something, and you remove one pizza box, then you know where the other boxes are if you just remembered where they are, right? You have, I can't do this in my head right now, but you just leak one gadget, you can rebuild all the other gadgets
Yeah, and I think the really key thing is, normally when you call, you push a variable that then goes into EIP and that's execution. But with return, you're actually returning not to where you were previously, but returning into the next call. So you're almost calling by return. And I think that's what's so difficult. It's just a different way of thinking about the stack when you're doing return-oriented programming.
Yeah, the way that I think about ROP is you have your pages in memory, and some of them cannot execute the bytes that are already in the page, right? And so what you're doing is you're taking other bytes that are in memory and pages that could be executed, and you're using those to form your code that you want to run. And part of that payload can be to change the permissions on the memory page, so now you can execute the bytes that you want to execute. But yeah, that's a very, random explanation of ROP for those that are on the stream. We apologize. Go look at IPsec videos or write-ups by ZeroXDF. Is that how you pronounce their handle? I forget.
Yes.
Okay. Unlike ROP, there's plenty of resources available to understand ROP in a much better way than what we have just done for the last 3 minutes.
The key thing with ROP is you're reusing code that's in the program itself, and you're not just writing your own shell code.
Yep. Or in other objects that are linked in libraries or whatever. Yep. So so let's see. Since our wandering tales about ROP, we've had also gene editing, a binary exploitation challenge solved by Team Oceania, and that put Team Oceania first in the binary exploitation category.
But it sounds like Team Europe may have just got a first blood.
Yeah, I keep hearing the bell go off. So Team Europe has this bell that they ding when something good happens, or something bad for the other teams.
So yeah, they just landed Tic-Tac-Toe, which is reverse engineering challenge, and with that, I believe Tic-Tac-Toe has been solved by. Is it everyone?
No.
No. It's just by Team Europe. Excuse me. But that does put Team Europe into first place with a score of 7,299 points, with Oceania behind and Asia right behind them.
The last time I saw a 7,200 point, though, that was Team Oceania with it, and then they dropped down to 6,200 points. So it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, Team Oceania in second right now, 6,557, followed by Team Asia, third place, 5,711 points. Team Canada, fourth, 3,813. Team USA, fifth, 2,331. In sixth place, Team Africa in the world, 1,574. And in seventh place, Team Latin America, 1,297. So yeah, I was curious, Pete, do you have a fond memory that, when you think back about your CTF experiences, what's an anecdote or something that first comes to mind for you when you think about all the times you played CTF?
I can remember the first time I scored points. And when you're starting out on this, it was a long time ago, 2010. And I remember I was sitting in the basement of a friend's house. The stereotype was true in that case. I'm certain there was a hoodie. I don't think there were any sunglasses. But we were sitting there. I was still relatively new to reverse engineering, and it was a crypto challenge. And I remember I've been looking at walls of text just trying to figure out anything, and I wasn't feeling useful. I wasn't feeling helpful. Everybody was being, in my opinion, from my perspective, way kinder and way more encouraging than I definitely deserved as my friends are scoring points left and right. And then for some reason what I was looking at just clicked into place, and I could see text. And I know that's funny, but it was actually a text munging challenge. And what I realized was they were using extended character sets to represent letters. And I still remember it ended up being a quote from Samuel L. Jackson's character in Pulp Fiction, where he reads the Bible verse, and it was the Bible verse, and the answer was not what he read, but the passage. So you had to look that up too, unless you knew it off the top of your head. And so we submitted it, we scored points, it was a first blood, and I'm fairly certain I ran into the backyard and I might have ripped my shirt off as I did it. But it was, it's a wonderful, I can still remember how that basement smelled, surprisingly pleasant. And it's just a really fond memory for me.
That's awesome. One that came to mind for me was actually from a challenge that I made, not from playing, but I made a challenge that was it started out with just a QR code. And when you scan the QR code, it goes to a URL, and at that URL, there's another QR code. And so this is just a development challenge. So your solution is that you write a script that decodes the QR codes pulls down the next one and continues to do so until you get the flag. And I have a photo of a friend of mine playing the challenge, and he has 2 phones and like 3 computer monitors, and on each screen is a QR code because he was just manually going through the QR codes, scanning them, and traversing the chain instead of just taking the 6 minutes to write 10 lines of Python code for the solve. How about you, IPSEC? Any favorite CTF memories?
I'm trying to think back. My very first like security hacking memory wasn't actually a CTF. It was video game hacking, like building map hacks for another game. It was Diablo that I got like an open source map hack for, and I learned programming from that. And then I ported that map hack to another Blizzard game, which was StarCraft, and just learning how it works. But my fondest one is probably something more simple is, I think it was back in 2005, I got an Apple TV. And I took the hard drive out, put an SSH client on, and enabled SSH so I could jailbreak the device, and then put anything I wanted on it. And that was one of my more favorite memories, I would say.
Wow. So, wait, you said an Apple TV in 2005?
Yeah.
Was that a thing then? I didn't remember Apple TV that far back.
I think it was 2005 they released.
Okay, cool. Wow, I feel old now. Like, I got an Apple TV a few years ago, and that was my first one. And I was like, oh, this is a cool new device, and apparently it's not that new.
I think if you Google, like, IPSEC PC World, you'll find an article from it.
Nice. That's awesome.
You know, we were talking about earlier, your story with the QR codes makes me think about, the challenges that the MetaCTF team went through to design these. Like the difficulty of doing that, because when you come up with a challenge, you have I know how they'll go about doing this. And if there's one thing I know about people, is that they will not. They will find something else. And it's really fascinating because we were looking at the breakdown of conspiracy, and it's another challenge that everyone's accomplished, and it's a PowerShell deobfuscation challenge, right? You get the binary, you deobfuscate it, you figure out what it does, and then you connect back to it, and you get a flag out of it. Well, you could also just realize that it created a reverse shell and figure out how to talk to it. That's another approach, right? You don't necessarily have to treat it like a true binary reverse engineering or maybe a forensics challenge to convert that. You could treat it almost like a web exploitation challenge, fuzz that binary and get that flag as well. And I think that's one of the things that indicates a really successfully designed challenge is, does it have a clear path to the finish line, and is it flexible enough that when somebody does something really, really off the wall, it doesn't just fall over and give up the answer?
Certainly one of my favorite aspects of building CTFs was that when you saw the write-ups from people, you'd find somebody solved your challenge that you may have had 2 different approaches to solve, and they solved it in like 16 different ways. And you're like, oh my goodness, I didn't know about that tool. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's always funny when you see unintended solutions come down for like root privesks, because a lot of times it's really tough to get a program to execute code and much easier to get to read a file. So most of the time when like a root privesk comes, you have to do all this type of fancy stuff to evade it and get code execution. But if you just gave it the flag, it would error out and print to the screen.
Nice. So are we wrapping up? Is that the symbol? All right. So stay tuned. We're going to have, I think, some more interviews coming up and some more commercials, and then, of course, more of this. And we'll have updates for you when we return. Peace.
With new cyber vulnerabilities exposed every day, how do you stay a step ahead? At Worldwide Technology, we believe the answer lies in uniting employees, customers, and communities against cyber threats. When cybersecurity is a core element of business, we gain clarity on what matters most. We prioritize continuity over chaos, and we exercise rigor to embrace creativity, working in harmony to secure our digital landscape. Let's be secure all together.
All right, and we are back. I'm good, everything. So we are back. International Cybersecurity Competition 2023 here. I am here with I am so happy to be doing this interview. One of my best friends, Miss Mary Galloway. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. You're my best friend too.
She says that on camera. All right, so tell us about the society.
So the Women's Society of Cyberjitsu, aka Cyberjitsu, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization bringing more women and girls into cybersecurity. We focus on hands-on training, study groups, certification prep, going to conferences, and basically building a community for women and girls to get into cyber and to stay into cyber.
Yeah, wonderful. And we are my foundation, Raices Cyber, and Women's Society of Cyberjitsu have been partners for many years now.
Yes.
One of the things that I noticed in the International Cybersecurity Championship is we have a lot of women competing here.
Yeah, we actually have Team Canada has half the team as women.
And that 50% is huge.
It's big, right? We'll get more here next year.
So, in the industry, the numbers are very poor of women in cybersecurity. The numbers are what, 24%?
They're around 24, 25%, and it changes from year to year, but it's still not enough, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of diversity when you have different minds, different thoughts, different ideas coming to the table together, and you need women and minorities, neurodiverse, like all of these different groups of people with different experiences to secure an organization.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think this kind of event, competitions, cyber games, we love them at Cyberjitsu, but seeing how this came together and seeing how the teams have been working together, especially Africa, heartwarming. It's this is what we have to do. We have to work together. We have to bring different people together to solve the problem we're trying to solve.
That's right. And again, the feel-good story for the 2023 is how all the teams came together to support the Africa team, and that was wonderful of them. But okay, so tell me, as you see these games and gamification and how we're growing in this, what are your personal views on how this is growing and what do we need to do next?
This is definitely going to be a big thing, right? This is going to be as big as every other sporting event. It may take a couple of years, but this has the potential to help us with our pipeline issue, right? Because we're targeting a different group of folks, right? We're targeting a younger generation that may not necessarily think of themselves in cybersecurity.
Right.
So this is giving them an opportunity to say, oh, I could probably do this. Plus they're learning a skill at the same time. And it introduces you to a number of different types of technologies, domains, attacks, history. So it's not just about cyber, it's giving you that whole story.
And talk to us about the teamwork within the groups that are doing.
So what I've seen, because I was a referee this morning, I see little pockets of folks working together like, hey, I think this is how this works. Let me help you, or let me show you how to do it this way. And it's really interesting to see them working together, especially from other countries, right? They talk in their language, they have their styles, their ways, but it shows that you get more done when you collaborate, when you work as a team.
Yeah.
And you can't do it by yourself.
Yeah. And then one of the big things that I've been saying all day is there's 87 different countries represented in these games.
Yes.
87 different countries.
Half the world essentially
Half
is here.
the world. Tell us about how you feel about that.
It's amazing. I travel a lot, so I've been to a lot of places, but for some of these folks, they've never seen outside of their country.
Yeah.
Or outside of the States. And so that, to me, because I like to see other cultures and travel, I think that's an amazing experience because they're not only learning more about their team, they're able to learn about the other people and the other teams, make connections, potentially get employment someplace else if they're ready to move.
That's right.
But you're making lifelong friendships and connections through these kind of events.
Okay, so for our audience, tell everybody how they can reach Women's Society of Cyberjitsu.
So if you want to reach me, you can reach me on LinkedIn. My name is Mary with an I, or the Mary Galloway. Cyberjitsu is also on LinkedIn. It's Cyberjitsu, JUTSU. And our website is womenscyberjitsu.org. We're looking for volunteers, sponsors, partners, all of the work so that we can do this good work that we're trying to do and work with Raices and PlayCyber and all these different groups here today.
Well, thank you very much for being here. The Mary Galloway, thank you for sponsoring this conference, and great success with everything with Women's Society of Cyber Jitsu.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a small break right now, and then we'll be back with the broadcast booth. Stay tuned.
Дасснаас чинь илүү хадгаламж. Bank.
Got it. Oh, yeah.
Is that live?
Leave it on the house. They're taking it off.
And we're back. Pete, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and I'm speaking with the voice of God in the stadium right now.
Pete is on the house system, so everybody here can hear Pete, but nobody here can hear me or IPSEC.
But you can, and that's all that matters.
That's the reason we're here, so that you can hear us. So
we
IPSEC,
had-
what's new? Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we haven't had that much activity on the scoreboard. There's about probably 3 hours left, a little less than that, I would think, until the competition is over. Europe, I want to say, only had 13 flags remaining. Let me see. Where is Europe?
It's a total of 43 in the competition, so if you're at 30 of 43, that's 3/4 of the way, pretty much.
Well, and you may recall that they were originally saying they were treating it as 35 CTF challenges and 8 hardware challenges. So what I've just seen an announcement from the jury ruling saying, since we're starting to get close to 30, 31, 32 challenges handled by teams, that they have anticipated this possibility. And MetaCTF has some new challenges that they're prepared to release once any team hits 35 of 35. So once 35 CTF challenges have been solved, neglecting the hardware ones.
Wow, okay. So you get all of the software challenges, if you will, and then more to come, potentially.
More to come.
I like that that's a contingency that they prepared for. Like, what if the players hack too hard?
And then the Chaos Monkey comes in and just all the challenges get released.
Right.
The floodgate opens. And that creates a really interesting dynamic because those challenges may not be as hard as the last challenges. So all the teams will probably pounce on those to try to get those first blood points.
Well, we say hard, right? But we were just talking about the fact that Ellipsis, which is the first challenge that had a first blood on it, and we're talking minutes into the game, had a first blood on it, and then all teams only just about 10 or 15 minutes ago solved it. So it took 5 hours of competition for that first challenge that some people might think of as easier or easy, but 5 hours later, every team has that challenge. So it's so relative based on how you approach it.
Easy is definitely subjective, and we say Europe's close to the end, but hardware challenges they're lacking on. They've only got 3 out of 8 of those. I think other teams have done more of the hardware. One team I want to say was at 6 out of 8, and that's a very tough skill to pick up on a competition day. So if they're just lacking it right now, I don't see that being something they could easily solve in one day. Even though it's a quote-unquote easy hardware challenge, there's a lot going on there, and fundamentals you just have to know.
Well, Europe does have, Team Europe has 3 categories where they have solved all but one challenge. They have solved all of the miscellaneous. So it might be the case that they have hardware folks that are alternates that are sitting out. And so maybe when they complete one of the other categories, they bring in one of the alternates to then do the hardware stuff.
Yeah, you're right. And they did do a substitution over lunch. So maybe we're seeing the result of that kind of a decision from their leadership.
So we did have some more challenges that have been completed by all teams. I want to say, what was the first web one? Do you remember that?
So we were talking about Ellipsis, which was the challenge that was that we were talking about, and I think that one was to. No, I'm conflating.
Ellipsis was a cryptography challenge, I think.
That's exactly right. Yep.
That was the XOR one.
It was an XOR, single byte XOR.
Yep.
I forget the one that was was it the Jeff one?
Well, I think
the mouse.
My mouse is Jeff.
My pet mouse Jeff. Yeah. So that was a web challenge. So
yes.
Poor whoever the person in question is lost their poor mouse Jeff, and the only thing that Jeff left behind being a well-raised mouse, was a URL. And so when they went to that URL, there was an encoded passage there, and the question, the flag was decoding that. So kind of a something we've seen in CTFs before. So how would you go approach something like that?
I like CyberChef. I just throw it in, let CyberChef do the magic, and cross one off on the bingo card.
I thought my pet mouse, Jeff, was a command injection.
Yeah, I think that was it. I think it was a command injection. There was some sanitization, right, that was happening, or am I misremembering?
We may have it right, but that's all right. Keep going.
Well, command injections are always fun, right? There are a number of delimiters that you can get to stop reading of input and then start execution of code. And I tend to find my command injections in network devices. I bought I won't say the brand, but I bought a managed switch from a reputable vendor looking to set up VLANs in my home. Their user interface was a little bit challenging, so I got instantly bored trying to figure out the user interface and just started hunting for bugs and immediately found command injection. So I was like, oh, cool. Like, at least I got some ODay out of this expense that I had. I didn't get VLANs, but I got ODay.
You couldn't just turn on SSH and go from there?
Yeah, hey, I'll take a bug. It's fine.
Fair enough.
Or two in this case.
The other one that was solved by all teams that's web exploitation was environmentalist. And I believe that was a server-side request forgery one where they had to read an environment variable and they could read it. I think the official solution was just read .env, but there's actually two ways to do that.
When you say that, are you referring to reading the .env endpoint or something different?
Something different.
Okay. So, like, are you talking about, like, maybe reading out of proc or
Yes.
something like that? Nice. Yeah, environment variable is always fun. There's usually, something interesting. Anytime that I'm on a system, I'm always curious to look through environment variables and see what I can see.
And with, like, the cloud, it's become so much more important because that's how they handle a lot of just authentication in general. And a lot of times you'll catch an environment variable on a web server that goes to more things than just that web server.
Yeah, I've lost track of how many times I've been on some system, check the environment variables, and I find like AWS access key, AWS secret key, AWS session token, right? And I can pull all of those, and then now I have that level of API access into the control plane.
Well, I think the thing that's really remarkable about it is, it was actually part of one of the presentations yesterday, is how we view cloud as more secure, but there are components that are more global, and so when you do have access to that more global component, it may not be more secure at that point. So it's almost like your security posture shifted as you've not so much changed, not stronger, not weaker, but just different. And I think different can be challenging, especially in the early days.
Well, and what you mentioned about that global access, that paradigm you mentioned earlier with the hardware stuff, right? There's stuff that's in there that you just think people aren't going to go take apart this device to find, and so they don't it's not adequately protected. But the same thing, global access, right?
Well, and you see the same thing in software, right? The assumption is this is how I intend for it to be used, so this is how I will write it, and why would anyone do anything else? And the answer is because not everyone's trying to use your software for legitimate purposes.
And you may think of a variable as one thing, but the customer thinks of it differently, and let's face it, no one reads the manual.
Right. Why do you need a manual when you have source code?
Yeah.
Especially when the creds are hard-coded into the source code.
They say there's an old saying that user's a four-letter word because all the good ones were already taken.
And while we were talking, Europe did solve another hardware challenge.
Woo!
They did not get the blood on it, but they have solved MQT Tron.
MQTT, hardware automation,
Yeah.
right?
All right, so I think we're going to take it back to the scoreboard for a short break, and we will be back in just a moment. We look forward to hearing more from you and from this competition very shortly.
Get flags.
In 1929, Battelle opened its doors. 90 years later, the world's largest independent research and development company has shown that when presented a challenge, through science and research, it can be done. The goal? A safer, healthier, more secure world.
From the beginning, Battelle was known for its metallurgical research. That reputation helped launch a commitment to national security needs. Today, Battelle produces discrete armored vehicles and develops technologies to identify and defeat ever-evolving cyber threats.
Innovations in environmental protection are an important part of Battel's research. For decades, Battel has supported efforts to remove a variety of contaminants from the environment and safely destroying our nation's last remaining stockpiles of chemical weapons.
Throughout our 90 years, protecting public health has been a priority of Battel. For decades, we have assessed the toxicology and health impacts of substances in the world around us. We've even made it possible for a paralyzed man to regain control of his hand with his own thoughts.
Battel's work extends across the globe on a Xerox machine, a barcode at the store, an effective airport security screening, a new vaccine to protect against Ebola. All of these advancements are due in part to the work of Battel.
As Battel continues to solve what matters most, we look to the needs of the future, providing trust and assurance of microelectronics, addressing dangerous contaminants like PFAS, supporting research infrastructure projects so we can better understand issues like ecosystem change, advancing neurotechnology to help repair and enhance the human body.
Battel, 90 years of solving, and we're not done yet.
All right, and we are back at the interview corner over here for the International Cybersecurity Competition 2023. And with me today is Christina. Christina's from the Team Europe. So Christina, it is great to have you here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you for having me. So I'm Christina, I'm from ENISA, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity. And we have been running Team Europe for 2 years now. This is the second time that we participate in the competition, and we're very excited.
Oh, wonderful. I'm glad that you didn't throw at me that, oh yes, we won our first year, but yes, Team Europe won. How was that? How was the competition in Greece? Because I didn't go, so tell us about that.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. So it was the first time that we were organizing something like this. All the colleagues from ENISA, they put a lot of effort of doing this. There was a steep learning curve for us as well, because it was the first time to organize something like that, an international cybersecurity competition. Yeah. However, we have been running the European Cybersecurity Challenge for a few years now, and that helped a lot in giving some lessons learned and putting them into the preparation for the international challenge.
So I was going to ask you, how does the European challenge and the international challenge, how do they match up? How equal are they? How different are they?
So they have some pretty similar elements in the sense that they are both aiming in cultivating cybersecurity talent in order to fill in the gap that exists. The main difference is that the one is happening at the European level and the other one is happening at the international level. Yeah. So the initiative has pretty much the same elements, like the first day is Jeopardy, the second day is Attack and Defense. The concept is also the same, that there are teams that are formed following a process in order to bring the best talents per region in the case of the international challenge, and per member state in the case of the European one.
Okay, wonderful. Macarena's playing, so I'm like, okay, hold on. All right, so tell me, and how long have you been in cybersecurity? Tell me.
Oh, it's almost 10 years.
Oh, wow.
I'm getting a bit old in cybersecurity. It's more than 9.5 years that I am employed in ENISA, and I have done a lot of exciting things, but I have to admit, this is pretty awesome.
This is pretty awesome. So tell me, as you look over here, what are your thoughts?
Well, my first thoughts are like, I'm a bit nostalgic because I have been playing CTFs also like 10 years ago when I was starting in cybersecurity. So this is how I started as well, like doing challenges and having all this enthusiasm and passion that these young talents have. So I feel very close when I'm with them, and I feel also pretty privileged to work with them and to be mentoring them from that role. So it's really fantastic.
It's wonderful, wonderful. So tell us about the sponsors that brought you here to, beautiful San Diego.
Yeah, so we are in the happy position to have 3 sponsors for Team Europe that they want to promote cybersecurity talent. So we have Accenture, that is a very well recognized company and is pretty supporting us. And we have also Ubitech, which is a company that has its roots in Greece, and they have been supporting a lot young talents as well, also in the European Challenge and the national team Greece of the European Challenge, and we have the privilege to also have them on board. And it's also Net Company, one popular company that exists also in Europe that is supporting us.
Wonderful.
So we're pretty happy to have them on board, and we're really thankful for all the support that we get from them.
Wonderful. So I want you to do me one last thing. I want you to look in the camera and give a heartfelt message to the Greeks that are watching and all the Europeans that are watching, and then something for the team.
So I hope that everyone enjoys the game as much as we do, and they have fun as we do inside the arena. And I hope that the best team wins.
And what team is that?
Well, we don't know yet.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being here. All right. Well, we're going to go for a quick break and some commercials, and we'll be right back with you. Welcome back. And we just had another coaches meeting, this time Team Asia. Team Asia. So coaches, first tell us your names.
Okay. I'm an assistant coach, Ganbayar, and just called me Gabi. And then Yuda, he's really famous, actually.
Very famous famous here.
Some athletes even took a photo with him this morning, yeah.
So, all right, so you guys just had your coaches meeting. It was at the first one, right?
No, it's the second one.
Second one, okay. You're out of coaches meetings today, okay? So you must have something important to talk to your team there.
Yeah.
How was that meeting?
It was a little bit a strategic meeting because we wanted to tell some athletes working like some challenges too much, and then we wanted to know them. Maybe switching is a better idea, but it's up to them. And then also, we wanted to discuss some categories we could work on, and that was our like general discussion.
Okay. How are the athletes holding up? I mean, they're physical, tired, hungry. Are you are you thinking of using your strategy of, switching some people out, or just, or right now, how are the athletes doing?
So yeah, our athletes doing well, and then we already used our 2 substitutions also.
Oh.
And then, but our 2 substitutions did their job, completed their task. For instance, in web exploit, we did all the tasks, and then the guy finished his task, and then he was substituted. And then also in crypto, and then also other guy did the job, and then he was substituted. So yeah, they're doing their job.
Okay,
They're working
wonderful.
on this, yeah.
Wonderful. Want to say something about how the team is doing?
Yes, and first, the coach meeting was very constructive. So we told them which tasks to work on, and they look very excited. And yeah,
Good.
So-
It's very important to keep their excitement up.
Yep.
Because we still have a couple hours to go.
Yep.
So, all right, coaches, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for keep on doing what you're doing. Okay. We'll be right back with more. All right. Thank you. Keep on. All right, and we are back with, now the coaches' meetings are coming in furious. I guess we're getting to those last hours of competition, so everybody wants to get their strategy sets. Coach, tell us about you. What team?
We are Team Oceania. I'm Ryan, and this is Joshua.
Okay, so how was the coaches' meeting?
Coaches' meeting was good. I think it's good to sync up with the team and just to boost their morale a little bit, and then sync up about their strategy, whether they're on track. So it's good. So far, so good.
How's the spirit? How are the athletes keeping up? Are they tired?
Oh yeah, the athletes are actually now very motivated to maintain their position. So I think they're in a good space.
Okay,
I'm
where
very
are we?
encouraged. Yeah.
Oh, they're in second
they're
place.
second right now.
Second
yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Okay. So what strategy are you taking now from now till the end? What?
Just maintain the momentum, and then look at the places where they haven't looked before. So that's basically the strategy that we're doing. It's not complicated.
Not complicated. Just go for it.
Yeah, just go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything from you, Coach?
Yep, agree with Ryan. Just looking at other places where our team is falling behind other teams, saying, hey, maybe that's worth having a look at. See if you can put some more effort there. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Leaving no stone unturned.
No stone unturned. That's great. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for being here with us. Great luck, great success, and we'll be right back with some more after these. Okay. All right. Thank you. So when we're doing the interviews as the coaches, just to get some excitement, and then I've got to do your interview.
Sponsor thing, right?
Yeah. So it's just the interview over there. We'll do it. So now these guys are going to talk for like 15 minutes. Then there's a 5-minute break, and then we'll do it.
I'm easy, yep.
Okay, cool. But you were busy. Oh no, you were looking for your substitutions. Okay, good. It's almost done. All right. All right, cool. Go.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Okay. 1 minute.
Customer segment for every customer segment. We're enabling payments for everybody. Working on technology that I see every day, that I use every day is really cool.
I find MasterCard a real global company. It has offices all around the world. I'll be working with people in India, in Singapore, and areas inside America.
Diversity is very important for MasterCard. We drive diversity. My team is very diverse from different nationalities, genders, ages, and I think that's very important, having different points of view. They're able to see things that I'm not able to see, and having those points of view makes us better, makes us secure the software better, makes us just secure the company better.
I am on this team where we do get to have ownership. As a junior, I get so much more opportunities to take on bigger projects that I wouldn't anywhere else.
That's always kind of what's kept me excited about work. It's just the community feel of it. Like I love my team. I think we do a really good job of recruiting people that are really just excited and passionate about just problem solving.
And we're back. Pete, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've been pumped full of G Fuel all afternoon, so the fact that I'm sitting still is both surprising and relieving at the moment. Yes, I'm having a great time.
I can hear your heartbeat from here. IPSEC, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Probably a lot better than these competitors. It's nice to be on this side of the CTF because it is so stressful coming from competing in events. Like, they probably skipped lunch. They had lunches brought to the table, but it wouldn't surprise me to see half those boxes haven't been touched.
Yeah, and they're missing out. The lunch was good. Need to refuel with more than G Fuel. So what's new?
There hasn't been that much new. Again, we're near the end of the competition, so the activity a little bit slower. But when we talked last time, Europe had 28 flags. They're up to 32 flags now.
Whoa.
No First Bloods in there, but they are getting close to the end. They have the highest First Blood score and the first in not only the competition, but reverse engineering in general. The second place team is Oceania. They have 29 flags, so they're 3 flags behind. They're first in binary exploitation and also hardware.
Oh, nice. So it's fascinating because I feel like hardware, binary exploitation, and reverse engineering are all going to be very closely related. So I would expect to see, excellence in related domains.
They are very related, but again, they're not identical. And it's just like we talked about with ellipses. A lot of it has to do not with the difficulty of the challenge, but the methodology that a person employs, maybe a bias that they used when they were looking at the challenge. We heard that in ourselves, that we looked at a name, we made an assumption. Sometimes that assumption was good. Sometimes, most of the time.
All times.
All the time. It was completely wrong. We were right about one.
20% of the time, it works all the time.
That's exactly right. So, you approach it with an idea. This is what it's going to do. This is what's going to happen. This is what I'm looking for. And Team Europe's just showing off at this point. So they're up to 33 flags at this point. So
it could be also Oceania may have just not got First Blood on some of those reverse engineering flags, and they could be holding it because when your team is not in first place, you try harder, right? So Oceania could be very closer than the scoreboard is showing, but they don't want to make it appear that hard, so they don't get that last minute burst of energy.
And that could be true for any of the teams, really. Yeah. There could be some flags sitting out there that haven't been submitted that might have been solved.
And you're absolutely right. One of the things that I was noticing as I was looking over our scoreboard, think about this. First place, highest First Blood and first in binary exploitation. Second place, first in hardware. Third place, first in WebEx and in cryptography. Fourth place, first in forensics. And so we have all these different. Sixth place, right, with Team USA. They're third highest in First Blood. So like you have all of these teams. They, I think I just listed 4 different teams that were leading in one category or another, and there's still a significant delta in the score amongst them. So I think it shows you that there's some real complexity to how you approach this challenge.
It also shows like the variation amongst different regions, right? Like, it's surprising to me that a 4th place team could still be 1st place in a whole category. So that is CyberSci of Canada that is in 1st place in forensics. They're also 2nd in reverse engineering.
Yeah, you're exactly right. 2 of the more difficult disciplines we talked about.
And a distinction that IPSEC and I were discussing during lunch is that CTF tends to be different than real-world hacking in a lot of ways. So if you are prolific in bug bounty, for example, you might find CTF to be more challenging because the way that the problems are structured are different than what you've encountered in the targets that you've gotten bounties on, and vice versa. If you play CTF, like I enjoy playing CTF, I'm not especially good at bug bounty. And so I think that could be a factor here too, right? If your background is more on the bug bounty side, playing CTF might be increased difficulty for you.
Yeah, I think, and this is also coming from someone that's bad at bug bounty, but bug bounty more is about like a lot more recon and doing multitasking, looking at multiple targets. And there's not a lot of targets here, so you have to just go deep in these challenges, which if you're doing bug bounty, if you go deep and it becomes a duplicate or you just don't get anything, that's a lot of money wasted because time is money. So if you just spend 5 minutes on one thing across many things, it often pays out better. So those 2 skills, while they're very similar, don't always go hand in hand, just like how we see Europe's 1st place in binary exploitation. I would be with you that I think people that are good at hardware are probably good at binary exploitation, but it's surprising that Team Oceania isn't in 1st in both of those.
Yeah, great point. I wanted to share a story, Pete, that you brought to mind, talking about thinking of how to solve challenges and approaches, right? We saw ellipses was the first challenge that was solved. That was the first blood, but then we went all these hours until it was finally solved by all teams. And so you could have had the first team that solved it had a particular approach where they thought, oh, this might be a quick way to solve something. And we talked about how there are different approaches. You'll find multiple ways that people solve the same challenge. I had a challenge that I made. It was a Python script. It was a very obscure, obfuscated Python script. Most of the characters were underscores. It's like underscores and lambdas, and it was like 3 lines of Python. And it just printed like enter the flag, and then if you enter the correct flag, it would give you you solved it. But the flag is not in the source code. I mean, it's there. It's just obfuscated with all these weird underscores. So I saw people fight through this challenge. It took them like hours to solve it, decoding all the Python, working backwards, all the constructs and everything. And then I saw somebody in a later challenge or a later CTF do this challenge in like 30 seconds, and they just did ltrace on the Python script, and it just printed like the comparison is the string that was entered this flag value. And I was like, I didn't even think about that. So it could have been, in ellipses, somebody was like, oh, what if I just try this, quick hit? Oh, it worked. And then, somebody else fought all the way through and they were the final solve of ellipses.
Yeah, there's so many different solutions. It's one of the greatest things about CTFs is I'd hope these teams, while they're competing now, I hope they talk either tomorrow or just in the future to see how each team approach the challenge, because there's going to be multiple ways to solve everything, I think.
Yeah, there was a mention yesterday about write-ups. I think there's like a short debrief period at the end of the day for teams just to submit very short write-ups. I don't know that the write-ups become public, but I do hope that they are shared among the teams. I know when I started reverse engineering, I loved the website crackmes.de. They were programs that were made specifically to be reverse engineered and solved. And I would take a challenge, I would reverse engineer and solve it, do my write-up, but then I would go read the other solutions. And I learned so many different techniques and tools that were available that I had no idea about because I had solved it the way I figured it out. But then I was like, oh, on this one, I could just go patch these bytes. Or there's another tool that does the exact same thing that I did by hand.
I think there's a lot of, we're talking about the real-world skills that you're bringing to the table here, and you were talking about someone who just did L-Trace. But, you think about one of the challenges we had earlier where we were supposed to just test the key space against an XOR encryption, right? Some of those things can be automated, and I think there's a lot of overlap between fuzzing and then building test harnesses. And obviously, I don't mean building test harnesses as part of a CTF challenge. But if you think about saying, we always want to test against these sorts of things. Well, that is a test harness. It just happens to be a CTF test harness. And so I think you start building some of those skills, and then when you get to go to that next job or that next opportunity, and it's one of the reasons why one of the first companies I worked for, they sponsored our CTF team. We got a certain number of hours a month that we were allowed to put towards CTFs. Not during our working day, but they would pay us overtime essentially to work on CTFs. They flew us all to, if we qualified for DEF CON, they'd fly the whole team out there. I don't think they paid for rooms, or maybe it was one room and we had to stack 30 high. I don't remember. But the point was, they viewed, and a lot of the people on that team were doing things like writing test harnesses and fuzzing and those sorts of things. And I think there's a great deal of overlap there. That's part of the reason why I really like exercises like these, challenges like these, for real world. You may look at these challenges, you're like, well, that's not a real world. When am I going to run into a binary that does that? Well, you hope you don't. You're not supposed to, and that's what the test harness is going to be written to do, is make darn sure that it does it.
And it's not always about just running into that binary. It's about learning the tools, like L-Trace. Be like, oh, well, this challenge was kind of unrealistic, but it taught me about this new tool that let me see the syscall, and now I'm going to use this on production binaries, and oh my God, this is so easy to get the password out. We previously didn't compromise this system because it was encrypted, and we thought the encryption was proper.
Yeah, finding the real-world applications, drawing those lessons out of CTF challenges, I think is a skill in its own right.
And it's so amazing how many times new techniques come out of CTFs that just change the whole world, it feels. Like, the most recent one I can think of is PHP local file inclusion. There was a time when, you get a PHP LFI and you had to hunt for a file on the disk in order to get code execution. But now they have PHP filter chains, so you can kind of create that file. It's not in memory, but you don't need a file on disk anymore. You can just make it yourself and get code execution. And it took so many things that were previously unexploitable, or you couldn't exploit it to get anything useful out of it, and just convert that CVE2 to 10.
Yeah, super cool. I love seeing that ramp up to drive impact.
Yeah, I agree completely. Well, let's take a look at the score. I think I saw Team Europe up to 33 flags. So we're honing in on that, zeroing in on that 35th flag. One of the other things that I wanted to comment on is we're seeing...
There are 43 flags.
Yes, but there are 35 CTF
software
flags, right?
Okay.
And 8 hardware challenges.
Oh, yeah.
So, as we think about the delta between first place and 7th place, the 7th place team has still scored many flags. They may just be getting unlucky in that some of their flags have been solved by other teams. So there's still a significant achievement that's here from the teams that aren't in the in the top 3, and I think it's easy to lose sight of that because we view it as a competition. But there's really a lot of forward progress and success.
They still found bugs.
That's right.
It's why I hate bug bounty though. They're the team that did all the duplicate submissions, so they get any credit.
Yep. But they still get Wall of Fame at least.
Yeah, so there are 3 things Pete doesn't talk about in public, and that's religion, politics, and bug bounties. And my opinions are not popular on that.
Cool. Let's see. So Team Europe with 7,736 points, 33 flags, and 4 of those are hardware. So they have 29 CTF software flags out of 35.
Team Europe has so many categories where they just have 1 flag left.
Yeah.
Reverse engineering, they're missing 1. Web exploitation, missing 1. Crypto, 1 missing. Forensics, 1 missing. Miscellaneous, they got it all, and we're going to go over to, is this?
Eric. And Eric is going to run an interview, I think.
We'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
Who are Eric?
All right. We are here with the coaches from Team Africa. This was your first coaches meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what your name is.
Yeah, thank you. Tinashe Chifamba is my name. Assistant coach, Africa.
Wonderful. And your name?
My name is Piyush Shambabi, Team Africa.
Wonderful. So tell me, how was that first team, coaches meeting?
It was okay. I mean, basically, we were just looking into tell the team to keep on going, and also I think the strategy that we put into place in terms of them approaching challenges in pairs, according to categories, it seems like so far it's going. So we're just motivating them to say, so far you guys are on the right track. So keep on going, and then yeah.
How are the athletes doing right now? Tired? Are they excited? Are they going for it? Tell me, what do you think?
No, I think one of the reasons why we had this meeting was also just to give motivation, because we realized now their morale is now a bit on point, apart from when they started. Probably it's because since we are now the world, they're just trying to get to understand one another, since they've never worked together, started now. So now it seems like, okay, now they went a bit down again, but there was a time when they were actually on the 6th from the 7th to the 5th. So I think that also kind of motivated them. Their morale was a bit up. So I think they are doing well. I think.
How does it feel to have all the support from all the other volunteers in the team?
For us, we're actually excited because it shows a bit of, the spirit of collaboration, the spirit of sportsmanship. And it's something that we never thought of, but to think of it now, it's actually a beautiful thing to have a diverse skills at one point, in terms of breaking all the barriers, the language, the cultures, everything coming one together. I think that's wonderful.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, coaches. I'm going to let you get back to it, and good luck with everything. All right?
Thank
all right.
You so
Thank
much.
you very much. We're going to go to a quick break and some commercials, and we will be right back with you. Stay tuned. You stay there. I'm going to move. All right, and welcome back. So here in the interview corner, we have the coach of the Canadian team, Tom. Tom, thank you very much for being here with us. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
It's a pleasure being here, Eric. I really enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Myself, I've started many years ago working at hacker challenges myself. Really enjoyed that. So I thought we got to do this in my hometown, Ottawa, Canada. Rounded up some buddies, started to run the events, got the students involved, and eventually some of the companies found out and said, hey, we'll hire the winners. Oh, wow. So then we brought in some companies, it got bigger and bigger, and it just grew to this now, national program. We're really
well, that's really important that what you said about different companies supporting this, because this is bringing in the next generation of cyber defenders, and that's something that I always say. It's the next generation of cyber defenders, but it's pointless if they don't find jobs. So having that model that you guys have with the companies that support it, being able to support the hiring of these people is awesome. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, well, so the events, we start with regional events, and people have to qualify, then they move on to the nationals, and then on to the international team. Most of the countries do that. But what's unique in ours at the regional events, we run a one-day event, hacking in the morning, interviews in the afternoon, job offer by supper. Like, it's very intense on getting the kids jobs, and the sponsors love it. They asked us to expand from one city to 2 to 3 to 6 different cities that we do on the same day. So that's the heart of it. And they get some great talent out of that. Also, on that day, they're not on the sidelines watching. They're on the floor with the kids. When the students get an answer, they have to put up their hand. They can't put it on the scoreboard. And the judge comes over and says, or the sponsor, and says, so what's your answer? And they got the answer sheet. How'd you get that answer? And then the kids are blah, blah, blah. This is how we got the answer. And they don't even know
that they're interviewing. Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They don't know.
That is wonderful.
It is. It simulates what we do when we hire students. It's what we do. You give them a task, let them work on it, have them come back, explain what they're doing. We're trying to emulate that in a single day event, and it helps. So by the end of the day, they know the students, right? Yeah. And students know the sponsors. They have conversations, and by supper time, it's job offers. So
wonderful,
really
wonderful. So, tell us about, one of the big things about Team Canada is the diversity. Half of the team is women.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful statistic to have. And I think by, difference here, I think that's the most balanced male-female team that we have in the competition.
I know it is. We're really happy about it. We've been working on it. It's not a quota system. The women are here. They earned their spot on the team, and that's the way it should be. We do promote it. All the teams across the country, there's 2 teams per college or university that are allowed in the event. We used to play 4 players each, but we said to them, if you have a girl on the team, you're allowed 5. And every single team went out. But, so it's happening. I can't ask women to join cyber, but they can. It's their friends. They pull them onto the team, they start training them, and some of the women, and many of the teams had women anyway, but that really helped the grassroots. And they started to win, and they worked their way onto the team. So it's been a good diversity story.
So tell us about, to get, what was the journey getting from there, getting the team in Canada, and the journey to come here to San Diego? Sponsors and all this stuff. How was that challenge?
It's hard. It's hard. It's one thing to do the local regional events, but what we do with the sponsors, well, literally to get here, the folks at Air Canada, shout out to the great folks. They have a public relations department. We applied to the system. They're really happy to have us. Like, we're Canadian students flying around Canada, then going to international events. They were really happy about that. So Air Canada's been a big sponsor. So they're our official travel partner. So literally, the journey to get here was get to the Air Canada desk, fly, and they flew all the kids down to here, which was great. And they discounts on other flights, even inside of Canada. So they've been great. We have a few other big sponsors. There's a company called Security, small boutique firm, really know their stuff. These guys, black hat, lifetime achievers are working there. Bank of Canada is one. It's a government organization, but for them, it's just hiring students. They're not promoting, it's not their mandate, but they love to hire students, so that's working well. So all those sponsors put in money. that gets us out to here.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, how many provinces in Canada are being represented?
Okay, so our events are in 6 regions: St. John, New Brunswick, Montreal, Quebec, Ottawa, Ontario, Toronto, Ontario, Calgary, Alberta, Vancouver, BC. And I'm gonna say pretty much there's at least 1 or 2 from each of those regions that ends up coming to this event.
And you went coast to coast, so that's pretty good.
We're coast to coast.
All right,
Yeah, we
well,
are.
Coach, it's been a pleasure having you here on stream. It's been a pleasure hearing about the sponsors, Air Canada, Bank of Canada, Loudmouth Security, and all the other ones that are supporting you. Coach, I want you to look in the camera, give your team a good pep talk right now, and then talk to the people at home.
Oh yeah, okay. So team, go. I keep saying we love you. We're proud of you. Don't screw up. That's one thing. Folks at home, glad you're looking in. Support the teams you can. Come and see us at one of the events. Visit our website, cybersci.ca. Really, really happy to have more involvement.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh.
It's a pleasure with you being here, and go Team Canada.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you very much, everybody, and we'll be right back after these messages. Okay.
Done?
All right, we're done.
Yes.
Told you it wasn't.
Those are great questions.
How you doing, Eric? Nathan, how are you doing? I'm doing great. This has been a fantastic competition so far.
Wonderful. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. So I had my mic off. So Nathan, thank you very much for being here. Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, my name is Nathan Vega. I do product marketing for data security. I've been in the data security space for a long time. I try not to go by years. When I started, I think there were like 1,000 open jobs. So however long ago that was.
Oh, wow.
There's 3.4 million open jobs today. So, you know, I really am passionate about what we do. I just fell in love with the space. I think being able to work with customers, work with clients, I know that when we do our jobs, we make them material better. We protect the data and privacy of individuals, my family, your family, and it's just a rewarding job out there. And it's also evolving, challenging.
Yeah, so you just talked about data security, data privacy, and that's very important around the world right now with the different laws and the different things. Tell me about, you know, when you see these athletes, you know, competing in these things. These are the next defenders. How do you feel about more data security, data privacy competitions like this?
Sure. Well, first of all, The reason we're sponsoring this event from Protegrity is because this is the next generation of cyber leaders out here, and we need to keep fostering that and building that. I like that we've got 104 athletes from 80 plus countries out here.
87.
We need diversity. We need inclusion. We need to widen the aperture for the people that we bring in into the sport and into the community as well. And I think what's really cool about something like this is I think there's this way that we can start to evolve it even further and start to think about privacy issues. To me, that's what businesses are talking about right now. 130 countries are passing privacy laws. 75% of the world's population will be under a privacy law by the end of next year. That's almost everybody. And most of those laws are talking about data localization or data sovereignty, very stringent, tough requirements. And these are the people that are going to have to help businesses execute on it. And I think it's a great opportunity, and talking with the league here, potentially adding some of that type of scenarios into this type of competition and helping businesses out.
Yeah, and that's very, very important. What you said is very important. 130 different privacy laws.
That's right.
And as cybersecurity professionals that we're protecting, and we're starting to do more global stuff. So when you have to develop a product or secure a product, you need to look at what are my privacy laws? How do we protect the data in there? And so tell me, how does Protegrity work with trying to get all those, distinct laws and being able to analyze that?
Well, sure. So we do one or more things. I think that the biggest thing that we're seeing a lot of traction on success, we architected a solution that will maintain the data localization laws for whatever domains you want. It could be geographic borders, it could be business borders, it could be legal borders. It doesn't matter to us. But we can keep all your data private with one singular policy or one policy, but make it jurisdictionally bound. And making that 100% compliant continuous for the businesses. That means I can move data from the EU into the US, do central processing, never re-identify and send it back. If businesses believe that data is the new competition, the new way they're going to compete, and I think it is, then being able to use that data, being able to move that data and be able to create better customer experiences is the only way that they're going to do it. And what we're doing here is foundational for any of that to happen. And we're seeing a lot of that in the market. We see a lot of the customers really coming around to that and understanding that security and privacy go hand in hand. Privacy is even a little more complicated space on top.
Yeah, and having 87 countries here and getting that foundation, these are the leaders that are going to be writing those policies, executing on those policies, and making that better.
That's right.
So as you look over all these athletes, give me your personal view, your personal, tell me how you're feeling about this.
Well, I think the one thing that I'm seeing here, and I think is a really big key for us, as an industry, we don't collaborate as well as we should. I think when we talk about collaboration, we usually mean something about threat intelligence sharing. And I see the events like this, I see mentors, sponsors, I see athletes, I see coaches all working together, collaborating to a unified end, which is to bring up the next cybersecurity leaders. We need more of that in industry, just across our businesses. And even beyond that, really beyond what we do in cybersecurity and not be so myopic, actually collaborating with other parts of our businesses, other parts of our industries, so that we can help them understand the value of security and privacy that we deliver, even if they're not those people or not those practitioners.
Wonderful. All right, man. So I want you to look into that camera and give our athletes your pep talk for them. Go.
All right. Hey, go Team USA. I feel like we came here for you. We want to win. Let's do it. I hope everybody does real well. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you.
I think that they may be hanging back, though.
They may be hanging back.
I think USA might be sandbagging it to come on strong at the end. That's my guess.
I'm hoping.
All right.
I'm hoping.
Let's do it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having you here in the interview corner, and we'll be right back with more excitement here at the International Cyber Competition.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, funk.
There's more to travel than just getting there. Like more flights at more times, more points for more rewards, more ways to stay connected, more food you love. Careful, it's hot. More live TV, more fun for the kids. More tissues, please. You know, for the rom-coms. More destinations, from A to B all the way to Z. Night-night. No matter why you're flying, there's more to travel with Air Canada.
And hear my voice.
We are back.
All right, cool. We're back. So during the break, we've had some more flags come in. Currently, just recapping the scoreboard, Team Europe still in first place, 7,146 points. Coming right behind them, Oceania, Team Oceania, second place, 6,794. Third place, Team Asia, 5,864. Canada in fourth, 4,086. Africa in the world, 2,244. Sixth place, USA, 2,241. And seventh place, Latin America, 1,365. So notable challenges that have been solved recently. I think, was it Savage Pictures was solved by everybody now?
Everybody solved Savage Pictures, so we can now talk about it.
All right, so this was a binary exploitation challenge. We got some details around it that we wanted to share.
So it's really interesting. So the idea is there's a binary on a web server that's going to generate an image based on what you submit to it. And the scenario is there's another file on that server we'd really like to know about, but the person who knows how to get it is gone. Can you figure it out for us? So there is a recent vulnerability, and when I say recent, it was, do you remember when?
July 22nd.
July 22nd. So a week and a bit. I think that is Monday last that vulnerability came out. So I really want to give kudos to the MetaCTF team for making sure that it's fresh.
That is a fresh challenge.
Certified fresh. And so what? Go ahead. You can
I was going to say it's just pretty amazing that it's that fresh, and every team here now knows about that vulnerability, and every team solved it.
That's right. And so what that vulnerability does is it's a vulnerability in the library that allows for inclusion of additional information. And so the idea was to include that flag.txt as part of what was included in the information about the picture. And so then they could essentially leak the flag data as part of using that executable, using the proof of concept code for that CVE. So it's a real, in my mind, this is a really real scenario. How many times has one of you been looking at a vulnerability, been looking at something that you are supposed to test, exploit, compromise, what have you, and have gone looking for CVEs that might apply? And there's a real challenge there to know, well, does this CVE, there are a lot of CVEs out there, does this proof of concept code apply? So why don't you talk a little bit about what it looks like to enumerate for what libraries are being called, et cetera?
So I think this one's a really tough one to find. And I would guess if the challenge name didn't have SVG all capitalized, someone may not find it, because you're looking at, when I look at a application or something, I look at that application. I don't look at a library, right? If you expand it to, like, if you're examining applications, your code base is relatively small. You just have one thing to look at. But there's probably going to be 30, 40 libraries that program depends on. If you go hunting down all those libraries, it's going to be really tough to find. But the benefit to it is, if you find a vulnerability in a library, it's going to apply to a lot of different applications. I'm thinking now, like, how many image upload things have I looked at, and I just missed this, that it's vulnerable to, right?
Yeah, that's where those vulns that are in libraries become so powerful, is that spread of attack surface, right? That coverage that you can get. And I remember I had friends who found bugs in a library that was used by multiple forensic applications. And so they were then able to trigger remote code exec in these other applications just through the one bug, because that library was used by multiple applications.
And Log4j obviously jumps to mind as another example of that dependency being used again and again and again and again. And I mean, how many CVEs are we up to now for Log4j? I know 3 for sure that are remote code execution, and there's got to be more beyond that.
Yeah, and it's like going back to your point about how would you find this bug for this particular challenge. I think there's another aspect of CTF, which is like metagaming, right? Like, we happen to notice that, Savage, it has the letters S, V, and G capitalized. It's probably, Savage Picture is probably some kind of image bug with SVG. And so I think that's another layer so that you are pointed in the right direction. You don't spend too much time burning cycles in the wrong direction.
Although I'll tell you what, if I were metagaming, I would absolutely have guided my team in the wrong direction on this, because that vulnerability is so recent. I would have lacked confidence that the challenge, that the game would have that in it. They would have said, well, should we try this POC? I'd be like, you could try it, I guess, but there's probably not in it. I would have absolutely got sucked in. So again, kudos for keeping it fresh.
Yeah, and I just want to go on to something you said previously about Log4j. I believe Log4j was actually found against Minecraft, a video game, and that became like a internet-breaking bug. It affected many things.
Much profanity was induced by discovering that vulnerability.
Yeah, I also like with this SVG stuff that you have to craft a file. I find personally those sorts of challenges where there's like polyglots or interesting areas of file parsing to be really fascinating. I love POC or GTFO. I love the work that Korkami or Ange Albertini does around polyglots, crafting these different files that can be opened all different ways. You have like one file, same byte content, same binary content, but it could be a PDF, it could be a zip file, it could be all these different things just because of the way the parsers handle the bytes.
Definitely. And SVG files, every time I look at them, I'm like, this is an image file? Because it looks like XML or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so I think that also is I would love to see this challenge and what went into it, because knowing that you have to compose an SVG file and do it the right way in order to be able to get the arbitrary file read off the flag.txt, I think that takes like some specific skills that I wouldn't expect most players to have right off the bat.
Yeah, and like I said, back to the question I asked originally, it's real, right? You find the vulnerability. So now you've done the enumeration. Now I happen to have guilty knowledge and know there was a broken image that made reference to the library. So that's maybe some of the gaminess. You were talking about CTF-y things as another technical term there. But the CTF-iness is making sure that there is some reference, because otherwise the guessing space is infinite. And so we want to narrow it down, and they gave that. So then you find the library, you find the proof of concept code. But I mean, it is a very real-world red team and blue team skill to put together a proof of concept code, test something in your environment against it, whether you be a red teamer to test something, be a purple teamer or a blue teamer to say, like, hey, how many people got asked, hey, is this vulnerable to log4j? And then you're like, oh, all right, let's download POC. Sounds like Europe is causing trouble again. But
getting more flags.
It's a very realistic set of skills. It's a very realistic challenge, and of course, it's super fresh. I was going to ask, taking a look at the scoreboard, we've seen Africa climbing the charts, and I know you weren't here at the very beginning, but one of the really interesting things that Eric was telling us about that's happening is Africa had a number of team members who weren't able to travel with the team, and so the rest of the world gathered around them, and other people came to help out their team. And we're watching them climb the scoreboard right now. I was hoping we'd take a look at, maybe some of the specifics of what they've been doing in terms of the success they're experiencing right now. Because right now they're in 5th place, which is really impressive.
Yeah. I note as, another point for us to come back to, but as IPSEC pulls up the breakdown of the Africa solves, I just wanted to highlight that Team Europe just had a first blood solve. So we'll dig into that, but let's look at Africa. Let's see, they've got 4 out of 7 on binary exploitation, 4 out of 7 on cryptography, and 4 out of 5 in forensics. So they're one way from finishing the forensics category.
Well, and if you think about that, that's parity with our top team in forensics. So, once again, we're seeing really excellent performance out of teams across the board, both literally and figuratively.
But while we were talking, Team Europe got first blood on Secrets of the Savannah, which was a cryptography challenge, and now Europe has solved every crypto challenge. They're the first team to do that.
Wow, okay.
Congratulations to Team Europe. That's really a big accomplishment.
That is impressive, and I'm curious if we will see a substitution in Team Europe now. Maybe they have some alternates that are sitting out that specialize in an area where they are needing a few flags, and maybe they have somebody that is, exceptional at crypto, but maybe not as great at binary exploitation where they need 2 more, or hardware where they need 4 more. And so I wonder if we'll see a substitution now that the crypto category is complete.
Did we say Africa had 4 forensic challenges?
4 out of 5, yep.
That's what Europe has.
Yeah, so that's a parity that that Pete mentioned, that Europe is in first place, 4 out of 5 forensic challenges solved. Team Africa in 5th place with the same number, 4 out of 5 forensic challenges solved.
Exactly right. So let's go back to the scoreboard, take a look and see how we're doing right now. We've got, again, Europe in first place, and we noticed that these scores are staying nice and high over that 7,000 mark, which means that we're having fewer and fewer of those multiple flags that are losing point values, right? So I think as we see Africa climbing the charts, as we see more and more flags being captured by the teams in like Team USA in 6th place, as those teams start capturing more and more flags as we're getting later in this engagement, we're going to see some changing in the scoreboard, and I'm quite frankly very excited to see how that plays out because I haven't seen this rule set before.
And another stat that just jumped out to me is between the 5th and 7th place teams, Latin America has 12 flags, Team Africa with 17 flags, U.S. in the middle there with 15. That's also a fairly small delta, 5 flags. I could easily foresee maybe Team Latin America coming up with 5 flags fairly recently or fairly rapidly and moving up the board pretty quickly, potentially.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me, though, is USA is in 6th place right now, but they're the 3rd place first blood scores. USA has 3 first bloods in binary exploitation, 1 in reverse engineering, and 1 in forensics.
Wow. So 5 of those 15 flags have been first bloods.
Yes.
Wow.
I think one of the things that's going to end up being surprisingly important when it comes to the final score is the hardware challenges. Because, first of all, there are 8 of them. There are quite a few. Second of all, I think the highest value we've seen on that is 5. A team that has 5 hardware challenges. So I think you may very well see those hold relatively higher point values. And I've lied.
Team Oceania has 7.
7 out of 8 hardware flags are done.
My apologies to Team Oceania.
When we saw it, it was 5.
Yes,
now we saw it again, and it's 7.
But it still goes to the point. So Team Oceania, actually, can we scroll down and take a look at what the point breakouts are for those? So in hardware, those flags are holding nice high point values. So 3 flags being worth 1,100 points, 1 flag being worth 215. So there's a fair number of those hardware challenges that have had relatively few solves, and I think some of those, they seem like small differentiators, but they may have a very outsized impact on the final score in the game.
I just want to sign up for the Team Oceania hardware hacking workshop.
No kidding,
Let me know when that's open.
Yeah, their write-ups are going to be hot reads right off the presses at the end of the game.
I'm curious if Team Oceania has even started the miscellaneous. That is one of the big key differentiators between Oceania and Europe. Is Europe completed miscellaneous, which is only 2 flags. Oceania doesn't have any.
And the funny thing is, when they score, you're going to see their score come up.
Yes.
And you're going to also see Europe's score come down. So
yeah.
again, it's a very fun game dynamic where that gap between teams, right now we're seeing a almost
800 point-ish.
Right. Yeah. So you have that 800 point gap, but it's not really an 800 point gap. I mean, 1 or 2 flags may close it up.
Yeah, 700. We already confirmed we're not good at math, but 700.
That's why we like computers. We didn't have to be as good at math.
Right. My poor math teacher, you can't just have a calculator in your pocket all the time. Well, it's not just a calculator. It's got a camera, too.
Take that, Mrs. Brewer.
Oddly enough, the TI-83 calculators, there's an 86 plus, are still the same amount of money.
Oh, wow.
That's because they're the most advanced ones still out on the SATs and things. Yeah.
I think the TI-83 was the first thing I ever wrote a program on. And I remember writing programs to solve these math formulas, and then the test came up, and the teacher said, you have to clear the memory. And I'm like, if I can understand the formula enough to program it, shouldn't that count? Like, why can't I use that?
Credit, no doubt.
So then the next program I wrote was a program that overwrote the output on the screen to make it look like the memory was clear.
I did that as well.
Yeah, and so then it's like, okay, it's cleared, and they'd be like, oh, okay, and it looked identical to clearing the memory.
And then they made me show my work. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to make my calculator show
the work. Yep.
It's a really great point. Like, how many times have we mentioned video games as the driver of need that forces innovation? We'll say creative methods of solving math problems, and now these CTFs are serving the same role for the participants today. Like, this is what's driving the need to learn a new skill, to solve a problem, to do hardware hacking. It's really a wonderful experience for everybody involved.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to go back to the scoreboard. We're going to take a short break, and when you come back, you'll have more of the 3 of us sharing with you what's going on in the competition.
Shout outs to everybody on the Twitch stream. I happened to check it out. I see there's like 90 or 100 people or something in there. I think there were 130 earlier. So if you're watching us on Twitch, thanks for tuning in. Drop us a peace sign or a capital V in the chat. But we'll see you soon. We'll be right back.
corner here at the International Cybersecurity Competition in 2023. I am Eric Belardo. You are your MC for today and tomorrow, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. Here we are with Coach Ryan. Coach Ryan, tell us a little bit about you.
I'm Ryan Cole. I'm a professor at the University of Queensland, but more importantly, I represent Team Oceania.
All right. So tell us the journey from down under to up here.
So started in 2014. We started a few students and I got together. I was based in New Zealand at the time, and then we started the New Zealand Cybersecurity Challenge. One thing led to another. We managed to run it into a national event. And some of the graduates from those competitions are in the coaching team right now, and some actually went through the New Zealand Cybersecurity Challenge.
Wow!
A few years later, I was headhunted to go to Australia across the Tasman Sea, and then in Australia, I was approached by Kana Shinoda from Japan, from Team Asia. She said, "Look, there's this international cybersecurity challenge going on. I know you used to run it and you are trying to retire from this CTF space, but this is a global opportunity to come back again. Would you like to do it?" I said, "Yeah, probably, yeah." So I was a bit naive at the time, but I'm glad I took the journey and a leap of faith. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
And here we are with Team Oceania from the Pacific region. Yeah.
So how many athletes are from Australia and how many athletes are from New Zealand?
Yeah, so we qualified about 11 Australians and 6 Kiwis, New Zealanders, right?
And Zetters?
So they like to call themselves Kiwis, so yeah, so Kiwis and Aussies, yeah. So great bunch of people. Basically there are similarities and differences between the two countries that we share, but it's kind of like brothers or sisters, So it's a pretty good mix of different age groups, and we also have a good diversity as well across ethnicity, age, and background and culture.
Do you have any women in your team?
Yeah, we have about quite a number. About a third of the team are women. Yeah.
Wonderful. So tell us, having to come from the southern hemisphere all the way up to here to the northern hemisphere, that must have been a challenge getting the sponsors and getting people to support your team. Tell us about that journey.
Oh, it was really tough. I cannot deny, but I'm really glad that we have sponsors who believed in us. So one of the sponsors is DTEC, which is on my sleeves here. Yeah, so DTEC is a company based in Germany, and they're trying to expand their business into the Pacific region. So when they heard about the International Cybersecurity Challenge, they said yes immediately when I broached the topic.
Wonderful.
Mainly from the angle of trying to find the best talent to hire into their new office in Australia.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so it was a match, and a win-win situation. So they became a gold sponsor, and we have been working with them beyond the competition. So we are working with them on understanding if there are security vulnerabilities around their products, understanding about the deployment, so the students can get to understand about real-world situations and real-world deployments of their products.
So real-world training for the Aussie team and the Kiwi team, yeah?
That's right. And they also provided a lot of training for the team. So we did 2 sessions with DTEC, and the first session was mainly get to know each other, and then they got to know where are the strengths and weaknesses. And then the second session was deep into okay, so these are the areas you want to focus on. This is what we learned in our real world experience. And then they brought it to life, and then the team got a lot out of it. The 2 sessions were we planned it to be about 1 hour long, but eventually it was about close to 3 hours.
All right. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, well, this happens.
This happens.
The kids, the athletes get so involved in this. So, you have any other sponsors?
Yes. So we also have sponsors like the University of Queensland, where I'm working at, and also the University of Melbourne, which is also a believer in our competition. So Melbourne's got a few students here and the alumni here, and also University of Queensland, UQ, has some alumni here as well. So the whole team, the organizational team of the regional qualifiers, are mainly from our universities.
So tell us about the geographical distance between the players. So do you have all the different states,
Yep.
both in Australia and New Zealand?
So we have most states in Australia represented, and also both North and South Island in New Zealand represented.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a very geographically diverse group as well.
So
Yeah.
with the geographical distance,
Yep.
which people don't understand how big Australia really is
Yep.
until you've been there.
Yeah.
How do you guys practice and coordinate through those
Yeah.
distances?
So the online option is very useful for us. Yeah. So we use the online training a lot. We also got some help from the universities. They gave talks and train in different niche areas, such as, for example, cryptography. Or we also have some people from the community, some companies which are, just startups, but they would like to help. So they did a bit of specialized training as well. Yeah. So it was all good, and it was all over the online option, and everyone just agreed on the time. There was a bit of a time difference, about 2 hours, but everybody made it work. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So, Ryan, I want you to look at that camera and give, number one, the people that are watching from home
Yes.
and your team a pep talk right now. Tell them.
Yeah. Thank you for the support back home. A few of you actually sent us screenshots of our interviews just now. We know you're watching. We appreciate the support, and we're going to win it for you. And to Team Oceania, let's go for the championship.
Thank you. Thank you
Go
for
Team
being
Oceania.
here. Go team. All right, guys. Well, you heard it here. So stay tuned for more exciting interviews and more excitement as we get closer to the completion of the CTF Challenge today. All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. All right, so we are back, and we're interrupting the break here because we just had your second coaches meeting with your team from Team Europe, and this is Coach Mario coming to us. So tell us, this is your last challenge, unless you do another one and it'll cost you points. But tell us, what drove you to use your last meeting?
Okay, there was some strategy to discuss with the team that is important to discuss right now. I'm not gonna tell you.
No, of
right
course
now
not.
what it is. Maybe later when everything is over, we can discuss it. But yeah, we needed to do it right now.
How are the athletes holding up?
Oh, they are a little bit tired, but they are pushing.
Okay. So I guess we have another 2 hours, almost 2 hours to go on the CTF
the last 2
challenge.
hours, the hardest, right?
How do they feel as a team? How did the captains you how the team is doing?
Yeah, they're doing very well. I mean, that we are very proud of.
Okay.
We were just checking for the last thing.
All right. Well, 2 more hours. You guys are in the lead right now for the CTF challenge with 7,542 points. So, let's keep it there, and you guys go Team Europe.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much. And at this point in time, I'm going to throw it back to our broadcast team that are going to do a recap of everything that's going on right now. So, throwing it back to our desk here. Thank you.
All right. I think we're back, and Team Europe had a coaches meeting.
They did, yeah. It's their second coaches meeting. So now don't forget, they get 2 per day for free. But if they wanted to, they could have another coaches meeting, and it would cost them a mere 25 points. But as we know, those 25 points are more important than they seem like.
Those are hard-fought first bloods.
That's right. Those are hard-won points. Especially, you may look at the score and you say, well, Europe, 7,542 points. They can spare 25 if they want to just catch up with their buddy. That would be fine. But as we get closer to the finish line, and don't forget, we're going to turn off the scoreboard here as we come into the home stretch.
Oh?
So at some point, it's going to be an unknown what the score is for them. Now, we'll know. And, maybe if y'all are nice, we'll loop you in on some of that information and the drama that's unfolding at the end. But I suspect maybe what they're looking for is for that scoreboard to turn off, to dump a couple more flags, to have a couple of things change, and then we should have a very exciting race to the finish.
That's an interesting aspect. Are the teams aware that the scoreboard is turning off?
As I understand it, yeah, they're aware that for that last home stretch, I think it's the last hour, that they will not know what the score is other than what they have got.
We may be in the last hour, so it could happen any time.
It might very well be.
Yeah, and so that makes me suspicious because some of the teams, or at least one of the teams, has not submitted any flags recently. So I wonder if they're just kind of sitting back in the cut, sitting pretty, waiting for things to go dark on the scoreboard, and then surprise, flags.
The cyber rope-a-dope, as it were. Muhammad Ali would be proud.
So going at first blood solves, it seems to be right now a battle between Europe and Team Oceania. Europe has 300 points, so that would be 12 first bloods, and Oceania has 250, which would be 10.
Oh, wow, okay. So very close on the first bloods between Team Europe and Team Oceania. And let's see, we're looking at Team Oceania right now, and I see they've solved all cryptography. They have 1 flag remaining left in the hardware, 1 flag remaining in forensics, and then 2 for binary exploitation and web app, and 3 for reversing. So they're really closing in. No miscellaneous solves yet, though, if I saw that correctly. 0 out of 2.
Yeah.
So what? Maybe they're chilling on the miscellaneous ones, and they'll get around to it when they feel like it.
Might very well be, but looking at Europe by to contextualize this, Europe has only 4 of the 8 hardware challenges. So again, we talked before about how Oceania could maybe force some changes in Europe's score. so too can Europe do that to Oceania, who has established, I think, a dominant position in the hardware hacking challenge. And so if Team Europe were to knock down 1 or 2 or 3 of those flags, you could see a negative shift in Oceania's score as well.
Yeah, and I noticed that Europe has completed 3 different categories: reverse engineering, cryptography, and miscellaneous, all challenges solved in each of those 3 categories.
Yeah, and they need 2 more on binary exploitation, 1 more on web, 1 more on forensics, and as we said, 4 on hardware.
I'm curious, we've seen a number of teams that have 4 out of 5 forensics challenges solved. I wonder if this last forensics challenge is the same for each team that has 4 out of 5.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I'll tell you what, when we have our next break, I'll go find out the answer to that one, because I am also interested in that.
And if it turns out to be a Stego question, that marks off one of the squares on our IC3 bingo card.
That's an excellent point. So let's go ahead and take a look back. Let's take a look down the rest of the scoreboard. We haven't checked in with Team Asia in a while. Why don't we do that right now?
Yeah, Team Asia is sitting in 3rd place with 5,902 points, 5,902.
And I think they're still the only team to completely solve web exploitation.
I think you're right. I don't think I've seen any other teams with a 7 out of 7 on WebEx.
And once again, they're sitting at a 4 out of 5 on forensics. So I think you have an excellent point. It's entirely possible that there is one beastly forensics challenge out there.
I made a forensics challenge once which started with a hard drive, a disk image, and a memory dump. And what you needed to do was pull the drive encryption key out of the memory dump, then use that to decrypt the drive image, and then extract the flag off of the drive image. And it was solved by zero players in one run of the CTF. In a separate run of the CTF, somebody did solve it. But I was surprised that in the first run someone solved it, so I was surprised in the second run nobody solved it. And maybe we have a challenge of similar complexity where it's just too much to handle in the time available.
Well, and again, it comes back to what were you expecting, what were you looking for, what tools did you bring to the table, all those. And when we talk about forensics, it's such a broad category, right? It could be network forensics, it could be host memory forensics, it could be file system, file disk forensics, it could be some combination of all of the above. Like you were talking about, where you're extracting something from memory, extracting files from PCAP, and then diffing it against what's on disk or something like that. So there's a lot that can be done with forensics if you're a sufficiently devious mind. And I think we've established that the MetaCTF team is sufficiently devious when it comes to these things.
They check that box for sure.
It's interesting that another challenge that's been solved by all teams is guessing games.
Oh, nice.
And I say that's interesting because it seems like a lot of teams just on point with binary exploitation.
You're exactly right, and it's interesting because we saw that lag in reverse engineering, and we've talked multiple times about the overlap, but binary exploitation, I think it just goes to show that this is something that these teams have all prepared their teams extremely well for. It was something they were expecting, something they were ready for, and they, when they got the opportunity, they jumped on it. So let's talk a little bit about guessing game. What is it that's happening here with guessing game? What's the story behind this one? Do you remember?
I remember the actual path. I think it was an off by 1 error that led to a format string vulnerability.
Yeah, you get a single byte memory leak, I think, or single byte info leak. And so from that, you're able to use that off by 1 and the format string issue to pull out 1 byte at a time of the flag. And so then you can compose the entire flag through the memory leak or the info leak.
I'm really curious if every team solved it the same way, because format strings is one of the oldest vulnerabilities when it comes to binary exploitation. It's not the easiest thing to do by hand. But recently, well, I say recently, probably a couple years ago, Pwn Tools, which is a Python library, has made an automated solver for this. So I'm curious if every team used Pwn Tools, or there's one team that did it manually. Did First Blood, did they do it manually? Like, how do they solve this challenge is what I'd be really curious to hear.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I hope we get to see those write-ups at the end.
I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sure we'll be here as they do the discussion about it. And it'll give us more to talk about tomorrow about how these, what were the avenues of approach? What did the planning look like? And one of the things that's been very opaque to me, but I'm interested to learn about, is how did they prep? What kind of tooling were they allowed to bring along? What kinds of custom tooling did they have, or were they, working with tool designers or that sort of thing to make sure that they're ready for these competitions?
Yeah, I think they only get access to ipsec.rocks.
Well, if you type format strings in there, it will lead you to both the manual and Pwn Tools way.
Nice. Yeah, and that's a great call. I have like a lot of CTF write-ups that I've completed for challenges I've completed in a GitHub repo, and I'll go back and look for things like, I know I've done SQL injection in the past. How did I do it? But I've also had times where I've solved a challenge, gone to commit the write-up, and then just done a search and been like, oh, I solved something very similar to this years ago, and I forgot to even search through my repo. I would have found this write-up, which would have made me solve the challenge way faster had I thought to look for it first.
I know how I would prepare is I would hunt down every CTF MetaCTF has done and try to get in the minds of the creator, right?
Yeah.
We saw the SVG vulnerability that was within 1 week. There's a high probability that they use maybe Image Tragic a couple years ago with the same application, just a different library. So you just kind of see the application, oh, I know this application. It's going to be image processing. They used a recent CVE a couple years ago, maybe a recent CVE again, right?
That's hardcore metagaming. You're meta CTFing at that point.
Yeah, it's like 2 layers of inception for gaming. Yeah, it's an excellent point. But it goes to show that we do have tendencies, right? And actually, you were talking about the documentation side of things, and I think that is an underappreciated skill set. I've actually maintained for a long time that one of the biggest weaknesses in cybersecurity writ large is knowledge management. The ability to say, oh yes, I have done this. We used to jokingly call it the HBB plan. What is your hit by bus plan? Like, Pete doesn't show up at work tomorrow. What lives in his brain and nowhere else? And I think a lot of us have a tendency to be self-reliant in that way. Like, oh yeah, I did this, no problem. Let me tell you about it. Verbal tradition maybe in cybersecurity to pass knowledge.
Tribal knowledge, right?
Yeah, through the tribe, exactly. So one of the things that I really appreciate is the way OSCP focuses on documentation as a part of the learning path. And how has you already mentioned your documentation? Is that something that you came by organically? That's just the way you think, or is that something you learned over time?
I found that I got a better understanding of learning a new domain by taking notes. So before GitHub, I had my own wiki at my house, and I would document everything. Like, as I did reverse engineering, I'd be like, okay, I look at this binary. I set this breakpoint here because I saw this thing. It was very verbose notes, which then cemented the model of what I was learning in my mind and made it easier to build from. And so I then transitioned my wiki into Markdown in GitHub because I liked that I could just be like rip grep for the thing that I'm looking for across a bunch of text files and then quickly find what I was interested in.
So I think documentation, outside of just helping other teams, helps you in 3 different ways. So the first way, like when I do videos, whenever I come to a step and I may be solving a challenge, I guess at something. And I always hate saying, well, I just guessed at this. So when I'm recording or taking notes, I go back and see if there was a better way I could find it and go back to my recon, right? An example would be an old Vaughan Hub machines. They used to love port knocking, right? And it used to just be, you guess port knocking, you scan all nmap, a port appears, right? I hated that. So I found an LFI. I'm like, oh, there's this proc schedule debug thing that lists some running processes. I can see knockd running. Now I know to go enumerate port knocking, right? It's always a good value for recon. So when you're taking notes, you kind of go through those things like, I wasn't strong in this area. I'm going to improve this. The second thing is you start writing down your process. And when you write it down, you're committing it to memory. And also, almost every time I refer back to my previous videos. We've mentioned my ipsec.rock site. I wish I could say I created it for the community, but I created it for me so I could go back and find my own information. And then finally, it's just like when you talk to the coaches, right? You have the notes. You're talking out the problem to someone. I can't tell you how many times I've messaged someone being like, hey, are you there? They don't respond to me. I'm like, I have this problem. And I don't stop there, just I have this problem. I'm like, here's what I tried. Here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this. I'm like, oh, wait, I don't need you anymore. I answered my own question because I was writing it out and thinking again.
Yeah, and I love that approach of writing out like a post, right? Like, I'm going to ask somebody this question, so let me write out all the things that I've tried. And as I'm doing that, I'm like, oh, I didn't try this thing. Let me just try that real quick so I can add it into the, oh, that worked. Never mind, I don't have the problem anymore.
So I had an old boss who had this saying, he used to say that serendipity is not a business model, but we'll take it. And, you know, what his point was is sometimes things work out. That guess works out. But what you're talking about is converting serendipity out of the business model to refine your process and say, okay, yeah, I got lucky there. Or, we have an order of operations and we're going to, this lucky guess of port knocking now becomes the thing that we automate. Or maybe we say, like, what's the better way? And I think that, that designing serendipity out of the model, or maybe it's a better way to say is making room for more of it, that when you start doing that automation piece.
So, and I think the industry, at least in the CTF realm, has come a long way in this aspect. If we went back like 5-6 years ago when VonHub was really the only one around and there wasn't competition, a lot of times to ease players, they used like note.txt in the web server and try to talk to the player. And that to me is what CTF is, because you're not going to have that in the real world. And whenever you do that, you rob someone of recon. And recon is one of those underappreciated skills that you don't know you're getting, right? There could be a note.txt that says, hey, I received this email, I should look into it. But you could just look at recently modified files and see that as well, all right?
Yeah, and I'm with you. Recon is very underappreciated. I gave a talk with a longtime friend of mine, Savant, titled Full Contact Recon. And our approach to red team operations was that we should have our recon done so well that our first packet to the target infrastructure should get us access. So like we should be able to understand our way in and our path forward without having to touch the target infrastructure. And so we built out this talk about all these different ways we were able to perform recon passively without having to ever touch the target infrastructure, because any packet that you send in a target infrastructure is an opportunity for detection by your blue team. And so we as red teamers were like, okay, how do we not get caught? So all recon.
The interesting thing is I'm working more on the blue team these days, and you're talking about recon, but for us it's threat intelligence. And I would say probably the most underutilized resource that everybody pays for is threat intelligence. Copying and pasting IOCs for fun and profit is all well and good, but we've got to be climbing the pyramid of pain and identifying like real behaviors, devising effective threat hunts based on threats that are prevalent in our space. And that if you really think about it, that's just recon. One of the things I like to say is that my threat intel is somebody else's incident report, and we want it to stop from becoming my incident report. And so if we're using the intel properly, we get to stay on the right side of history on that one. And not just copy and paste IOCs, but really look for, what if they changed up their C2 infrastructure, and so they're bypassing those IOCs, but can we find the behaviors that would be present in our system that they can't escape? I call them the points of congruence, where they need this binary as part of all of their behaviors. And so if we see that binary or that technique or that method present, then we can hunt for just that, and then we can verify by looking the steps on either side of it, see the IOCs, update our defenses, and be effective. And it's really interesting, because if you think about it, it's kind of the flip side of it, is that as you're doing recon, you're looking at indicators of a possible vulnerable behavior or presence on the system, and we're looking for the behaviors that are indicative of those warnings. So I couldn't agree more. I think that process is really crucial to being what I would call that professional in cybersecurity.
And I like your note about congruence. And we talked about CTF and bug bounty earlier, and I think one of the places where my bias comes in on the CTF side and my preference for CTF shows up in red teaming, where I will build out a list of crown jewels for my target, right? Here are the things that I think if I were to compromise, it would be catastrophic for the business. But then a lot of times when I compare that list with our threat intel teams, the things that they see real world adversaries doing are completely different. And so I'm like, that I mean, I get, I get targeting that thing, but me as a red teamer, I would have targeted this other thing, and we don't see anybody targeting that other thing. Then in providing value, I want to, emulate real-world adversaries, so I need to then shift what I'm targeting so that we're making sure we're protecting what's most important.
Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, pen testing isn't all about getting root. Almost every time when you're attacking a target, you don't need administrative permissions to get access to something sensitive.
Yeah, or to encrypt something sensitive.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many ops that we've done where we didn't get any significant priv-esque in the sense of getting root or DA or something like that. We just use the systems in the way that they're already structured to communicate with each other to accomplish our objectives.
Or you don't even get access to their system. You just get access to credentials used in some SaaS application or something like that.
Yeah, who doesn't like leaked keys or tokens or creds?
Yeah.
I don't. Do you remember the blue team?
What? No.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I heard something else. I didn't.
All right, well, let's take a look at the scoreboard. We still have Team Europe holding strong at 7,400 points. Oceania coming in second at 6,900 points.
Closing the gap, 550 points away now.
That's an excellent point. Team Asia in third at 5,800 points. Team Canada in fourth with 4,300 points. Africa and the world at 2,300. USA at 2,150. Latin America at 1,600 points.
So I noticed that Latin America went up. I think they submitted a flag. And with the approaching scoreboard going dark, I wonder if that was a warning shot.
I don't know. We'll have to take a look. So we're going to go to the scoreboard, take a short break, and when we come back, we'll take a look at the kind of the closing action of this competition.
Yeah, when we return, we'll have just over an hour and change, I think. And all the folks on Twitch, thank you for being here with us. Give me a L. Press L to pay respects. I know it's F, but we're doing something different. So press L to pay respects. And we'll go to the scoreboard and take a short break. Shout out to our AV crew.
With new cyber vulnerabilities exposed every day, how do you stay a step ahead? At Worldwide Technology, we believe the answer lies in uniting employees, customers, and communities against cyber threats. When cybersecurity is a core element of business, we gain clarity on what matters most. We prioritize continuity over chaos, and we exercise rigor to embrace creativity, working in harmony to secure our digital landscape. Let's be secure all together.
Take In 1929, Battelle opened its doors. 90 years later, the world's largest independent research and development company has shown that when presented a challenge, through science and research, it can be done. The goal? A safer, healthier, more secure world.
From the beginning, Battelle was known for its metallurgical research. That reputation helped launch a commitment to national security needs. Today, Battelle produces discrete armored vehicles and develops technologies to identify and defeat ever-evolving cyber threats.
Innovations in environmental protection are an important part of Battelle's research. For decades, Battelle has supported efforts to remove a variety of contaminants from the environment and safely destroying our nation's last remaining stockpiles of chemical weapons.
Throughout our 90 years, protecting public health has been a priority of Battelle. For decades, we have assessed the toxicology and health impacts of substances in the world around us. We've even made it possible for a paralyzed man to regain control of his hand with his own thoughts.
Battelle's work extends across the globe. On a Xerox machine, a barcode at the store, an effective airport security screening, a new vaccine to protect against Ebola. All of these advancements are due in part to the work of Battelle.
As Battelle continues to solve what matters most, we look to the needs of the future, providing trust and assurance of microelectronics, addressing dangerous contaminants like PFAS, supporting research infrastructure projects so we can better understand issues like ecosystem change, advancing neurotechnology to help repair and enhance the human body.
Battelle, 90 years of solving, and we're not done yet.
Юу вэ? Гоё өстэй. Янз бүр өстэй.
Баснаас чинь илүү хадгаламж. Эм ба.
cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your company moving forward because if it's connected, it's protected.
for the SRC products. We're building products not for a particular customer segment, but for every customer segment. We're enabling payments for everybody. Working on technology that I see every day, that I use every day is really cool.
I find MasterCard a real global company. It has offices all around the world. I'll be working with people in India, in Singapore, and areas inside America.
Diversity is very important for MasterCard. We drive diversity. My team is very diverse from different nationalities, genders, ages, and I think that's very important, having different points of view. They're able to see things that I'm not able to see, and having those points of view makes us better, makes us secure the software better, makes us just secure the company better.
I am on this team where we do get to have ownership. As a junior, I get so much more opportunities to take on bigger projects that I wouldn't anywhere else.
That's always kind of what's kept me excited about work. It's just the community feel of it. Like I love my team. I think we do a really good job of recruiting people that, you know, are really just excited and passionate about just problem solving.
And we're back. All right, so we are in the final stretch. We're in the end game, if you will, of this particular portion of IC3. This is the Jeopardy CTF today. Tomorrow we'll have attack and defense. But as we come into this last hour of gameplay, we've seen that the scoreboard has gone dark. So when we left off, the teams were in a certain state, but now we don't know. And IPSEC, you were mentioning, I think the span was somewhere less than 1,500 points.
Yeah, the scoreboard was really close when it went dark. And we do have knowledge that there are 3 unsolved flags for every team. So there's at least 1,500 points up for grabs. Well, actually, 1,575 because of first bloods.
That's right, and I think those first bloods are going to really matter in this.
Yeah, especially if you want an additional coach's timeout.
So I think one of the other things we're seeing here as we come into this stretch, and as anytime you talk about endgame, you have to talk about cosmetics, right? But no, the point that we're seeing here is, with the scoreboard going dark, it's the time for a team to make a surprise move, right? This is the only opportunity that they've had to do something completely unobserved by the teams with which they're competing. And this is a really exciting time. So, we've got just a short while as we come into the home stretch. We'll get kind of the big reveal for the way things come out at the end. But like you said, 1,500 possible points, which could be thrown completely topsy-turvy if multiple teams land those, and it could make those first bloods incredibly important. But yeah, the 1,500 points is colossal.
Yeah, it was 1,500 points across multiple teams. If you remember, I think it was Europe and Oceania were 200 points away from each other. So, we have no idea who could win this one. Europe did have the most first bloods, but all it takes is one of those flags that no other team has solved, and that's 500 points, which is way more than a first blood. If you're the only team to solve that one reversing challenge or whatever it is, that could be key to victory.
And were the remaining categories binary exploitation, hardware, and reversing?
I think they were forensics.
Oh, forensics, that's
binary
it.
Exploitation and hardware.
Okay, yeah. We talked about how a lot of teams have 4 out of 5 forensics challenges solved. That last one has been solved by no teams. That's the one outstanding.
We were able to confirm.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, and again, 43 total challenges here in the mix. 8 hardware, 35 software. And so I think when the scoreboard closed, I wanted to say Team Europe had something like 30-something?
or 34, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's quite a coverage over the course of the day. And we also don't know whether they've submitted all of their solves. It could be that they have some solves that maybe, or other teams may have solves that were not submitted yet.
And as NA said, tomorrow is attack and defense. So this is the last day for the MetaCTF Jeopardy round. And since there's only 3 remaining that haven't been solved, the difficulty was perfect for this, I think.
Now, there's actually, before I move on to my other topic, I do want to reinforce that. What a fantastic accomplishment for MetaCTF to put together a challenge like this where we're down to the wire. There are only 3 left unsolved. It means they nailed the difficulty. We've already talked about how fresh the challenges were. I think it's just a really well executed event. No two ways about it.
Like all CTFs, it's scary. The first 2 hours, oh God, half of them have been completed. But then that last half, the last 6 hours have been just nail biting.
And that's good because it's going to draw you in. You're going to have success early on. Maybe you get some confirmation of your ideas and your approach and your methodology, and then later on you get to reassess and reorient and re-execute your vision.
It just shows how much people are learning, right? Because they go in that first 2 hours, half the flags get solved, but that's what the people knew. That's not them going to ChatGPT, Google, whatever. That's just them solving it on their own. And then this last 3/4 of the competition was them researching answers, trying to figure out the solution.
I might be not in the majority here, but I actually prefer the experience of having a slower start where I get, maybe an hour or 2 into the challenge or the CTF, the event itself, and I've only had a few solves, whereas other folks jump out to that quick lead, but then I get I get a wind and I have a fast uptake. And so I enjoy those experiences more. I know we talked about earlier some CTF platforms or some particular training platforms have their challenges so granular that you work for a few minutes to get your solved, and it doesn't build that endurance of continuing to push. It doesn't build that tenacity. And so maybe because my background, my experience was going through lots of failure to reach success, maybe that's why I like that slower start. I like that longer push.
Yeah, and there's just so many attacks that are super simple. Like, the golden ticket attack is something probably every red teamer knows and can do. But 9 out of 10, I would bet, and I'm one of the ones that would be in this 9 out of 10, can't do it perfectly the first time. And if you don't build that endurance because you're used to the instant gratification of things just working because you're guided the whole way, then you just move on instead of the people that do the struggle bus and they're like, this didn't work this time, let me see. I don't trust myself, right? That's the weird, eerie feeling. Like when you build a program, you compile it, and it compiles the first time, you're like, where'd I screw up? This doesn't happen.
You know, it's an excellent point. I had a former boss that I really respect, and he said, failure is, first of all, nobody thinks about your failures, because the things we think about our failures were just things that happened on our path to the next thing. And so it's really only failure if you stop.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what you're talking about, that resilience to say, yep, that didn't work according to plan, or that didn't work. But it's only failure if you actually stop. And I do believe that CTFs are a great place to build that resiliency, to have the experience of banging your head against a problem without actually banging your head against something. And it sounds like an obvious skill to develop, but that kind of grit and determination is hard-won and important.
I love the famous quote, "The first step to being awesome at something is sucking at something." Jake the dog, Adventure Time.
Yeah, I know when I was trying to get OSCP, like probably 8 years ago, I went into the test just expecting to fail. And I didn't use the word fail in my head because it's so bad. I expected to find out what I needed to study, right? Because I knew if I didn't get it this time, there was another time, and I'll know what I need to. I didn't want to just blindly study just things that may not be beneficial to me, right? And that's what these competitions really show. Like, after this, the students are going to be like, well, we did really bad on this hardware challenge or this reversing. I thought I knew this, but I know what I need to study.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say that same mentality has been really helpful in my career. I've interviewed for positions where I go in and I think I know maybe 60% of what I know to do the job, and I'm excited for the interview because I'll learn what that other 40% is that I need to learn so that I can get the role. Luckily, I just get the offer, and then I can get paid to learn that other 40%. But, it's worth trying for the interview, even if you don't know 100% of whatever's required for the role.
I would say you just got that offer because you went in with the mentality of, I'm not getting this, so diluted confidence because you didn't care, right? Like, you just went in, you're like, I'm going to be me, I'm not going to lie, they're going to ask me a question, if I don't know it, I'm going to say I don't know, right? And that to me just means so much. Like, if someone's just making things up and trying to please me when I ask questions, like, well, I don't want you on the team, I want you to say, I don't know, or I want you to say, I would do this to find the answer.
Right, yeah, I think that's really valuable as well.
I would do this to find the answer. I think it's one of the most powerful statements. I would look here, this is my process, this is how I address this. The other thing, I'm lucky enough that in my day job, I get to help security teams go out and experience failure. And of course, they're customers, so we don't call it failure, we call it an opportunity to improve. But getting them to go through the mental transition that an event, exercise, challenge, a test is not binary. It's not go, no go. It's not success or failure. But what it is it's revealing truth. Because that's what you want to deal with. If I'm terrible at something and I don't think I'm terrible at it, I really need to know the truth. Conversely, what we find is so many of our customers are absolutely right. They're strong in the areas they think they're strong. They're weak in the areas they think they're weak, but they have to be able to prove it. And challenges, CTFs, exercises, whatever that might be, can be a great revealer of truth. And so these teams are going to get to walk away and say, like, all right, I went to that category confident. Was that confidence deserved? And conversely, they're going to say, wow, that went, I was not confident in this, and yet I walked in, I scored points, we made progress, look how much I've grown, and that's also a great feeling.
I think one of the most important things will be tomorrow, which is the Attack and Defend Day, because if you look around the room, everyone is so young here, right? And everyone is going to come away with instant response experience, and that's something probably 95% of the industry doesn't have.
True statement. True statement. And the question is, how do you get that incident response experience without having had a terrible day at work?
Yeah.
And they've now had that. This isn't a terrible day. They walked away feeling good about themselves, happy at the end of the experience, having learned a ton, without having to work for the next 29 hours straight as they try and restore functionality.
And if they do come across an incident response thing in their career eventually, they'll have done it before and they may not panic as much. They're going to panic. You panic when you do CTFs, but they won't do it as much.
And I just wanted to say thank you for the kind words and saying that we are all so young.
I feel like everybody's young these days.
I have many gray hairs from many years of playing shows at DEF CON.
It's probably from the CTFs.
Yeah, it's the combined years of DEF CON plus the combined CTFs, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, so we are closing in on that final bell.
Oh.
Team Europe is ringing the bell once again, but I don't know. I feel like this might be a ploy just to induce nervousness.
False flag, literal false flag.
False flag bell execution, yeah. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break, and when we come back, it will be Eric doing the grand unveil. As I understand it, we're going to see what is the final performance. But before we do, I realize there's something we haven't spoken about hardly at all today. And
rap music.
That's because it's because we have the escape room going on in the other room. So this is another wrinkle where points can be scored by teams, and no one at this table has any idea how that has gone. So there are more points out there that are going to impact the final score. They've never been up on the board, and that's going to drive some of the experience on the podium today. So it's entirely possible a team blew through that, felt supremely confident, and it impacted their entire strategy and how they approached this game today. I'm really, really excited for that final reveal.
Yeah, you're right. We have not had much coverage, and we did comment before how having a hardware challenge is pretty unique for a CTF. I think having an escape room in the mix also especially unique for a CTF.
I can't think of a time that it's been something like that. I mean, I've seen lockpick challenges, right? Those are pretty ballpark. We talked about the possibility of people ending up handcuffed during the competition and getting points for breaking out. But the escape room's a first for me.
Definitely for me too.
All right, great.
Yeah, shout out to INL for putting that together. Lots of cool blinky lights. If you're here on site, definitely go check it out if you haven't popped your head in the door. And maybe sign up to play. They do have some slots open.
I didn't know that, so I know what I'll be doing this evening.
Excellent. All right, well, we will be back after a short break. Eric will be with us again with the fresh purple sparkles on the suit, and we will have some additional details for you when we return. Until then, hack the planet, and we'll see you soon.
Take care.
Envy is an ugly thing.
Everything's fine? Okay, all done. All right, so we're gonna go live. All right, all right, all right. Thank you for being here on the International Cybersecurity Competition and Championship of 2023. I'm so glad to have all of you on stream and here on the beautiful San Diego Hilton La Jolla, Torrey Pines. Okay, so it has been an exciting day with 7 teams competing with over 87 countries represented here at the International Cyber Games. It has been a nail-biter. About an hour ago, the scoreboard went dark. So we will not know who won the CTF Challenge until the awards on Friday. So that means you have got to come back and stay on stream so you can see that tomorrow. But right now, I want to call to the stage the commissioner of the U.S. Cyber, and where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? She's right here. Okay, let's give her a warm hand.
Hello, hello.
So Jess, tell me, after this first full day of competition, how do you feel?
Tired.
Okay, yeah, we're all tired. I think we're all tired, right?
What I'm hearing is everybody is just energized. The audience, all the volunteers, we are so floored by the amount of effort going on from each one of the teams. And it's electrifying to be in this room. It's just wonderful.
It's been amazing. And I want to bring up this thing that happened with Team Africa and the international cooperation that happened with every single team donating team members so that they could compete in this CTF Jeopardy Challenge. How do you feel about that?
Wow. Being in the room where it happened, right? Having the jury and the coaches come together, hear from a coach and a team that were unable to bring their full team here but wanted to play. And to see us work through the issues that we can not only come together so that they have an opportunity to play, but we can do so that each one of the team feels like it's in a fair position. I think this has been wonderful. And to see the camaraderie and them working together on the challenges over the last all day today, I think it really shows what our future can be together in cyber in terms of international collaboration.
That's wonderful, wonderful. So tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. Woo! So for that, let's bring up Gaspari. Come on up. Let's give him a hand. Woo! So Gaspari, okay, we are tomorrow going to be we're going to be competing in our attack and defense and hack and King of the Hill and stuff like that. Tell us a little bit about the attack and defend competition that we're going to see tomorrow.
Okay. So tomorrow the competition will be in 2 parts. So the first one is the real attack defense. In the attack defense, teams have to attack and defend a set of services they will be presented to them. So they have a set of virtual machine, like a real virtual machine in infrastructure or real world infrastructure. In each virtual machine, they will present like web services, a mobile app, a database, something like you can find every day in your work. And they need to find the vulnerabilities in them, they need to patch the vulnerabilities, and most important, they need to attack the vulnerabilities of the other teams. In this way, they can steal flags and submit to the platform, and they gain points according to how many flags they stole from their teams. On the opposite part, they need to patch the service in order to not let other teams to steal the flags from them.
And that's very important in the field of cyber. Having defending your infrastructure is super important. So that defense part is going to be very critical to protect them from getting flags against them.
Yeah, I like attack defense because it's a simulation of the real world. So in the real world, you don't have flags, you have sensitive data about people, about credit card information, sanitary data and something like that, and you need to protect this data from attackers. So you need to find vulnerabilities in your system, and you need to patch in order to not let real hackers steal them and public on the internet or to sell to a malicious actor.
Awesome, awesome. So what other challenges are there going to be tomorrow for our players and our athletes to compete in?
So for the first time, in parallel to the attack defense, we will run also the King of the Hill. So King of the Hill is like more a game. So we will try to bring some esports things in this kind of events. And in the King of the Hill, they have an RPG game like the one all the players see every day in their computer, on their console. But this time the game has some vulnerabilities in them, and they need to play and cheating in this game. So they need to kill each other by cheating.
That's going to be really fun. And, you know, all these games that are going to happen in the attack defense, King of the Hill, what else is going to happen tomorrow?
So tomorrow we will the second day of competition.
Okay. So tomorrow we also have the escape rooms that they're going to compete in. And those escape rooms are going to give them extra points throughout the day. It's going to be really exciting. The escape bus is going to be there. So it's going to be a very, very exciting, full of energy day tomorrow. So I really am looking at my watch right now. The official games will stop in 2 minutes. 2 minutes till we close. So, Ganbayar, thank you very, very much for all the work, and we will see you, and we will be talking to you tomorrow, so on stream and here in the stadium. So thank you very much, sir. Okay, everybody, big applause. All right, all right. So a couple of things that we need to make sure. So everybody at home that's watching this on both Brella and, of course, in our Twitch streams, we will be coming back tomorrow, and tomorrow is going to be full of excitement. We will have extra interviews with industry specialists and giants here. We will also have more interviews with the coaches of these teams. And as things happen, we will be talking to the coaches. So let's see. How close are we? We are within 1 minute of closing. Roman, how close are we to closing? 1 minute. Okay, so I guess I got to talk a little more. Okay, no, so so tomorrow, watch us again. It's twitch.tv/PlayCyber. So let's get that to. And today, it has been electric with these teams. Are you guys all ready to close this down? No, okay, I see how you guys are. All right, 40 seconds to go. Okay. Our team over here, are you ready for the unlock? 30 seconds to go. All right. What? All right. 20 seconds. All right. Let's do the countdown together. Okay. Once we get the 15. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Unlock us, please. We will all see you tomorrow on the same bat channel. Come join us for the International Cybersecurity Competition 2023 tomorrow. We will see you then. Have a great night, everybody. Till next time.